cheaper. Grab food, saver, won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food, saver is the one to choose. Yeah.
Try this because their economy is so broken.
I think save might be the right call here.
Oh my!
What?
Happening here. Papichulo has himself on a great spot. Gonna be able to take down 3, and that is gonna be enough for. Wait, another 4K. Only one satchel for Full X to play around with. And he still has a lot of things to work with. Young Pork out of the smoke, got to kill Full X. All in his hands, the 1v2. He got one. Great man, clap on the head, and Full X is gonna be clutching it.
Now Party World scrambling to get something going here. 8 seconds left. Astro does get one. Now he gets marked, and I would say that's done and dusted, but he gets one more. Low HP, hello! Don't peek!
Don't even try it.
Oh my god.
Micro and Pathman hand in hand gets kills, and now they are just gonna push through. NAOS loses their footing. They're still not committing on that defuse. Gonna be seeing one, gonna be seeing another. Papichulo gets the 4K.
Going to the ball, Full X though, the paranoia is going to be perfection right now. 2 versus 2, Full X tells them all.
A lot of value, a lot of shots connecting already. What the one from far, and here comes the showstopper as well as the fire. Finally gets it. Oh no, the 4K.
I hope it's not gonna be the same as the last Lotus game. Right now, Dizzy, too confident forward, goes for it, goes for the kill, denies the showstopper, fights the flash, gets the 3K, make that for is that an ace? No, it didn't happen, but it was still a win for OSC.
Lurking on the side of OSC is Owen Cutie a little light on the utility to close the gap. Do they check? He still gets it.
He does.
Maybe gets a second.
That's not gonna be it, though. One's gonna come from heaven. The paranoia is not gonna hit anyone at all, actually. And look at that! Jumps towards Jen. Still able to find that shot. 4K, will it be a 5K to take it to 11 to 10? Now he knows where the last member is. Owen, will he get to clutch this? Yes, and an ace for Owen Cutie. Meow.
It is a very long series, and maybe somebody could get a cheeky kill through the smoke, but they're just not equipped to deal with this. They might have to vacate.
Oh my.
Or...
oh dear, Aeonix is on fire there. Aeonix with a triple as well, and Aeonix kind of wants an ace for himself. If Owen gets one, I want one too. Now trying to find the last member here with a classic.
I like it.
Beautiful.
I like it a lot.
Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you broke. Yeah.
But still, Food is chiming in big, and still Subversive are putting up a great fight! But Kakarot is even bigger for this one! He knows where the angle should be. He gets up on top, and he delivers death from above! Kakarot going super!
And now he's down. Lloyd Dream with a kill and make that a second. Itchy solo, literally all alone. 40 HP, body shots! And it's a 13! Oh, black and blue!
All alone, a 1v2, that's the call. Kevzy, the angle's good.
Wow.
Swing from Zind will secure it. 4 for Zind as ZOL get on the board.
Phenomenal.
Shot from York, Kelly is going crazy. Has to showstopper, has to fight against 2. The clap is gonna be there. He has to fight them. They're both hiding, and they have to take the angle. They are not planted for them. York is gonna fall.
The road to Ascension starts here. This is the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines Split 2 presented by PPGL. Brace yourselves for the ultimate showdown as the most ruthless teams in the Philippines battle it out for the lion's share of the 1.2 million pesos prize pool and seize the most confident spot to VCT Ascension Pacific Tokyo. A total of 10 teams will go head-to-head in the regular season. These are the top 4 teams from the Split 1 playoffs. And 6 teams who went through the grueling phase of the promotion relegation, 2 other teams from the Split 1 crossover matches, and 4 new teams who qualified through the Premier mode. From here on, teams will go through a similar single round-robin format where every game is a best-of-3 matchup and every round counts. The regular season concludes with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockouts, while the 3rd to 6th place teams proceed to the crossover matches. Teams will need to give it their all as they defend their slot in a single elimination bracket where only the last 2 survivors will advance to the knockouts. The higher the stakes, the fiercer the competition gets, as the remaining teams in the knockouts test their might in a grueling double elimination bracket, all leading up to an intense best-of-5 lower bracket finals. Witness history unfolds as the last 2 contenders take center stage in an unforgettable best-of-5 series, where we will crown the champion of VCT Challengers Philippines 2024 and our country's representative to VCT Ascension Pacific Tokyo. All these will happen at our much-anticipated LAN Grand Finals event this July. This 2024, it's time for you to take over. Resurgence is here. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League Philippines.
Mag-ingay dahil nagbabalik na naman ang paborito nyong source ng Valorant goodness pagdating dito sa ating bansa. Dito natin pinagtitipon-tipon ang mga players na napakalupit sa barilan, sa strategiya at iba pa. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers Philippines 2024 Split number 2. Dito sa ating panel, ako nga pala si Likeable, ang inyong host, at kasama natin ngayon si Fluffy02 at si Honeyglaze with a double E. Kamusta naman kayo, guys? Maulan yung panahon ngayon, raining in Manila, ika nga ng Lola Amor. Pero kayo ba? Raining ba yung pakiramdam nyo o medyo excited din kayo for the day?
Excited for sure kasi grabe, ito naman talaga yung El Clasico natin sa VCT. I feel like every stage we look forward to these 2 teams battling it out in game number 1. Of course, there's still more to go for the rest of the day, but game number 1 rather is going to be very exciting for sure.
Very exciting indeed. Pero,
Sobra.
parang na-frozen na yung kaibigan natin dito, Fluffy.
Oo nga eh.
Honeyglaze.
Bakit yun yung nangyari sa ulan?
Honeyglaze, kung masaya ka ngayon, blink twice. Wala talaga, Fluffy.
Hindi siya
Wala,
masaya.
hindi siya masaya. Tulala lang siya. Okay lang yan. Kasi pwede naman tayo munang magpasalamat syempre sa mga tao at mga sources na hinahayaan tayong gawin tong VCT PH natin. So thank you so much to Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer of the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, kung saan nyo ito pinapanood, which is the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
And of course, also thank you to our official super app partner, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees for as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals for 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. You can use the promo code GRABFOOD60 and get up to 60 pesos off of your order with a minimum spend of 550. The promo runs from 11 a.m. onwards, but also, last but not the least, let us also thank our sponsor Gab for allowing this all to happen.
Yun yung sinabi ni Honeyglaze eh. Naramdaman ko yung telepathy
No,
na gusto niyang pasalamatan yung Gab. Isa pa, Honeyglaze, kung Kung sa tingin mo magiging 2-0 tong araw na to, huwag kang pipikit. Nice.
Grabe,
Nice. Yan yung gusto
confident.
natin dito. Confidence is key. Alam mo, Fluffy, habang fini-figure out natin kung ano nangyayari all the way dun sa area nila, balikan natin yung mga kaganapan kahapon. Pretty fast games kahapon, especially since we started off with a 2-0 sa side ng Oasis Gaming and JustUs. However, 2-0 man siya tingnan, hindi pala ganun ka-fast pag tinignan mo yung scoreline.
Okay, Oasis, they always win their games. Of course, they have their perfect streak. Pero kita natin sa statistics that it's not always the cleanest. And we can see even on the recent game, they go OT on map number 1. But that's also the same story that you can say when we move on to NAOS, who actually went a 3-map series. So even though our top 2 teams are very close in skill, it also shows that they still have a bit more room to grow, which means our map 1 today is going to be very interesting.
It's syempre interesting talaga yan. Again, sabi mo kanina, El Clasico to. Pero ito no, pinapanood natin ngayon yung Haven matchup natin. Isa sa mga notable dito, ayan o, laging nasa-shutdown tong si Kakarot dun sa Yoru niya. Maganda sana yung intention dito ng ZOL, but going up against NAOS, I don't think ito yung best strategy na ipapasok dito. Magta-trial and error ka pagdating sa agent na to, which is very experimental pa rin naman si Yoru kahit sa ang mapa natin siya. But eto, Fluffy, nakikita natin, at the very least, yung NAOS talaga, ano pa rin nila, terrain pa rin nila tong icebox through and through.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Icebox especially, a couple of their members like Eman really stepping up sa huling mapa para siguradong papasok sila dito sa upper finals. And I feel like it's one of those reasons why NAOS is such a strong team, because they can really adapt to any situation and all their players are very good.
Honey Glaze?
Hello.
Kung andyan ka na, lapitan mo yung mukha mo sa camera, tapos pikit ka 3 beses. Ay?
Oh,
Beautiful
grabe.
eyes. O, kwentuhan mo naman kami. Kwentuhan mo naman kami ng mga karanasan mo, mga reactions mo from yesterday's series dun sa mga recaps na nakita natin kanina.
Hindi ko masabi kung sino yung mananalo or from the series na nga ng ZOL and ng NAOS. It just only proves to us na kaya pa rin talagang balagbagyan ng NAOS lahat ng pwede lang ibigay laban na nga dito sa ZOL. But then again, we saw also the series between Oasis and JustUs. Ibang klase yun dahil kahit papaano masasabi natin we're always on the edge of our seats dahil muntikan pa yung Oasis sa lahat ng mga pwedeng i-overtime sa kanila ng JustUs.
Pero kung tutuusin, di ba, dapat ganyan talaga yung mga resulta. Kasi pang ilang araw na natin to sa playoffs, di ba? And nakita naman natin sa tournament format explainer kanina na familiar yung bosses na nag-e-explain. Sinabi doon, ano ba yung at stake dito? Road to VCT Ascension. So, kailangan ilabas na nila lahat ng kailangan nilang ilabas na strats dito. Wala nang atrasan sa kung anong mga desisyon na gustong gawin ng mga teams natin dito. At talagang kailangan ipanalo na nila yung mga series nila throughout this. At to paint a better picture of all of this, bakit hindi natin tingnan kung ano ba yung status quo natin pagdating dito sa ating brackets? Kahapon nga, nakita natin 2-0 etong Oasis Gaming. Talo yung JustUs, which does bring them to the lower brackets. But ito, Honey Glaze, yung NAOS, since sa 2-1 din nila yung ZOL pupunta dito sa baba. So, ang upper finals natin ay Oasis NAOS, and at lower naman ay JustUs and ZOL.
Definitely another series na lagi tayong familiar to begin with. Oasis and NAOS, it's not new to us anymore. Pero what's new to us, it's still yung ating defending champs ay nandito nga on the lower bracket. Which is at least masasabi natin may momentum na lang sila going on forward to the grand finals still. But still, wag natin kakalimutan, JustUs pa rin naman itong makakatapat nila. Lloyd Lim has been phenomenal yesterday. So what more can they do dito naman din sa lower bracket na kung saan nakakatakot lang din syempre kasi wala nang iba pang bracket after this.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure for sure is on that lower bracket side kasi ayun nga, tama sa sinabi ni HG. At least Oasis and NAOS, they might have a second chance on things, but with the pressure rising for Just and ZOL, especially because both of them have been playing so well, it's gonna be interesting to see, and honestly, it might go down to just a map pick.
Map pick pa nga yung basis mo para dito. Pero without the map picks dito, Fluffy, just looking at the schedule that we have today, sa tingin mo ba, puro 3 maps yung makikita natin? Kasi personally, yun yung nararamdaman ko, pero gusto ko malaman yung vibe check sa inyo.
I mean, honestly, I have to agree with you kasi Oasis, they win a lot, but they always go 3 maps. Now, they're very clean, so we can say game 1 goes 3 maps, and for game 2, you just never know because bigla lang Just Us starts killing 3 or 4 people around with Par Scofield playing Reyna, and then so far it just extends and extends.
Totoo. Parang hindi mo masasabi kung kailan na nga ba sila uusbong ulit to put a period onto a map. Dahil, ayun nga, bigla nga gumagaling sa ating mga duels itong Just Us. But then again, Oasis and NAOS probably goes into a game 3 dito sa unang series.
Parang sa first series pa nga natin, mas nakakagulat kung hindi tayo umabot sa map number 3. But
Totoo.
with that said, guys, i-introduce na natin ang unang team na hihimay-himayin natin at i-discuss natin. Eto na, since day 1, Oasis Gaming.
And our first team, of course, Oasis Gaming. They've been here since day 1, but they've never had a more perfect start up until this split. After some growing pains, they've really formed into a team that not only shows its bolstered structure, but also how on point these individual all-stars can be. But the big question is if all these efforts to get back in this form for this El Clasico matchup will be answered by NAOS, because this is one of the, it's more like the build up for this entire split for them to make it for the first time to the international stage. It's something that NAOS has done previously, and I think right now it looks like Oasis Gaming is headed in that direction as well.
I'm scared for Oasis Gaming though dahil nakadapat nga nila yesterday yung Just Us. Yes, it was clean 2-0, but I don't think it was clean enough nung nakita na natin yung na-witness natin lahat-lahat yung overtime nakuha nga ito ng Just Us. There are times na mas nagkakaroon pa ng dominating factor yung mga rounds leading or halves coming in from Just Us. So what more can NAOS do? Lalo na't nakita na nila yung ganong klaseng scenario against Oasis.
Well, I guess for the side of NAOS and Oasis dito, sabi nga ni Fluffy kanina, sa map veto magkakaalaman later kasi dun pa lang matatansya mo na. Fun fact for those who are watching right now, itong susunod na team na ipapakilala ko, hindi pa sila nagpapakita ng Ascent buong season. Imagine nyo yun, di ba? Salamat
Grabe.
kasi ako gusto kong walang Ascent. Please lang, pakitanggal muna sa rotation yan. Pero without further ado guys, sabi nga nila, now is the time. At ngayon, kilalanin na natin ang NAOS Esports.
Although it was a solid run para sa NAOS and Oasis sa lahat ng mga nangyari back in the group stages, we can say na kryptonite na din, nagbistulang kryptonite na rin naman na sa isa't isa nila dito ang NAOS Esports. NAOS with Papi Chulo has been really phenomenal when it comes to the clutches. Let's see now kung kakayanin niya nga ba ngayon maging pillar for the rest of the gang here for NAOS, especially na Oasis ang bukod tanging nakatalo sa kanila here onto split 2 ay pwede bang magkaroon ulit ng pagkakataon na maulit-ulit yung ganong scenario.
Yun talaga yung tanong kung makakabawi ang NAOS Esports. Kita mo naman sa picture pa lang, handa silang bumaril kahit parang 3 members, yun lang yung post nila. And it looks like cool, calm, and collected pa rin sila to prepare for this match. I mean, they mentioned in an interview previously that they just prepare for whichever team, and I'm sure that they have extra preparations when it comes to Oasis.
Natutuwa ako dun sa player cam today ng NAOS. Yun na ata yung nakita kong player cam nila na hindi sobrang zoomed in yung mga mukha nila dun sa mga monitors sila. Parang ito na yung pinaka-furthest na nakita ko when it comes to Ja and kay Papi Chulo. So, happy to see that. Pero ang ganda rin ng mga points nyo dito. Mahirap talaga matansya when it comes to these two. Ano na ba yung current standings natin for this season? Nakailang wins na yung Oasis, nakailang wins na yung NAOS. May idea ba kayong dalawa? Kasi parang neck to
It has
neck
to be
lagi.
close to 9, I think, for Oasis.
Kung anong
Grabe.
dami ng wins ng Oasis, -1 lang kasi isang beses lang natalo yun na.
Okay! At least alam na natin, di ba? Ang sakit naman pakinggan ng facts. Pero ganun talaga yung stats natin dito.
12.
Anyway, 12.
Yun.
Ayun!
Ano yung score?
12. 12. Panalo sila lahat.
Okay. Tamo,
So, 11 sa
lutang
na.
ako.
So 11 sa NAOS.
Sorry. Math kasi. Pero ito nga, no. Kanina minention nyo nga din, si Honeyglaze, hina-hype up niya na naman syempre si Ja. Mr. Consistency rin when it comes to NAOS Esports. But on the other hand, si Marky naman yung napaka-consistent din pagdating sa Oasis. I mean, Fluffy, you know the guy. Head-to-head player natin siya ngayon alongside Ja. At kilalang-kilala mo kung paano rin ba yung training arc neto ni Marky going to this point.
I mean, grabe talaga yung improvement ni Marky over time. He used to be like the star duelist for Oasis, and it's nice, honestly, to see him recently back on the Jet. There was a period na puro iba-ibang roles. Minsan siya yung controller, minsan siya yung initiator that they were trying out. But so far, him playing Jet and just flexing to every other role seems to be the perfect fit for this iteration for Oasis.
The differences between these two teams, head-on collision ang gustong mangyari kaagad ni Marky. Kumbaga, siya yung mismong magbibigay ng space. But then, Ja also does the same, pero siya yung bistulang plan B. Kumbaga, siya yung bahala sa mga lurks. He will be able to penetrate into mid-side parate na magiging second problem pa ng kabilang teams dito as he diverts every attention available sa loob ng mga sides. Dahil, syempre, who would think na nandito pala si Ja na always late to the presence kapag may mga duels na nangyayari inside of the sides.
Yun nga dito ako natutuwa sa dalawang to. Coming from their main duelist role, lipat dito sa mga more support roles, kayang-kaya nilang i-adjust whether it's the pacing, the impact, yung lurk potential nga. Ang galing nung seamlessly transition nila dito sa mga roles na to. Yan yung commendable talaga dito sa dalawang to. But ayun nga, pinagharap na natin yung mga key players natin, pinag-usapan na natin parehong teams, which means ito na yung pinaka-vital part netong discussion na to. Honeyglaze, it's time for our map veto. Syempre, sinabi ko kanina, walang Ascent. Sana panindigan niya ng NAOS. Pero for you ba, ano ang dapat i-ban ng either team?
I love this day. I love the series kasi probably both of the teams either mag-agawan na lang sila sa pagbaba na nga ng Ascent. And isa sa mga probability dito after the map ban sa gagawin nila is probability na lumabas yung Abyss kung hindi nila ipa-priority pick ito on the next ones.
Ayun lang. Nawala agad ang Abyss. Ayaw talaga ng NAOS, and obviously it's kind of expected knowing that this is one of the newer maps, and between a team like, well, both of them that's really been playing this game for such a long time, dun ka talaga babawi sa mga sobrang sanaya na mapa. So I feel like Oasis, they have a good chance to steal away at map number 1 surprisingly, or unsurprisingly actually. Tatanggalin nila yung icebox because, I mean, if you look at NAOS game yesterday when it ended like 13-4 or 5, it was just not where you want to be if you're playing what looks like to be a finals game.
Okay, now that Ascent is open though, Fluffy, do you think Oasis is gonna take this opportunity without any VODs from now, syempre, pero parang double-sided coin kasi siya, no? It's either hindi nila pinipick kasi di sila confident, or hindi nila pinipick kasi ayaw lang nila i-reveal, di ba? What do you think is gonna happen dito, Fluffy?
I mean, to be honest, feeling ko naman kaya ng NAOS on Ascent kasi sobrang sanay sila even on their previous teams. And even as NAOS itself, Bind being picked by NAOS is going to be interesting because that's been one of the bans that Oasis has been prioritizing. But back to the question of Ascent, I feel like it's very possible, but Oasis, they don't have the best record on it either.
Exactly, yeah. Hopefully na hindi nga nila i-pick yung Ascent. But then again, it's also a big chance for them to secure. But yun nga, pinik pa rin nila. But oh well, we're going back to the OG maps na kung saan this is kind of leaning towards into the winning conditions ng NAOS Esports, if I may say.
Binati ko. Sorry, Aki. Go, Fluffy, as you were saying.
Well, Sunset going to be removed immediately after. NAOS does not want to deal with that. They had a real rough one against ZOL. It was the map that they lost, and I can feel like those struggles just wasn't fixed overnight, so it's a good idea for them to take it out. That means that Oasis has priority in picking the ban, which means that they decided. But this is a weird one, taking out Haven.
Exactly.
Lotus tayo.
But again, yesterday naman kasi maganda rin naman yung naging playstyle nila yesterday for NAOS rather nung nakalaban na nga nila yung ZOL. But the difference is, that could have been a best chance for Oasis na manalo palalo in this best of 3 na pwede nga sila makapanalo in their map pick and then push this into the Lotus map na kung saan it can be even a 50-50 pa kung sino bang pwedeng lumabang doon with their momentum all throughout this game. Na for sure, dragging ito, ang haba na pwede mangyari dito most probably.
Let's
I mean, for me,
real.
it's like 50-50 chance on
Exactly,
Lotus.
that's what I was gonna
Wouldn't you rather
say.
take the 50-50 on Haven since you're probably better a little? I think slightly for Oasis. It's like 60-40 for me.
The entire map, Vito, while I agree yung bind is potentially NAOS-sided siya, nag-i-improve na yung Oasis dito. Oo, nagsistretch out yung mga games sila. May nakikita tayong mga overtime. Pero pumapalag na sila kahit papano pagdating sa bind. May struggle lang talaga. So, mas struggle pa kasi NAOS yung makakalaban nila. But then yung next map natin, Ascent, wala tayong info sa NAOS right now. May magbabago dyan, di ba? Yung Oasis, meron na tayong background kung paano nila laruin to. But Lotus pa nga is the ultimate 50-50 in my opinion. So, I have zero clue kung saan mapupunta tong series na to. Baka ikaw, HG, mas may idea ka kesa sa akin. Total, medyo... Ay, mali rin pala yung prediction mo kasi akala mo bubukas yung abyss kanina. Sige, baka lang may intelligent guess ka dito.
I think there's a possibility na pwede ito mag-2-0 in favor of NAOS in case na hindi nga na maging maganda or hindi mai-stretch out ng Oasis itong bind and going into Ascent pa na in which sabi nga ni Fluffy earlier na hindi rin, it has been really rough para sa side ng Oasis. But then, if ever man makuha nga ni Oasis yung first game naman, this can still be a 3-game series talaga.
I mean, to be fair, yung map number 2, I feel like is really the linchpin of the whole map pool, right? Because it's easy to say na Oasis bans bind all the time, so probably it's better for now as map 1. But on map 2, to be fair, recently sa split 2, they haven't lost a game. It's just a weird stat to look at kasi parang they haven't really lost, so everything that they'll just win. But looking at the longer history of Oasis, since most of the core members are the same, that's where it kind of gets iffy at times.
Totoo. Saka, yun nga yung minention mo rin. Ang interesting na yung pinik ng parehong team for the first 2 maps is yung instaban nung kalaban nila. So, something has to be cooking. Diba? You have to let these guys cook. Yung mga coaches nila, plinano nila yan. Pero for us dito na nanonood at nag-aabang kung ano ba yung niluluto nga nila, nakakakaba siya tingnan. Para sa mga nanonood dyan, sabihan nyo kami ano yung thoughts nyo, predictions nyo dyan. Do you think this is gonna be a NAOS-sided veto or an Oasis-sided veto? Let us know in the comments. Pero dito sa panel, I think it's about time for us to start our predictions. I-lock in na natin kahit it feels ultimately 50-50 dito sa series na to. I will start. Kasi hindi kasi halata kung sino yung ipe-predict ko, guys. Kaya nyo bang hulaan? Hindi, wag na. Baka mabait ko na naman yung sarili ko sa mga maling hula nyo. I am predicting that Oasis will win this, but I think first map goes to NAOS, map 2, map 3, Oasis.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with that one as well. Map 1, Bind and Oasis, not always the best match made in heaven, so they might struggle, but you never know, baka naman they have something prepared because they knew that they're leaving it open. But still, map number 1 for me, gonna go NAOS. The rest, I think, is gonna go for Oasis. Maybe this is just 100% biased, but I really hope Marky makes it all the way because he really deserves to make it to an international stage.
I saw both of them play yesterday kasi in different series. Masasabi ko talaga it has been really rough para sa Oasis after taking down JustUs, even though it was a 2-0. So I'm predicting NAOS for this series dahil there's a probability, there's a chance na baka sakaling makatapat na nga nila ulit yung rat coming in from Papichulo and Ja from NAOS.
Alam nyo guys, sa lahat ng beses na nag-panel ako dito, ayaw talaga ni HG nakakasama yung predictions ng dalawa niyang kasama. Laging siya yung naiiba. Edgy yan.
Quirky.
Ano ba yung isang term? Kalimutan ko. Basta yung gusto niya, may sarili siyang hilig, ganun.
Yeah.
Hindi ko maisip yung term, may term doon.
Sige.
Indifferent. Parang ganun.
Wow.
Tama ba yung definition ko ng indifferent? Ask natin si Raph the Thesaurus.
Pahingi naman ng konting big words, please.
No, okay,
Never
no
mind,
daw.
no pala.
Sorry, wrong use of the term. Pero yan, may sariling prediction si Honeyclays. So for us here sa panel, it's a 2-1. Parang yung maps lang natin today. Feeling ko talaga 2-1 ang kalalabasan. But it's gonna be a long day ahead of us, guys. Let's talk about the first map, guys. So ang pag-uusapan natin, syempre, ay yung bind. Composition-wise, is anything gonna surprise us today, Honeyclays?
Well, to be fair, Harbor naman ay napakita na nga yesterday, but I don't think Harbor is the best pick here on Vine. But feeling ko for Oasis, I hope that they have feeling ko nga wala talaga magbabago since again, this is Bind. Hindi mo pwedeng basta-basta lang din magbigla na lang din mag-iba ng kanila magiging agent comp eh.
Yeah, I think I have to agree there. They're probably going to end up sticking with the Sky. They've tried one experimental comp this entire split 2. Tas yung na-try nila yung ISO Clove, dun sila natalo. But ever since then, to be fair, they've won every single game. So maybe there's a bit more confidence in their Bind.
Yes, sa Bind nga eh, no? Double controller versus
Diba?
potentially double duelist. Diba? Possible. Hindi na talaga natin masasabi eh. Pero ang masasabi ko kay Direk, tapos na kaming mag-predict kanina. Kaya, tara na, let's get the ball rolling. Masaya
Reyna
tayo
race,
dito.
no?
Dalawang Oasis, isang NAOS tayo for today's panel. At Bind pa nga, ang hirap talaga matansya. Sorry guys ha, kasi hindi ko siya, kahit sino sa amin, sobrang 50-50. Kahit pa nilock in namin yung predictions namin, this could go either direction talaga when it comes to these two teams. But again, Bind, Ascent, Lotus, kayo na bahala guys sa ating mga teams out there. Ang hinihingi lang namin is give it your all because ito ang El Clasico na gustong panoorin lang lahat. With that said, casters, oras na para kwentuhan kami.
A battle that is a tale as old as the birth of VCT PH and dubbed as the PH El Clasico. Two teams, despite their many iterations and versions throughout the years, they always seem to meet each other at the very end. You know, while stage 1 felt like a story skip between the two, today at the upper bracket finals, Oasis and NAOS will continue their rivalry in a BO3 series, as the winner will move on to the grand finals, which will take them closer and closer to VCT Ascension Pacific Tokyo. Welcome everybody to day 2 of the playoffs. My name is Riku, joined by Raph, and we're all very excited to bring you the action for this series. Raph, how are you doing?
As you mentioned, excited is an understatement, but aside from that, I feel like the air today is different.
It's so different.
We were talking about it. I feel like the nerves are not just there for us or not just for us,
Yeah.
but for the teams, for the stakes that they're playing for. I mean, you said it in the intro that I'm sure you came up with on the spot. Brilliant you. This is for Ascension. This is a shot at, again, representing the country. It's heavy.
It's very heavy. Even though there is, you know, that lower bracket waiting for you, you definitely do not want to be on that spot. You want to get and secure the grand final slot right now in this series. And this will start off first at Bind. And Raph, we talked about this, their win con. You took a look at the stats for Bind and you said, wait, Oasis feels like this is leaning towards them a bit more.
Especially with, you know, they've had more reps on Bind. They've looked a bit more impressive as of late. And again, now, despite their success, the only teams that's really landed a dent on them is, well, what we're looking at right now. It's Oasis. You know, the panel talked about maybe experimental comps, maybe trying something out, you know, throw a curveball, hit them off rhythm. But no, both teams going for something tried and tested today.
They don't want to take any risks whatsoever. As you said, the stakes are just too high to try something new. And at the moment, when we looked at the records, right, it was 4-1 Oasis, as they have more sample games over here at stage 2. But for NAOS, it is a 2-1, only 3 games played. But when they went up against each other, it was NAOS at the very top. Both teams are going to start now with the pistol.
Incredible set play already as it gets going. Ja, obviously, with the opening kill of the day. Welcome to the playoffs.
As soon as the barriers dropped, it was go time. Oasis now going on to B. Plant not yet there, but it is going to drop soon.
A lot of players still trying to get onto the site here as Emma doing such a good job of holding everybody off. Survives that exchange, but Marky's here to clean up. And Oasis, despite having a numbers disadvantage, are trying to burn a lot of time, but their players, they're dwindling, they're falling. And now it's looking much more confident on this retake.
Very true. Like 3 versus 1 onto elbow. That's a very overwhelming push, but the retake is going to happen in waves at the moment. They find Savvy's head, and Dubstep is going to get cornered, and the pistol goes to NAOS.
I really appreciate that. You see the playoff intensity
Oh, yeah.
off the bat. You saw the
yeah.
set play. I think it was Marky from attacker spawn, throwing out that lineup, and you saw just how proactive NAOS was to prevent this type of, I would say, rhythm setting.
Yep.
And again, we're in the playoffs, guys. You know, I feel like we're still at a loss for words for what we're feeling, but we're gonna get
because
there.
it feels like the grand finals, even though it's not yet the grand finals. I can feel chills. I know it's not like the kind of chills that's like, what's the word? Like it's like so cold, even though I'm sweating. That kind of chills.
Oh yeah. And I'm sure there's a favorite player there somewhere on the map that you would love to root for all the time. But now it is an eco that I wouldn't be surprised if now convert.
Especially with a stinger in hand for Emin. Not having the flash out, quite dangerous. Even getting a kill onto Wits and Savvy. Big kills from onto Long, rather. It's a lot of angles to cover.
It is, and right now they're trying to be as careful as possible. Helios just denying utility, trying to crawl up, scale up every other way here. So far, there have been no cracks in NAOS defense, and again, they've been using their utility to pressure out Oasis. They only really have Marky to have a semblance of a fight here with the Sheriff, and it looks like they're gonna try again. Emin gets tagged, and he'll retreat.
A good decision. They already pretty much dealt a lot of damage already. But we'll see if Oasis can take 1 or 2 for the next round. And welcome back, everybody, here at the VCTPH broadcast. We apologize about that one, but we are working on some fixes, and we're going to bring you back to the El Clasico action.
Yeah, we would love to get you back right into the map as everybody was locking in, you know.
Yeah,
but I'm so glad there was a warning. Okay, guys, we're on standby. I was like,
yeah, it's on standby.
Okay,
it's on standby.
we're fine. We're going to be on camera. But again, apologies, guys. You know, I think everybody's aware that there's a lot of things happening currently, especially with our weather. So
Yep,
we'll
true,
take that
true.
into account. We
Yeah,
have
please
no
take
official
care,
word.
everybody. Yeah, please take care, everybody out there affected by the typhoon. But at the moment, you know, it is very interesting. You could correct me if I'm wrong, but every single time that I sort of watch these Oasis games, right, it feels like the pistol round is not exactly their best strength. It does feel like it takes a while to get them warmed up. I feel like NAOS, right off the bat, can start really explosive. The fact that their pistol round was so overwhelming. It felt like they came in at swarms. They went from short and then bam, surprise. We're here at elbow, by the way. And the way that they move is just really fast, which is... I remember a match at Oasis, Raf, when... was it up against Cardi World? Where they had a hard time at post plant. They couldn't reach their post plant positions in time because Cardi World was just too fast. It felt very like a similar situation.
Yeah, considering NAOS is not a team that's historically been quick on some things, but when the execute comes, they're very swift. Like you mentioned, they're very well refined. And you did say Swarm. I should really try Swarm. I heard it's very good. But going back to the game, guys, because Pistol... You talked about how Oasis can be a little shaky on the pistol, which I find really interesting, right? Because Oasis is a team, at a mechanical standpoint, very, very sharp. You look at Marky, you look at the rest
Oh,
of the
yeah.
squad. Kelly's, despite, carrying the weight of calling a lot of the shots, plus, again, everybody, Wits, from top to bottom, they are going to click heads. They're going to
Yeah.
be very good at it.
For sure.
At the same time, NAOS historically have been one of the most dangerous teams with pistols in general, whether it be the Sheriff or the starting pistols. They have been so sharp, and I feel like that's been such a big help when it comes to starting good, because
Yeah.
there are times where NAOS can have a little bit of a stall in their play style. So having those buffer rounds is a big help, especially in a competition like this.
In such an important match like this, just as you said. And honestly, I felt like there was a couple of lessons learned after their first meeting at stage 2, especially at Sunset. It did feel like they could take that series at the very last point, because I feel like every time we do interviews with Oasis, right, it felt like the post plant would always come into the conversation. The post plant felt like no matter what team that Oasis was facing, it felt like they would really struggle in that department. And I feel like NAOS is definitely one of those teams that can punish a shaky post plan. So hopefully, after the group stage, hiccups when it comes to that sector of Valorant, hopefully they're able to repair it. Because I feel like out of all the teams in VCT, NAOS is the strongest when it comes to punish for that.
You sure know a lot about Oasis, Rico. I wonder why.
I wonder why.
But those are all very valid points. The thing that I want to highlight, aside from the pistol strength and all that you have talked about, is something that I've griped about when it came to Oasis, right? There was just a period of time where you would watch Oasis and they would play with zero heart. But lately, they have been clawing their way back from, I would say, a really shaky split 1 into a not so good start for split 2. And, it's just been up from that point onwards. Noticeably too, you've talked about it, they've had a lot of overtimes, and again, they have just been so solid when it comes to being mentally strong and being ready for whatever that comes their way. And maybe it's the added veterans, maybe it's a change in coaching staff, maybe it's a change in approach of the game, but no matter what they did, no matter what change they implemented, it's been working.
Yeah, it's absolutely very clean for them. When we talk about NAOS, right, I think it was Fluffy that brought it up. The panel has brought this up on how when NAOS wins, it's super clean. Like, it's super clean 2-0s and stuff like that. So you can really see the consistency. I think this is definitely one of NAOS's strengths. And I feel like they just don't want to what's the word? Prolong the series itself. They want to make sure that if they have the lead, they want to keep that and just secure that win. And I feel like this is a big contrast. I'm going to talk about Oasis again. It's because they have a lot of differences. Oasis in the group stage had every single team that they've had, 5 out of 8 teams, they've had overtimes. The only overtimes that they did not experience is NAOS, Tyrant, and Old Stinky Cat. So, but they've won 100% win rate on all the OTs that they've done in the map. So it might be a cute little statistic, but it's exhausting if you push through that barrier against NAOS.
That's true. Again, you go back to what you said about the punish play by NAOS. They're so clean with it. And in turn, I really think it breaks teams down. Like, when you feel like you're doing your executes properly, when you feel like every piece of utility has been quote-unquote efficient for you, but NAOS finds a way to really seep into the gaps of that play and just destroy the other teams. And why I'm bringing this up is because Oasis, like we talked about, they've been through so many overtimes. I feel like they've transformed into this team that's almost unbreakable. So the longer this might go, we might actually be demanding more perfection from NAOS instead of us demanding Oasis to be, sturdy.
That's definitely a fair point. And as we take a look at the scoreboard, it is NAOS still winning the bonus of Oasis. Kelly S gets a frag here with a collapse. Savvy, though, already has infiltrated A. Hiding upon the smoke. 3v4 situation. Trying to buy time using the silence, but with 30 seconds on the clock, they must hurry.
30 seconds left.
Time is winding down, and they need all the space they can get. Kelly S with the Guardian and Xavi with the Bulldog. They can do some damage here. But now, once again, they are playing perfect. They are not giving anything away, Riku.
Not at
They
all.
are just chilling in the back lines.
You really need to play this properly. 10 seconds. They're planting
10
in,
seconds left.
but is denied by the random sprays. They're not able to plant the spike just yet. They're baiting them. They're baiting them to peek.
Players remaining.
Kelly, yes. 2v1 situation with 30 seconds on the clock, and he's not revealing himself. And NAOS wins through time.
Boy,
What?
once again, NAOS, they are trying to bleed Oasis out with absolute perfection. If they get one, they are just gonna play their numbers and they'll keep punishing any overextensions. Oasis, on the other hand, not a great start to them. In fact, I feel like this is the first time we've seen them go 0-4 as an opener.
Yeah. I think the most is like a 3-0,
don't-
but after that,
Yeah.
beyond that, they usually get a score on the board. But yeah, it was 0.30 seconds, but Papi Chulo was way all the way B. So you cannot do anything at all.
Once again, NAOS setting up a very aggressive defense at the start, trying to poke away at Oasis and maybe get a stray kill. But they're not giving anything away. They're not too eager about it. They're not impatient at all. They're using every bit of utility to space this out. And Oasis, they're welcome to just lose this much of the map. They're also waiting for that small misstep, that one mistake from NAOS that they can jump on. And this could look like the first fight of the round, Riku.
This could be it. Kelly S leading the charge. There's gonna be a flash in. They get the flash and Papi Chulo gets the kill. Even a double. No way. No punish. Dubstep. Getting a trade, at least even one.
They'll take everything they can get.
Whew.
Trying to crawl up again, but they're traps here. It's hard to choose what's the strong side or the weak side for NAOS, as they have full control so far of Bind, and even the teleporters are not
30
safe.
seconds left.
Does look like there's going to be a player peering down that sideline very soon. But NAOS, again, they know they have a slight advantage here in terms of numbers and maybe health. So they just won't give an inch to Oasis. Meanwhile, time is running down, Riku. They have to pick a site. They have to hit it hard and fast.
Might be a little deja vu here now, forced out because of the showstopper. There's the drop from Marky, but unable to find the kill. They're taking a look at Elbow. Savvy, but with 5 seconds, again, time is not on their side. You're gonna be forced to plant, but there is no time at all. And now, it is a 5-0 start for NAOS and a 4K for Papi Chulo.
No more doubts. We're ready.
Papi Chulo, the entire stage 2 has been an absolute animal. He's been carrying into team after
10
team.
seconds left.
And, you know,
10 seconds left.
Papi is on the older side, I believe, of the players. You know, we like to joke about it that NAOS are one of the older teams when it comes to their cores. But it seems like they're hitting a different prime again. It feels like they're hitting a stride that we haven't seen before. And Oasis, they are feeling the full brunt of it right now. It does look like they have enough to buy up. They do have a Viper Spit to just try and make a stronghold somewhere. Dubstep, obviously, with the Orbital Strike, could make something for his teammates, maybe a bit of space. But now they're sitting pretty, they're sitting comfy. And if you noticed in that previous round, Riku, they knew there was not enough time for the plant, but they didn't swing too early, that there could be a giveaway, there could be a free orb to take. No. Patience again, and absolute perfection in the first 5 rounds.
Exactly. NAOS is playing so well right now. The way that they're not baited into, they're just basically very patient in their plays. They know what to do, very disciplined. Oasis, on the other hand, always seem to be pressured for time at some of these of the 2-round straight that we've seen so far.
2 round straights, dire straights. Doesn't feel like Oasis can pick which one they would really want to experience right now, as they are getting clamped up. Another kill by NAOS. And Oasis losing one of their controllers and losing a huge team fighting ult as well, Riku.
Yeah. The smoke as well, incredibly important. And now Oasis will have to just rely on the Viper wall at short. But nonetheless, everything is still pretty much open. A flash now initiated. Papi Chulo's gonna drop from 2. Still trying to reposition. But with 50 seconds, again, the time here for Oasis, they don't have a lot.
It feels like these rounds are going by so quickly. We know
Yeah.
they're bleeding out the time, but the tension even at the start is...
Yes.
It's palpable, you know.
It
Oasis
is.
right now, they need an extra step. They need a second win. They can't let NAOS get a lead because, again, NAOS is so good at protecting that. Look at Oasis again. They have an aerial theft. They're waiting for that stray.
30 seconds
Right
left.
now, they have to use that wall that you mentioned. They have no choice but to commit to A. But look at NAOS. They are stacked up all towards B. So in a case of brute force, this could be the opening for Oasis.
This could be it. They gotta watch out for Ja, though. Remember, it's always been the type to ruin things. Exactly like right now with the triple. And the orbital strike as well as a cherry on top. Kelly Wits, the only one left, gets the kill, but without the time, there is no victory on this round. And now it's with a 6-0 clean start for them.
Ja is the bearer of bad news. He is in a white trench coat and he is an absolute monster. I can't even fathom the patience you need to just sit in that corner, wait for that pit, and potentially get swung on by 3 players. Oasis. Look, guys, I know you have an O in your name, but you can't do this.
True.
Come on now.
Very true. Now they're back on the eco. Going to be a little bit difficult for Oasis here. And that's the thing, right? Oasis, every time they picked Bind, it would always be extremely close. But when they went up against NAOS, it wasn't a victory. But let's take a look at this fast execution. Moser just gets the headshot onto Savvy 8K. Nexi hiding upon the smoke, but will the Seekers find the rest of the members of Oasis? There's an eco as Kelly getting a kill here. It's a very messy position. And now Kelly a little bit sandwiched here by the rest of the members as Papi Chulo will finish the job. It's -2 members from NAOS and it's a 7-0 for them.
Lucky number 7 for NAOS. Talk about sandwiches. I really dislike the fact that we are watching the undoing of Oasis in these rounds. Because, again, if we start from round 1, we had a really aggressive pinch from short. NAOS dominated that position. And for some reason, Oasis have not put early pressure on that ever since. And slowly but surely, across 6 rounds, they have been pushing up. Hookah consistently getting more and more space. So it really is up to Oasis to challenge, to wrestle this map control away from NAOS. Otherwise, they're falling into a trap. But Dubstep gets a trade and replies, giving his team a lifeline for this round.
An important trade for sure. And I think that's the biggest question mark, like, right? When we would look at the previous matches, when they would lose 2 members too early, it's either, Marky, Kelly S, or Savvy trying to even out the odds. You get to see a couple of multi-frags from Dubstep and Wits. But I felt like that sort of combination, we're not exactly seeing that so far for the past 8 rounds. And for NAOS, they're just really good when it comes to consistency, especially when they gain the momentum at the very beginning.
The thing is, they've been pocketing these players too in decently safe positions. They're not necessarily going for a wild challenge.
Very true.
Again, NAOS, they're so good at finding these gaps, and maybe there could be one here for Oasis as they blow this side open.
Exactly like that. What they were looking for. And Dubstep getting the plant in. And this is the opening that they so require. Remember, I mean, it's 2 versus 4. But the post plant, let's see how Emin and Papi Chulo play this out.
That is a very, very big question and a big ask for them to keep this perfection. Doesn't look like round number 8 for them is very likely as we have so much post planned here. The last, we cannot doubt Papi Chulo. We cannot doubt Emin. Both of them have had clutches on their own, Rico.
Yeah.
But look at this crossfire. It's almost unbreakable.
It's very unbreakable. Every angle covered. And it's Oasis trying their best to gain momentum for themselves as well in this round.
This is the start.
This
is exactly what they needed. This is step 1. And again, you see NAOS, they crawled up, they tried to inch away at map control again, but perhaps it's them biting off more than they can chew. Oasis, they still retain the rocket, they still retain the orbital strike. They have a lot of things to use to break open NAOS. NAOS again changing up their defense. It does look like there's going to be a bit more tension towards mid. They would want to initiate the brawl here. Kelly S, he feels it. He feels like something's coming.
He could rest easy, at least the Sky. There's not gonna be any flash with him in case Mojo decides to push. But either way, that's two people waiting for that particular angle.
Oh boy, again tension, palpable.
Tension.
Trying to break into this Rico, but again, they are slowly but surely giving away map control to NAOS as they've crawled up. It does look like NAOS have stagnated a little. They've chosen their power positions. Look at this. Savvy and Eman, they're dancing and they're teasing. Ooh. Come on, guys. Don't
They
do
are.
this.
I really think they learned from the previous round where, okay, pushing might not be the best idea. I think Oasis is waiting. And I think this waiting game is what is the most time-consuming thing on the side of Oasis when they are on attacking. And Savvy, the right timing indeed. Seekers now utilized by Oasis. They get to find and most likely get the plant in.
30 seconds
The adjustments are finally coming into play here. Oasis getting that opening frag. As NAOS, you talked about how quick they are on their executes. And this could be the start of that too.
It's gonna be a little bit troublesome with Hookah now out in the open. They have to watch their backs. They are now potentially sandwiched. But because of the smokes that they have, this might give them a little bit of solace. Trying to check in. Ja with a kill onto Kelly S. 3v3 situation. And an orbital strike coming from Dubstep. And a headshot before the orbital strike continues. There is the Molly onto Garden to stop Dubstep from peeking. He is now having his own Molly lineup for himself. And the Brimstone is gone. Oasis gets their second win.
Looking a little dire there. Maybe too close for comfort for Oasis. Again, they try to claw their way back onto this map. We talked about the heart. We talked about that resilience that they've developed. Showing not losing to some of these early peaks anymore. They are very much adjusting to this pace. Again, Dubstep, the hero of that round, dropping the orbital stripe. Plus, the Molly to just buy out the time. We've seen it happen before, but I feel like that's probably one of the most interesting Brim 1v1s we've seen so far.
Definitely. It is quite they're very exciting with the Molly versus Molly usage. But here we go. Round number 10. So far, NAOS has not been dwindling on the guns department. Every single round it was a buy round after the money that they've saved up, winning 7 straight rounds in a row.
Realistically, they still have 2 more buy rounds after this, or 1 more good buy round plus a broken buy on the next. But again, they have the room to eco, they have the room to work with, and Zavi has been discovered by the Trailblazer, and he is getting spammed out. NAOS again showing their aggression when it comes to taking control.
Exactly. Kelly S gonna jump over Jen. Not spotting out the one, but he knows somebody is there onto left. Wait a minute. Okay. Wait, did he die? Oh, killed by Wits. Either way, 4v4 situation. Plant is about to go down soon, but still unsafe as Nexi pushes. Eman with a second kill to follow. They get the plant down, but Dubstep quite in a very tough situation. Unable to leave his post. Pretty stuck there. We'll try to ease in. They're looking at bats because of this mini... What? Crossfire, if you will. They have to clear bats. They have to clear shorts. There's a lot to clear here. And the veteran duo ship reigns supreme on this round. They get their 3rd win in a row.
I can't believe they won that.
Yeah.
You know, after Kelly S and the world's slowest Raze rollout, you know, hey dude, I love you. That you're amazing. You're great. But that was once again the slowest rollout I've ever seen. And despite all of that, they got their space. Again, it's just that awkward positioning by Oasis that NAOS couldn't really handle, especially with the timing they chose. And now Oasis making this a realistic 7-5 after getting absolutely bodied for 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
It does look like they have a pep in their step.
They've managed to take their momentum back. And perhaps they could make it a 4-round win in a row. We'll have to see. Looks like B. will be their point of attack. They know somebody is at the corner. Emin is right there. He knows, but the blind will blind everybody pretty much. It's Wits deals first blood. They get the plant down.
And it looks like Oasis has the download on NAOS. NAOS, they've once again used up potentially their gas tank here. A huge numbers advantage on the side of Oasis. 3 rounds to their name, but if we're looking at the last 3 that they've won, it feels like they're leading. You can't peek into Nexi. You already know the rules. Don't do it anymore. Crossfire's being set up here.
They are able to do it. Killias though with a triple kill. Papi Chulo gets another. Savvy, the only one left to clutch this down. Papi Chulo has Molly, sees the head of Savvy, and they're able to deny that 4 rounds straight. Raf, I feel like that elbow is just really, it's just hell for Oasis.
Really is, you know, elbows are dangerous, whether it be Muay Thai or Valorant. And to quote a good friend of mine, that is an inch and a half. That is such a disgusting hold by Nexi. And
True.
you know,
True.
there's something surreal about watching Nexi obliterate Oasis in the playoffs. There's just, that's a lot to wrap around.
I agree. It is such a death elbow on the side of Oasis. It was a good post plan, but the retake is just too much. Let's see what they plan to do this time around. Do they push again?
Oh! I thought for sure Wits had that free kill there, but
Same.
again, there are the rules.
There are the
You
rules.
cannot peek into some of these players.
Exactly. They were trying their best. But now it's about a bit of a broken buy. Gets a free upgrade for the side of Oasis. Looks like B is another answer from this multiple choice. Ja, remember, he has ruined the plan once. He can do it again. Mojer with a kill. There is the neural theft activated as they will travel towards A instead.
Seems that they've outmaneuvered each other here now, so they are spread out, and Oasis have an almost uncontested plant here. Does look like they've played super compact in these last few positions that perhaps now surrounding them could be their doom. Again,
Exactly.
Puppy gets one.
It's like a Bermuda Triangle kind of thing right now. They have to clear the one. Baz, look at Kelly, yes, very aggressive, but they're able to escape nonetheless. Orbital strike to prevent the plant as Ja travels to Babs, and now they're spraying through the smoke. They don't know. Kills Dubstep. Ja again, being the warrior that he is. Nexi with the half! Secure, but Kellyes ruins their plans. It's still half. Kellyes in the corner. Now he has to guess. Papi Chulo, does he know he's towards his left? He doesn't know! And Kellyes clutches it for Oasis.
Clutch after clutch, situation after situation. Oasis have been getting by the skin of their teeth, despite having these slow starts to the round, at least in terms of bragging.
Player standing.
They've been finishing strong, Riku, and again, for a very rare and uncharacteristic moment for Papi, there seemed to be a little bit of panic in that jump out.
Yeah, there was. I think, I'm not really sure what happened. Maybe there was no time to reload. Maybe he thought that they were in the close corner. That's why, you know, having the pistols out. But it was a tough climb for Oasis, but nonetheless, they were able to close it out with a 4-round gap. And now we're back to the swap here. Let's see how they do.
NAOS now trying to lead the charge into this attacking side. Oasis have a very different approach. They leave their Cypher utility on the opposite end with their Viper, but there is trouble brewing in B long as damage has been done, Riku. It does look like they're not ready to commit to B just yet.
Not yet. A potential teleport play could happen. They might jump into the loving arms of 2 members as Wit steals first blood. Still, we'll back away from Elbow instead. Not being greedy for any sort of other kills. I like this.
There's indeed a lot to like, and perhaps more things to dislike if you're playing on the opposite team. This again, playing the numbers.
That's crazy. Nexi, 13 HP. Having to deal with the paint shells. Having to back away now.
They're backing away to try to gather any consolation prize as Oasis holds strong.
30 seconds left.
once again, those traps have still not been procced by NAOS, so they could very realistically walk into it if Oasis choose not to peek this at all.
Exactly. I think Wits again might do the peeking. As Nexi is pretty much low already. Happy Chulo, the only one left with 12 seconds on the clock. Maybe a kill would be nice before I go, but nonetheless, Oasis wins the second pistol of the map.
This is looking quite competitive.
Yeah,
you know,
7-0 start, dude. What?
I gotta say, I was holding my breath for the first half here.
Yeah.
Again, I think at the start of the season too, NAOS have just looked so impressive and have consistently done it. You talked about it time and time again on how they haven't really dipped in power level. In fact, they've only been rising. But Oasis, it's been a wild roller coaster.
Yeah.
Much like any other Oasis run so far.
It has been a massive, you know, adjustment and improvement. Couple of changes from stage 1, from a lot of the revenge run onto stage 2. But let's see here. It is the eco of NAOS. Let's see how they're able to take a few guns here and there. But the up and down setup onto short may prove to be quite scary for Eman if he does lead the charge.
That's right, the high-low. Simple, but very, very effective. As Oasis, once again, I really like that both these teams are not overextending by any account. But hey, you said, what value can they get out of the classics? A lot, apparently.
Yeah. Able to take down Kelly S here, but there's two long. Back away instead, because someone might be up, but that's gonna be a no.
Could be a no. Could be yes. They're already here, so they're trying to get as much out of this. You know, I mean, we know it's an eco. They're just trying to get the damage done and whatnot. But Savvy again in a very, very used spot already, I must say.
True.
Both teams have been using that spot a lot.
Agreed. Kelly has used that earlier as well. It's a 2v3 situation with Nexi having an upgrade. This could get dicey really quickly, but with 13 seconds now, Nexi's pressured to utilize all of this. -2 on the side of Oasis, but it is no sweat with a 2-round gap between the two.
All things considered, that was great.
Yeah.
By NAOS. I mean, again, classics, they only upgraded one, so they will go into this gun round largely intact. Now, I'm a little worried for NAOS. They haven't responded very well in these last 5 rounds or so. What does the magic 8-ball say? Does this scoreline stick to 8? Or will it eventually pace forward? Now, we are entering a bonus, so very realistically, they can take this away. At the same time, we've seen crazier things happen, especially Oasis being decently armed here.
Especially, it feels like their strength in general, any map, felt like it falls onto defense. It feels like they really like to be on the attacking first and then just come back afterwards on the defensive mark. I think that we've seen that constantly as of recent, and it feels like a pattern for them. Even if a map is like what, attacker sided or defender sided, I feel like this team in general has that kind of strength, and now we'll have to see how they break that sort of fortress that Oasis has built so far.
It's pretty much Ivan Drago and, you know, Rocky again.
Is that a
will break
boxing
you.
reference?
You don't know Rocky?
I know Rocky, but the other names you mentioned, I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Ivan Drago is, you know.
No,
I think it was
do not know. I just know I am the tiger, and that's it. I'm sorry.
Ivan is probably one of the most iconic Rocky villains, you know. It doesn't even end up a villain for the entirety of it all. But it looks like we're gonna go for the execute here, Rico.
Let's see here now. Both of these teams are the heroes of their own story. Wits, though, brought to low, 4 HP. But NAOS is able to get the plant down, and I think it is what we expected, especially on the bonus.
How have you not seen Rocky 3? That's the best one.
I will eventually watch. Oh, the death elbow here. Eman and Nexi, a duo of death. And it is now all up to Marky to see if he can damage the eco a little bit, but he's kind of trapped here.
I believe this is very James Bond situation.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh wait, no, that's Mission Impossible.
Rico!
I just keep striking out.
It's okay. Oh,
Oh, that's okay.
watching Marky get obliterated like that is... Where'd he go? He disappeared.
I know.
But again, I can't believe you haven't seen Rocky 3. That's easily
It's
the best Rocky.
okay. It's alright. You
Because
know
it's
what?
the perfect analogy for this.
I feel
You know,
like
early rounds were Drago all the way with masterful technical skill, I guess, for the time, and a lot of power, a lot of haymakers being thrown, and Oasis really taking it on the chin. So far, later on, especially in the second half, we see Oasis rally, and perhaps it's not about how hard you can hit, it's about how hard you can get hit and get back up, you know? That's also a Rocky reference, Rico.
That's true, yes. I totally understand now. With the 7-0 start that NAOS did, and always bridging that gap into a 3-round gap, now at round 16. Very important and big, what do you call this, comeback for them. But now, is them pushing their space instead. Oh my god, Nexi, no way! Even a triple! Surprise! They all peaked, but... Wow, Nexi is crazy.
You know the rules!
Yeah!
Don't peek Nexi!
Nope. No.
You can't do that!
No. Ja, on the other hand, has his own plans in mind, but Savvy having to win that duel, very important. And Dubstep and Savvy are gonna save instead.
My goodness, downtown,
Nasty.
Nexi with a splash.
Yeah.
And, you know, Oasis, I thought that trick wall was like, oh man, this is genius if it works.
Yeah.
But that's just the problem. It didn't work, unfortunately.
It was a very big read. The first, the second, and the third. Nexi with the precise shots.
You know what? There could be two outcomes to that. It should have been... Or it could have been like, wow, this is such a nice wall. It's such a funny wall that maybe NAOS would not expect.
Yeah.
And maybe get caught off guard. Or, wait a minute. Why is there a gap in the wall, guys?
Yeah.
And I feel like it's a mix of both.
You'd
at the
question
same time-
it. You'd be a little confused.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
there's
like-
something funny going on.
You know, if I were any smarter, walls aren't supposed to have gaps.
True.
You know, at least Viper walls.
True.
Or, like I said, it could have been a trap play. It could have been something. But sometimes when you cook, not pay attention, food gets burnt. Timeout on the side of Oasis, I think this is
Very
great.
understandable.
Yeah, they need this momentum back. Because those last two rounds just, boom, gone.
Yeah.
In a snap.
The thing is about Oasis, it feels like this spot is a very familiar spot for them. I think as of recent, well, at least in the playoffs, it feels like it has been more of a comeback story time and time again with these maps and with, I mean, even talking about the overtimes. And of course you do not want overtimes as much as possible, but it feels like when we talk about the 6-time overtime, 100% win rate, has won every single OT, feels like a statistic that they're proficient at. But at the same time, when you're up against NAOS, it's gonna be tiring, very exhausting.
I was looking at a cute dog on the internet and I got
Aw.
distracted. Jokes aside, I agree. Like I said, right, NAOS have this sustained perfection, and
Yeah.
sometimes they do stall out, and we did see that great stall perhaps already pass. And they're back to just chipping away at their opposing, or the opposing force with, again, blistering perfection, Rico. What can you
Yeah.
really do? It's like, oh god, it's so demanding to play against this team that, like you said, it could potentially burn some of these teams out.
Exactly. Especially at a high-stakes game. Almost about to release. Caught out of utility, perhaps. But the flash is gonna scare the players at Hookah away. Gonna smoke them all out, and NAOS will just move along.
Truck along, move along. Have to find an opening yet again. As the same is being done to them. You know, both these teams running that 2-on-2 to absolute perfection, and Ja wants to play spoil sport again.
Woo! But instead, it's Savvy spoiling their time. Remember, it is a bit of a broken buy on the side of Oasis. 40 seconds on the clock here. Decide to teleport. Marky's the only one there with the wall, with the utility. Do they check to their left? That is the question. That's going to be a no. Doesn't get the second, but Poppy Chulo retaliates. 3v3 situation, and it is a Stinger and a Vandal. And on top of Tube, as Savvy gets a peek. 1v1, plant not done.
Doesn't have a flash, doesn't have anything, Rico. They have to do this old-fashioned way, and time is running out. However,
Exactly.
Edmund will get a free plant here. Hold down.
Here's the drop. Exactly, gets a plant, goes up to Tube. Does he know this? It's the waiting game. It's this, the mental game. And Anon wins that one. And now NAOS is 11-6.
Oh, dear me.
Oh, dear.
It doesn't look like the panel prediction is panning out the way that we or they would have wanted it
Hey,
to.
they said 2-1. They
I mean,
said
2-1, yes.
They said
But it was 2-1, right? They were like, yeah, now it's gonna take first map, but Oasis map 2-3. That's right. Look, Isaac, remember.
Well, remember the overtime statistic as well.
That is true. That is true. I mean, again, Oasis, I'm the one that's been championing the resilience. Yet
True.
I'm being a doubter.
And Oasis now with Kelly S on the operator. We've never seen this so far on defense. It's going to be the first time. Will this pay off?
I mean, that's a good question that they can only answer themselves, but look at this again. That's dead.
Whoa!
The peak.
And the peak, very worth, but a little bit of damage onto Kelly S, but that'll just be healed up nice and tidy, question mark, by with. That's all good.
Scout destroyed.
Is it though?
Is it though is the question.
Cage trigger.
Again, it does look like NAOS is throwing so much just to get across a short here, but they haven't even gotten rid of the Cypher traps, so they could be strapped for time if they can't find an opening elsewhere, and that's exactly what Mojer's trying to do. He's only 2 away from that rocket. If he gets 1 pick here, then it would be infinitely easier for his team, but unnecessary damage, Riku.
I know. It is. They get information at least, like manual information on where they're at. I don't know if they've spotted the hookah player by Marky. He's been jumping up and down, but I've never seen a peek before, so we'll have to see. Mojer's ready for the shot.
30 seconds left.
Oh, man.
Switches.
I can't blame him, honestly. And now the wall comes up.
20 seconds.
Again, it's been immaculate. Look at the execute.
It has been. Oh, Emendo and Ja, the tandem, the pain on the head with 13 seconds now. They have a lot of time with the space now being opened.
left.
Up to Ja, up to Savvy and Dubstep, but they're forced to save. They're forced to save on this match point for NAOS.
I like this call. We've been to 5 overtimes. You know what I mean? All teams we took to overtime. Do it again. Why not?
Oh boy. It's a tall hill to climb. 6 rounds, 6 points. Whew.
That is a lot.
It is
I mean,
a lot.
I hate that. Well, not really hate, but I feel like the rounds in Valo can be incredibly deceptive because I feel like people don't take into account that losing a pistol. Let's just start at round 1, right?
Yeah.
Losing the pistol means it's a very high chance of losing the anti-eco, right? Because you're obviously saving plus the bonus, so you've already forfeited a 1-round lead, and then there's still a realistic chance of losing the bonus. If you lose the
Right.
bonus, then you'll have the eco. Oh, Raph, but you know, in my lobbies, hey, you're Ascendant. You know, these guys eat Radiant players for lunch, dinner, and snack time without a warm-up. Come on, guys. Let's not beat around the bush here. These are completely different worlds. Come on now. That's my one shot at Twitch chat. You know, I'm sorry, guys. We know we love you for the most part.
We love everybody. I mean, indeed, this is a completely different level. And we keep talking about high stakes because this is where it's at. And I think NAOS, you love steak, me too. And this is exactly the team that we keep talking about, the El Clasico. It is truly this. Let's see now. It is more of a fast execute here on the side of NAOS. They're not waiting around. Nexi with the trade. Trades all over the place. 3v2 now. They gotta rotate from the other side. Viper's
Pit
fifth,
just to
even to secure. Crazy.
That's a lot.
That's a
NAOS
lot.
want this map to end. They just don't
Yep.
want to deal with this anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. They do not want to go to the next round. They want to secure, go next. Let's go Ascent. That you've never seen before in 5 months, but we'll talk about that later. It's not yet over with 2v3. It is Kelly. He can pull off a miracle. We've seen Dubstep pull off some clutches as well as yesterday. But with the Viper's Pit, with no flash, no initiator, you're just forced to crawl onto the space. You get to watch the one at long. Dubstep gets the kill onto Nexi. No Viper's Pit anymore. 2v1 situation. They have time. Orbital strike. Dubstep is defusing. He doesn't get it to half. They don't have a lot of time now. And he gets the kill. No time. And that is it. Bind goes to NAOS. Starts the series in a 1-0.
Oh boy, that is, again, maybe according to the plan as the panel predicted. At the same time, you can see NAOS pretty happy.
Very.
But let's not forget, the job is still not done. This is still, a 2-map, potentially a 3-map series. There's still a long way to go, all things considered. But again, we are hoping for Oasis to bounce back and stand tall.
Exactly. It is, you know, it wasn't quite in plan. I think this is what we talked about at NAOS, right? When they win games, it is clean. They do not allow any sort of comebacks. They do not allow any sort of like scares for the fans. It is going to be a very clean finish. And I felt like that 7-0 at the beginning really hurt Oasis on the second half.
Oh yeah, it really did. Again, there's an amount of rounds that you can give and it's acceptable because you are really prying and trying to get as much info as possible. But the way that they were losing those rounds were, like you mentioned, right, was just detrimental. They weren't necessarily denying any of the map control that NAOS was trying to enforce heavily. In fact, you saw them getting crawled and scaled up on by the defending team very consistently. Although they did have a very impressive swing at the latter half. But ultimately, it was a good try, but not enough for Bind.
Very true. The fact that NAOS, the first kill stat, right as we see right now, is very it's a very large factor on what led to why this was very difficult for Oasis. Every single time they would try to push or try to get a 1v1, and NAOS would always find first blood. Mojo was getting these very big first bloods. I believe maybe even Ja sometimes when they're already on the site at the very first half. It was very difficult to break down the defenses. Exactly this clip. And that's exactly why it's so hard. I mean, second half, Nexi, triple kill onto Long. Crazy stuff.
It feels like if NAOS can maintain a big man advantage early on, then the round felt like it was almost done. Oasis did have impressive like crossfires in their post plants and just clutching it out. But at the same time, you really cannot rely on your team to clutch it out almost every time, because that just means that, yes, clutching it is really cool, it's fun, it's great to watch, but at the end of the day, you are clutching because your team is at a disadvantageous position. You just don't want that to be the case for most of these rounds. And like I said, right, sorry to cut you off, I know you were really excited.
Go ahead.
But anyway, you know, Oasis, they've grown out of that, I guess, being mentally stagnant at times. Much like how you've outgrown your chair. It seems that you've really...
Excuse me, it's a different chair this time around. I'm in somewhere else now. I'm at my parents'
I'm
place.
so sorry.
So anyway.
That was something I had to throw.
Anyway.
Rapid Saver is the one to choose.
Still try this because their economy is so broken.
I think save might be the right call here.
Oh my.
What?
Happening here. Papichulo has himself on a great spot. Gonna be able to take down Tree. And that is gonna be enough for... Wait, another 4K? It's like only one satchel for Full X to play around with. And he still has a lot of things to work with. Young Pork out of the smoke, got to kill Full X. All in his hands, the 1v2. He got one. Great man, clap on the head, and Full X is gonna be clutching it.
Party World scrambling to get something going here. 8 seconds left. Astro does get one. Now he gets marked, and I would say that's done and dusted, but he gets one more. Low HP. Hello. Don't peek.
Don't even try it.
Oh my god.
Micro and Pathman hand in hand gets kills, and now they are just gonna push through. NAOS loses their footing. They're still not committing on that defuse. Gonna be seeing one, gonna be seeing another. Poppy Chulo gets the 4K.
Get the ball. Fallex though, the paranoia is gonna be perfection right now. 2 versus 2. Fallex bells them all.
A lot of value, a lot of shots connecting already. 1-1 from far, and here comes the showstopper as well as the fire finally gets it. Oh no, the 4K.
I hope it's not gonna be the same as the last Lotus game. Right now, Dizzy, too confident forward, goes for the kill, denies the showstopper, fights the flash, gets the 3K, make that for his dad and ace. No, it didn't happen, but it was still a win for OSC.
Lurking on the side of OSC is Owen Cutie a little light on the utility to close the gap. Do they check? He still gets it.
He does.
Maybe gets a second.
That's not gonna be it, though. One's gonna come from heaven. The paranoia is not gonna hit anyone at all, actually. And look at that! Jumps towards Jen. Still able to find that shot. 4K, will it be a 5K? To take it to 11-10. Now he knows where the last member is. Owen, will he get to clutch this? Yes, and an ace for Owen Cutie. Meow.
It is a very long series, and maybe somebody could get a cheeky kill through the smoke, but they're just not equipped to deal with this. They might have to vacate.
Oh my.
Or
oh dear, Aeonix is on fire there. Aeonix with a triple as well, and Aeonix kind of wants an ace for himself. If Owen gets one, I want one too. Now trying to find the last member here with a classic.
I like it.
Beautiful.
I like it a lot.
Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you go, yeah.
But still, Food is chiming in big, and still Subversive are putting up a great fight. But Kakarot is even bigger for this one. He knows where the angle should be. He gets up on top and he delivers death from above. Kakarot going super.
And now he's down. Lloyd Dream with a kill and make that a second. Itchy solo, literally all alone. 40 HP, body shots, and it's a 13. Oh,
Now be all alone. A 1v2. That's the call. Kevzy. The angle's good.
Wow.
Swing from Zind will secure it. 4 for Zind as ZOL get on the board.
Shot from York. Kelly F is going crazy. At the showstopper, at the fight against 2. The clap is going to be there. He has to fight them. They're both hiding, and they have to take the angle. They are not planted for them. York is going to fall down.
And we're back over here at the English broadcast of VCTPH. We're still in the middle of a very important series for both teams of Oasis and NAOS Esports. NAOS Esports is now 1-0 in this BO3 series. And if they win the next one on Ascent, they will immediately go to the grand finals. But it's not over yet. As we said, we're heading on over to Ascent for a chance for Oasis to take this series back. My name is Rico, joined by Raph. I'm really excited about what's to come, Raph. What are your predictions? What are your expectations here, dude?
I mean, I'm just expecting Oasis to fight back at this point because there's just no chance that they're gonna allow 2-0. You know, this is supposedly, like you mentioned, a rivalry.
Yeah.
And it's only really a rivalry if it's not one-sided, because if it's one-sided, then it's just a beatdown.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen Ascent from, NAOS in God knows how long now.
5 months.
You brought it up. 5 months.
5
wow.
months.
That's a
Split
long
1, Split
time.
2. They've never played it at all.
Either this is going to be the godliest reveal of a strat or a comp, or we are going to see why they're banning Ascent out.
Yeah.
But historically speaking, right, if we look at the old core for NAOS, they were never necessarily bad on Ascent because ultimately it is a map that's very fitting to their style of play. Very easy to punish, like you mentioned. You know, there's a lot of avenues and a lot of dead zones on Ascent that NAOS can use to their maximum potential and whatnot. At the same time, since it's a little more defaulty, a little more mid-round oriented, I'd say Oasis could do really well here too.
I think so too. I think during Split 1, they've got, glaring issues when it comes to that map. They've had a couple of difficulties. But I think Split 1, they are now starting to pick it. It used to be something that they would usually avoid. They would prefer to play maps like, Bind, Sunset, Lotus, and stuff like that. But Ascent wasn't something that they've shown up until, I think, at the playoffs. I felt like they were more of like, oh, if the other team picks it, it's okay. But now this is an actual active choice. They want to play Ascent this time around, and I'm really, it might be like a, just as you said, high risk, high reward. NAOS could be planning something in secret. Like, what do they have in mind for this? Because they've never again revealed or played it at all in Split 1 and Split 2. So it's just that element of surprise that could strike Oasis at the back. But Oasis, on the other hand, a lot of practice here on, tournament games here on VCT. So that might be the other upper hand that Oasis can get.
That is very true. And again, sometimes it's really the reps that make the difference for some of these teams, because obviously every team is going to know how to do the basic execute, the basic idea of how the map is going to breathe. But it's really just those small things like, for example, that small corner in bench that was used quite a bit. It's those small details in a map that can make or break a great team or a great performance in this case. So I'm really excited to see how they approach this map, how they understand this map, and are we going to see something different in terms of composition, so on and so forth, because let's just be real here. Ascent, don't get me started.
You can get started, actually. I think we have a little bit of time. And again, it is Oasis's pick here. Are you about to rant or explain what is about to happen here? What's about to go down?
Self-control.
Self-control.
Just breathe. You know.
Yeah. Well, there are a lot of shiny moments when it comes to Oasis over here at Ascent. They were able to clean up a lot of what we said in the past, that they struggled when they went up against JustUs. Because remember, they did lose against JustUs at the exact map at Split 1. So now seeing them, finish in a more cleaner approach, I feel like this is definitely a huge improvement. Really shows confidence why they picked up Ascent. And I feel like Oasis, it feels like they are picking up a lot of new maps as you know what I mean, right? Like, once the split progresses, they're always like, oh, they're really strong at Split, and then all of a sudden, oh, they're really strong at Sunset. Oh, Lotus, Bind. Oh, what's going on? So I feel like maybe Ascent, they kind of want to put that into their back pocket as well coming into the series.
Yeah, I mean, it is seasonal for a lot of our teams too. Like, you could say some of our teams against Split.
Yeah.
The NAOS score at one point were very, very good at Split. And then, a few months past, the meta changes. It doesn't necessarily gel well with their playstyle. And those are the type of things that happen. But going back onto this map, this Ascent of a map, this mirage of a map in more ways than one, what I mean by that is sometimes you feel like there is a very clear winner in terms of fundamentals, but it just doesn't pan out the way you would expect. It ends up being a lot closer, or it ends up being a stomp in some cases. And sometimes we have to remember that some of these teams, like, let's just say, right, team number 1 and team number 10, the gap is not as big as people think, but it's big, like, fundamentally, like, aim, everything, obviously Ducks, they're pro players, they're gonna be good. It's just how they operate as a unit is going to be the biggest problem. But now we're arguably going with team number 1 and team number 1.5. It's still really close. I can't even really say which team is better at this point.
Exactly. I think when we look at the strengths of, like, each, or what led them to victorious series wins, it is when we look at NAOS, when we look back at map number 1, it was a lot of multi-frags coming from, it was a combination of two, actually. Big First Bloods and as well as what do you call this, multi-frags coming from either Nexi or Ja. The first half was just so important. I felt like that 7-0 was just really hard to come back from. Even though you were able to close the gap into a 3-round gap, that will still hurt you coming into the double digits. It feels like mistakes were not allowed anymore, because again, out of all the teams here in VCT PH, NAOS is the one that really will hammer down the punish if they can.
And you know, like you said, if they're playing from behind, that's a whole different set of protocol that they have to adjust to. And then you have to play ahead, so everything changes by the minute, by the round, so on and so forth. And playing against a team like NAOS, like you mentioned, which is very, very efficient at punishing and just demanding perfection from the opposing team. It is so taxing in a long series. It's also taxing for NAOS, but how much more when they have the lead too, and you're not demanding more from them.
True. It's the comeback potential, right? But again, Oasis, while they're very familiar with being on the lesser point at the very beginning of these few rounds, when you're up against NAOS, it's going to be a different story. They've, as the panel have said, we will try to reiterate that all their victories have been very, very clean. They wanna, once they get to the double digits, they will not allow for any comeback whatsoever. It feels like they have a step-by-step plan to ensure that this will not happen at all. So for Oasis, on the other hand, on their end, it is the only map that they lost to NAOS, at least for this stage, is Bind. So twice in a row now. They won against their Sunset. They won against Sunset against NAOS. They've won their Ascent. Sorry, not Ascent. Sorry, my bad. Lotus as well. So Ascent is not something that we've never seen before for this particular matchup at all.
But that also kind of brings me to the point, or to Fluffy's point earlier. Like, why would you take the 50-50 that is what was it, Lotus? It was one of those maps where you could just take the better chance at taking Haven, knowing Oasis is really good at Haven. But like, it's one of those things where, like, maybe in hindsight, yeah, but sometimes you just can't rely on that. You know, you just have to wait for it to pan out, because again, there's just so many factors. You never know which one of these players are gonna pop off whenever they're gonna have, you know, maybe a career game and whatnot. And that being said, I think everybody's just excited to get this show going. We are really sorry for the delay, but you know, rest assured, everybody's getting on it. You know, Prod's working on it. And, you know, we are just excited as you are.
Exactly. I mean, don't worry. Like, we, just as you, Raph said, we are sorting it out and waiting in as well. I'm sorry, I'm really distracted by a fly to the left. But
really, where?
On my end, there's a fly to the left, but it's gone now. I shoot it away. But when we talk about win conditions, we talked about NAOS's win conditions, at least for map number 1. Nexi and Ja being super explosive, Mojer being such a big factor when it comes to the first blood potential of NAOS. And just as you said earlier, Raph, if they get first blood or the numbers advantage, they will not let that lead slip away. They will secure the round. They know how to convert rounds through these kinds of advantages. On the side of Oasis, at least as of recent, when they went up against JustUs, it's always very close. It feels like they're losing the first blood game. Like, I think that's what we've noticed so far, especially Lotus. It feels like they would lose 2 members very early, but here comes Marky, here comes Kelly S, and here comes Savvy AK doing a triple kill. A lot of these multi-frags. And it's one of those questions, I suppose, that, you know, it's like, maybe there's something else that they could do, you know, minimize that first blood potential against them. I feel like that's where they truly struggle so far. But the clutches, the 1v2s, the triple kills, the multi-frags, I feel like they really have that. But the first blood is, when you go up against NAOS, is where they will definitely struggle with.
Well, you know, I will go back to my point where you kind of have to be a really complete team. You can't let go of those first bloods, because first and foremost, that's one of the most prominent win conditions that NAOS have. You know, they're gonna 5v4 and whatnot, but at the same time, guys, we've done a lot of nerding out. But for now, we will go on a very short break. But when we come back, hopefully it's the start of the game. So stay tuned.
Food Saver is the one to choose. Yeah.
Save, or will they still try this? Because their economy is so broken.
I think save might be the right call here.
Oh my.
What? Be happening here. Papichulo has himself on a great spot. Gonna be able to take down Tree, and that is gonna be enough for. Wait, another 4K. It's like only one satchel for Full X to play around with. And he still has a lot of things to work with. Young Port out of the smoke, got to kill Full X. All in his hands, the 1v2. He got one. Man, clap on the head, and Full X is gonna be clutching it.
Now Party World scrambling to get something going here. 8 seconds left. Astro does get one. Now he gets marked, and I would say that's done and dusted, but he gets one more. Low HP, hello! Don't peek!
Don't even try it.
Oh my god.
Micro and Pathman hand in hand gets kills, and now they are just gonna push through. NAOS loses their footing. They're still not committing on that defuse. Gonna be
Oh
seeing
my
one,
gosh.
gonna be seeing another. Papichulo gets the 4K.
Like in the Fall X though, the paranoia is gonna be perfection right now. 2 versus 2. Fall X! Bounce them all!
A lot of value, a lot of shots connecting already. 1-1 from far, and here comes the showstopper as well as the fire finally gets it. Oh no! The 4K!
I hope it's not gonna be the same as the last Lotus game. Right now, Dizzy, too confident forward, goes for it, goes for the kill, denies the showstopper, fights the flash, gets the 3K, make that for his dad and ace. No, it didn't happen, but it was still a win for OSC.
Lurking on the side of OSC is Owen Cutie a little light on the utility to close the gap. Do they check? He still gets it.
He does.
Maybe gets a second.
That's not gonna be it, though. One's gonna come from heaven. The paranoia is not gonna hit anyone at all, actually. And look at that! Jumps towards Jen. Still able to find that shot. 4K. Will it be a 5K to take it to 11-10? Now he knows where the last member is. Owen, will he get to clutch this? Yes, and an ace for Owen Cutie. Meow.
It is a very long series, and maybe somebody could get a cheeky kill through the smoke, but they're just not equipped to deal with this. They might have to vacate.
Oh my.
Or
Oh dear, Aeonix is on fire there. Aeonix with a triple as well, and Aeonix kind of wants an ace for himself. If Owen gets one, I want one too. Now trying to find the last member here with a classic.
I like it.
Beautiful.
I like it a lot.
Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah.
But still, Food is chiming in big, and still Subversive are putting up a great fight! But Kakarot is even bigger for this one! He knows where the angle should be. He gets up on top, and he delivers death from above! Kakarot going super!
And now he's down. Lloyd Dream with a kill and make that a second. Ichi solo, literally all alone. 40 HP, body shots! And it's a 13 black and blue.
Gotta be all alone. A 1v2. That's the call. Kempsey. The angle's good.
Wow.
Swing from Zin will secure it. 4 for Zin as ZOL get on the board.
Shot from York. Kilias is going crazy. Has to showstopper. Has to fight against 2. The clap is gonna be there. He has to fight them. They're both hiding, and they have to take the angle. They are not planted for them. York is gonna fall down.
Welcome back, everybody, to the VCTPH English broadcast. And we're still over here in the middle of a very very intense series between NAOS and Oasis. As we've stated earlier, you know, NAOS is already 1-up in this BO3 series. We're heading on over to Ascent, which we've never seen before from NAOS, at least from Split 1 and Split 2. They've been carrying this in their back pocket, and Ja will be on the Cypher. Yeah. Yeah. I remember back in Kickoff, I think the recent a set game that I've seen, at least with Cypher, was in Pacific Kickoff, where it was, I believe, DFM that used this comp, but alongside the Vipers, they can mask the tripwires a bit better onto B. But the setup this time around will be towards A. Oasis is going to be starting on attacking, and here we go, map number 2, Oasis versus NAOS. Electric Boogaloo.
Down mid.
Exactly. The first blood stat still continues on the side of NAOS Esports. They peek through. Bulaga, they're not. Oasis is definitely not ready for that. Now it's all up to Marky. Now they're always already here onto mid. Marky gets a kill. Actually gets a flick onto the right, but the Cloudburst not going to be enough to save you. And it's a tussle on mid, but now still wins that pistol.
Knife deployed. 3 suppressed.
Yeah, it's about taking down any sort of free upgrades, making it surely a winnable round, perhaps. And Emin with a double kill. Savvy retaliates with a trade. The Papichulo is ready, dodges the flash, gets a headshot. Savvy another kill with a frenzy. With a jump peek, Modra at the ready on this Outlaw. Dash about to expire. Nicely done by the side of Savvy, but at the end of the day, the weapons are just too much. NAOS with a clean 2-0 first. The first 2 rounds.
This goes here.
Yeah.
That goes there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's going to be very difficult. Especially with the setup that they have. I mean, earlier at Bind, right, they lost their bonus. So hopefully Oasis is able to win this time around. Little bit difficult. Because the Cypher tripwires and everything is pretty much there.
It is there, it's very present, and you know, we talked about the value of every single player on the side of NAOS. With all things considered, that Outlaw and everything that they have is going to do a lot of damage.
Exactly.
Shift away slowly.
Very difficult start so far, but they get the space needed. Unable to clear Boathouse just yet. Kelly gets with a kill. John with a triple again! And now it's all up to Savvy and Wits. for this possible hold.
Planted.
And now they're pretty much trapped in here. Mojer with the Outlaw trying to spy out, clear the one by logs. Clear the one at B main. And unable, as Savvy gets that headshot, an important one at that, getting a double. And there's another aggressive peek, unexpected peek from Wits. And Oasis wins their bonus.
Ooh. Again, that's what we need. We
Yes.
don't want another 4-round swing at the start here just to keep Oasis afloat at this point. You know, there was a time on that Vine map where it wasn't super convincing for NAOS at least. But again, after that, big 5-round swing, it just went back to normal, I suppose. We are going to enter the first gun round here. And we did talk about the merits of having a Cypher and the merits of having a Killjoy. Number one, when that ult is up, it's going to be a lot of initiating, but no ult needed here, Riku.
Not at all. With a neural theft. As they said, trying to clear the left side of lane. But no one's going to be there. Only a tripwire.
Tripwire. That's honestly, that could be the doom of so many teams, especially the Jets that go for, you know, the switch play, get that map control and whatnot. But Oasis, again, reconsolidating. They have a lot of resources and they have a lot of time to work with. This time around, now it's not putting a lot of attention towards Tree, which has actually brought them success in the last few rounds. Except being very wary of this one-way smoke. Him being the Omen knows what this entails.
Exactly. He has Dubstep has been on the other side of the story on Wine with a paranoia and killing 4K. You gotta be worried about that one. Nexi able to spot out the lurk. Papi Chulo. Gun at the ready. Not the paranoia just yet, but I feel like Emin might be the one that does the flash. They don't check! Papi Chulo with the double! Kelly has melee trades though. They lose their smoke, which is incredibly important, especially if they want to attack A.
Oh man, like you said, that one-way smoke can be a sign of ill tidings. But it hasn't really stopped Oasis just yet. They planted themselves onto the side and getting the spike down. The retake again on the way for NAOS.
They need to relocate, but they drop. Savvy's lockdown, and they immediately destroy the one. Savvy again, can you pull off a miracle here? But with 8 HP, it's gonna be tough. And they destroy the lockdown. Oh, actually no, it will tick in, but they have time to defuse.
It feels like that lockdown was supposed to be an equalizer, but I don't think they wrestled away short, or not a short, sorry, Tree enough to warrant it. I mean, there were 3 on the side. Couldn't get
One enemy remaining.
again any picks there. Kelly, very wide and wild swing. Once again, try and make the most out of that situation, but I feel like it would have been a bit better if they hung on to it. After all, it's still very early.
Yep.
But then again, then you can also make the point that yes, you can still get the kills and the orbs for Xavi anyway. He's been fragging at a decently high volume, so why not?
Get back the lockdown. Able to spot out the blind! Mojer is able to kill off the cloudburst, but a quick trade immediately. Papichulo, and it's just red and green on your screen. And Amando just fully fills that out with his name. That's a triple for him.
All the colors in the world on your screen. It's still NAOS going high and above those aim duels. Bit of a splatter here and there. Oasis still trying to paint a picture for themselves, but so far they've only got 1 stroke down.
No way.
One enemy.
Yeah,
That's honestly an honest reaction.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
maybe he was just at the edge, you know, where the silhouette does show.
Yeah, true.
But at the same time, that sucks, you know, like...
Yeah, that's painful.
But you're supposed to be blind.
True. I think it expired at the very last minute. Marky, though, gonna get that winning entry. No one's gonna be there, though, as NAOS is keeping put.
Again, a lot of patience being shown here. Xavi a bit worried about an untimely swing.
Is this a lineup?
From the defending side.
From Ja? Spike drop. Quite in the corner of things. Or just an off angle.
Yes, no, yes. Probably both.
Yeah,
like,
little.
Maybe he's playing off his cam and just trying to go for the wall bang here. I think he might have... He does have a Vandal, so his wall bang could be very doable. At the same time, he's playing a good rotator position. After all, his traps and utility are going to be stacked towards B. And the rest of his team have crawled forward yet again. This is very reminiscent to Bind, where a lot of the early map control is going in the way of NAOS. Suddenly, Oasis gets sandwiched at the most inopportune time.
Exactly. Even Mojer dealing first blood again. Dubstep to get this down. Nexi with a kill though, but they've infiltrated their site. Marky with a kill. 2v4 situation here, and they take another one down. And now Marky, the only one left with a couple of HP. And Evan again, it's like deja vu, finishes this round.
It's deja vu, but it's not very deja vu for Oasis here.
Yep.
I'll make that reference before you do it. I could already hear it in the works.
Thank you for that, by the way.
No problem. For us, at the very least. Oasis again. Look, we know they can come back. We know that they can brawl it out and just really bring the heat in prolonged games. But stamina has been an issue that we've also been talking about. You know, NAOS demands perfection. Side of Oasis, it seems like this is incredibly one-sided.
Very true. Feels like they're struggling, unable to convert the important buy round so far. Only that was it the first round? Oh no, the bonus was their victory. But now it's a different approach. Catwalk it is, onto tree with their sheriffs in hand. Mojer again, the sole reason, or one of the big reasons, the first blood potential is strong onto NAOS' side. Able to cross, dubstep. But let's see if Papi Chulo is ready for this push. Able to Shrouded Step, and Wits gets a kill for that free upgrade of a Vandal. Nexi, though, being very aggressive. Has to look towards Jen, has to look towards main. Gets the head of Wits, and just spraying shots across the screen is very painful as Dubstep is able to escape. But for how long is his life still gonna survive?
I mean, he's one away from ult. If he can get a pick, he might just have a chance to steal that spike away. He can also... I dare you to jump again.
I dare ya. I dare ya.
I'm waiting for it.
I mean,
Oh.
1v3 situation, but everybody's pretty much looking at that angle. It's gonna be a little bit difficult. Lexi finishes the round 6-1. Very similar to what happened as we saw in Vine. Hopefully just the first half.
You know what? Maybe this map should have left... You know, never left the insta-ban.
One enemy remaining left.
At least if you're an Oasis fan. But now, they are very impressive on this map, and trying to see if they're doing anything out of the ordinary, but realistically...
It's Mojer, dude! Every time they want to visit a site, they get first blooded by Mojer.
It's the activity, right? Like,
yeah.
Activity is very much present. The way that they're presenting their defensive layout for everybody doesn't seem, again, too crazy. It's 2-on-2. We have a fast rotator. We have them not really playing any committed spots onto the site. But at the same time, despite avoiding the Cypher for the most part,
Yeah.
they can barely break through A. Like, it's worrying. They do have Hunter's Fury and potentially Dubsteps from the shadows to have that option later in the round. But talking about ult economy, everything is almost up for NAOS. They have Neural Theft, they have Hunter's Fury, very close to, well, not very close, but Null Command isn't going to be out of the question for too long. Again, maybe it's lucky number 7 for Oasis.
Perhaps this is indeed the start. I think the Cypher is a really good when it comes to defense, right? Like, versus an Alarm Bot and Nano Swarms, you kind of can tell where they're going to be placed, but the Tripwire definitely has more flexibility and less linear, even though it's a straight line. Sometimes it can be diagonal, I guess. But so far, when it has been triggered, Ja has taken full advantage of that Tripwire constantly, and the Oasis really has to respect that.
I mean, that's also part of being a Cypher player, right? You have to keep the offense guessing on how you want to, you know, lay your traps. So, with Ja being very active in mixing it up, it's just another problem to Oasis. They try to burn set traps here and maybe get a lot of utility out of the way. They haven't avoided anything here except Marky going for the dash.
Has to
But
pull
who's
out
waiting?
the gun. Exactly. Emin was super ready for that. And Nexi as well with Hunter's Fury. Evan with another kill. Savvy trying to salvage this round as much as possible. But Kelly Gas is already half HP. Savvy with a kill. Poppy Chulo eliminates Savvy. And now Kelly is trying his best. 1v2 situation with half HP. This could get very dicey, but with a double peek, it might be tough. He has to spike. He can convert this possibly as long as he is not seen. But they're already at the ready for this rotate.
You know, Kelly S must be praying to the heavens right now. Zeus, if you give me this clutch, my life is yours. Especially with those knives. Now, Kelly S and the body but Terminator looking to be a god of war. Making a mad dash towards tree and could have a massive flank here, Rico. They don't check, do they?
The glass that they check, actually. There's a collab happens. Is Ja. Nice read from NAOS. And they take this 7-1.
My thanks.
You just heard what you said?
71.
7-1. I really want this to be competitive. I really want Oasis to compete a bit harder. Again, there is the lower bracket. This
Still, yeah.
is not how you want to go out. And you know, if it sounds like I'm the one being demanding from Oasis, let's be real here. We've all been demanding of Oasis. This is an incredibly star-studded roster that has a lot of potential, even at an advanced stage in their career for some of them. But NAOS, they are keeping it simple. They're keeping it clean, and to an extent, it's scary.
Whoa! Able to at least get the trade off of Marky, and they lose that operator, but still 7-1. Still having a lot of gain, even if NAOS loses this round. And they get the tag onto Marky.
We got spotted out. Ooh.
Poppy Chula with a kill.
Again, despite playing relatively safe positions, Oasis, they just don't have any safety net at this point in time in terms of map control or map dominance.
Yeah.
Right now, they're stuck in no man's land here. There's 3 players. Not a lot of utility that they can use to scan it out. And now they know this. Look how composed they're playing. Look how tempered their expectations are of this round. And it does look like they're going to be setting up the crossfire at the right moment, in the right position.
Now they know this. Molly already unleashed. Marky, though, unable to see a thing as M takes advantage of this. Marky with a trade, wins, kills all over the place. And now it's a 2v2 situation. This is definitely one of the closest situations that Oasis would want to take advantage of.
That's right. Wit still has 2 shock darts and a hunter's fury, so he has every right in the world to play far. He jumps down potentially.
One enemy remaining.
1v1 situation. He drops down. He sees it. Wits at the ready with a shot. Thinks he's gonna go to the left, but it is towards the right. And Nexi with the 1v1. Huge here for NAOS.
Nexi, the unbreakable. He has been taking round after round away from the hands of Oasis, whether it be on the controller, whether it be on the sentinel, whether it be on the initiator. This man can do no wrong. The true percentage player of VCTPH.
Yeah, I know, right? Like it's like you have Mojer to start things off, and then you have Nexi as this, security blanket. If things don't go their way at the very first few seconds of the round, you have Nexi to rely on. You have Emin to rely. You have a lot to rely on the team. What can Oasis do to deter this? They're very confident. They're very aggressive. Dubstep with a double alongside Kellius, coming in huge. Decide to play aggressively, but they take it. Ja, the solo man at the moment, but it's still a 3v1. Josh pulled off some miracle plays in the past. Dubstep with 5 HP. Might use himself as bait. They don't know where Ja is. They're keeping him guessing, but this is exactly the round that Oasis needs in this map.
And sometimes heroes do wear capes and cowls. Dubstep giving Oasis a lifeline again into this matchup. It is only the first half, Riku. But again, number 1 on Oasis side is to avoid a repeat of bind. They cannot let this round lead slip away. They cannot let this round gap grow even farther. But this time around, it's been problem after problem. NAOS have had too many of their players online at any given moment.
Exactly.
Look at that.
Dude, Mojer, I swear, the first blood statistics is so leaning heavily on the side of Mojer. He just exits without punish. I mean, okay, 16 HP, but still able to escape and extend his life a bit more.
He got him with the yeet.
Yeah,
He just
I'm
like,
out of here.
guys, I'm feeling good. I'm gonna shoot good.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna swing good.
Yep. Exactly what happened, and time and time again, Oasis has received a sample of that strength, but a different approach in mind now. Marky going towards Market instead, onto the stairs. Gets a kill onto Emin, dodging every single tripwire as possible. But now it is all gone. 4v4 situation. Boathouse still not clear, but Oasis will do just that. Marky's still a menace. Decides to go, we'll bump into the roof! That's not what you want, but John finds the kill indeed. 2v3 at the moment with the Hunter's Fury. Delaying, stalling as much as possible. Dubstep over here at Cubby by the corner, and they buy a lot of time. Kelly S gets another kill. Now Poppy Chulo, what can you do? He'll try with 70 HP. Just getting distracted by a lot of the utility on the board. Try to spray him down, which is super low, by the way. Dubstep still in the clear. Oh no! The clutch from Poppy Chulo is huge for NAOS in a 1v3 situation, and they take this 9-2.
Clutch.
Poppy Chulo does it again! He's made history on this map so many times!
In the half.
Sometimes the villain has a cape on his own. Impossible situations. Again, he had that one before as a Killjoy years ago. And you know what? I was about to say he is the most dangerous player in that situation. And that's unbelievable. You know what? This is where you take off your analyst hat and just be a fan of the game. Because if you don't like that, you don't like VALORANT. What is that?
Yeah, exactly. What is that? Poppy Chulo. That is definitely such a big round for NAOS. Such a big clutch. 1v3 situation. Think it would be over, but not just yet. Let's start over again, Oasis has said. Let's take this 9-3 before the second half. There's a lockdown being dropped right now. It's complete silence. They have no idea where everyone's at. One is at hell. They're knives. Poppy Chulo half HP. They take him down.
They do. The numbers are still falling on the side of Oasis, and now they're trying to answer back.
Exactly. 4v3 situation here with better guns on the side of NAOS. They find Kelly S there. Mojer with 10. Does he take advantage of this? No, the right click not going to be enough as Savvy finds him instead. 2v3, a lot of chip damage on the board on the side of Oasis. A lot of body shots. It's going to be possible with the Phantom. Finds the first. Dubstep is gone. Of Savvy, though, taking advantage of his life. They find the second kill, and they finish the first round into a 9-3.
Undeterred by what happened, Oasis yet again break through and get another round on the board for themselves. However, this pistol is going to be monumental for them. This could be the make or break for the entire series. That is a lot of weight and expectation being put on their shoulder yet again.
Coming back.
Doesn't look like they're gonna bend it anytime soon, Rico. But this is an incredibly steep mountain to climb.
It will be. It definitely will be. Earlier, they had a 6-round gap before they won, round 12 on there to take it 9-3. And now, hopefully, they get to win this pistol to deny that double-digit pressure on your head for Oasis.
Oh boy.
Ooh, boy indeed.
Again, if it was palpable now, it is just in the air. It is pretty much at every round corner. The tension is constantly rising. Right now, Oasis can make no mistakes. You talked about their perfection on these pistol rounds. You know, NAOS could feel the full wrath of that. Play anti-flash too, so they've anticipated a small play here towards mid. But the question is, when do they actually engage?
Indeed, question. No first blood just yet. But Marky is there. Rather, Mojer is there. There is the paranoia. Can't see a thing. Ja, though, has the assistance of that. But like, take a look at Oasis. They're flooding in from Catwalk. They're trying to find the members right here and then. Savvy with a double K already in this round, evening the numbers. And now they're trying to iron out the site as A has been taken down.
Here.
The King of Blades, far from the Blade Storm that he would love, and even farther from max health. Oasis, they're trying to make the most out of the situation. They try to encompass NAOS. NAOS, they look to one side. They know there's only one vulnerability here, Rico, but they hide.
They get one. Ooh, the dink though from Savvy. He's coming in huge again, 4K. Now boiling to 1v1. Sova versus Sova. And Wits win this matchup. And now they win the pistol. It's for Oasis.
Wits has had a quiet performance on that map 1, but now he's trying to make some noise and get his team back on the board here. It's already a good sign for Oasis as they can take this early advantage on the second half rather. And it would be no surprise to me if the force would come out for NAOS. But knowing them, they're a team that would like to keep it at a decent conservative buy here. It's really just Ja going for the 6-shooter again. I will reiterate, that Outlaw is going to be a problem for anybody peeking Marky.
Very true, especially at mid. Are they ready for this? Maybe they are. You've seen it time and time again. Maybe it might deny some of the first blood potential of Mojo. I kind of want to count the first bloods in the series in particular. We'll get to that after this series.
Here.
We will. And I'm glad that you did highlight. We have a post-match. A sec. Here we go, Rico, the execute.
Whoa! It is quite important here. Next he goes down. Marky, dubstep with a kill as well. Savvy with the double earlier. And Lurk is the only one left at mid.
Ja, is it his time to pull out a clutch out of his hat? Sees the edge of a barrel. And Wits playing it safe. Not safe enough, apparently. That's one gun down and maybe an extra investment that he got rid of. Still 50 seconds left on the clock, too. So he will take his sweet, sweet time to clear out whatever he can and pick up whatever pieces that are left for him to salvage.
The respect coming from Oasis, despite the numbers advantage, despite a couple of damage onto Ja already. They still don't know where to look, but they have the right idea. They find Ja still alive despite the sprays, but good thing Kelly has finished the job. Now it's a 4-round gap between Oasis and NAOS.
Doable now. Realistic for Oasis. Again, just have to keep this momentum going. Now probably recalculating and taking out. Seeing what they can do with whatever they have. If I'm not mistaken, Rico, they have not paused
Never.
yet, right? Now,
Never.
So they are very confident that they are very much in the driver's seat here. And now they got that leather jacket on, the white t-shirt, that
The
Ryan
motorcycle,
Gosling
sunglasses.
Hey, you haven't seen Drive?
I'm starting to think we have different tastes in movies and everything else. Maybe that's why.
I bet.
Yeah, bet. Well, this time around it is not the buy round of Oasis. This time it is the buy round of NAOS. But still being very careful here on the defense. Or on the attack. So Marky finds first blood.
Marky again, maximizing that outlaw. Ja with half armor, paying for his eagerness to fight. Now NAOS. Deploying drone. Rifles still abound. Doesn't make them any less dangerous here. Realistically, Oasis would go for that extra weapon that has been dropped. Look at NAOS though. Still trying to inch away into whatever crevice they can find. You give them a time and place, and they'll give you a 5-minute window. And in this case, maybe a few round window.
A lot to destroy here. The turret is gone. Knife is gone. But they have an idea that Mojo, the rest of the squad is here. Nice paranoia. Mojo literally had to eat so many utility. And yet the scan still able to get a kill. Find dubstep. Poppy Chul already onto main. A lot of chaosness involved onto this side take. But it is such a clean execute from NAOS. And only one minus on the side for them. As Ja is the only one gone. Marky. Can he reduce the guns away from NAOS with his outlaw?
Can't really avoid the hammer of justice here. As everybody was just so sure. Where else is he gonna come from? At the same time, it was a bonus. Really not that bad of a bonus. They got rid of the lurk, but that's about it.
Yep.
And again, NAOS, one thing that I really appreciate about NAOS is that despite losing a member early too, on the rare occasion that they do, they still follow through with the plan. And the protocol is so well thought out of that they'll always have something for a 4v5 or a 3v5.
Here.
And it's really that level of refinement that we all appreciate.
Very true. I think also there's no fear. Whatever utility that comes their way, they're gonna challenge that. Marky though, dealing first blood, feels like the scales have tipped over a little bit in the first blood department. But at the same time, just as you said, just because it's a -1 on our end, doesn't really stop NAOS from trying their best to still win the round.
Pretty much Heihachi, yeah, and yeah, so you punched me in the chest, stopped
Yeah,
my heart,
so
threw me off a volcano,
what?
you know, in lava. So, what are you, an amateur? Can't kill me.
I'm still alive. Surprise.
Despite everything.
Despite everything. Into the volcano.
And speaking of, you know, there is a box that NAOS is still willing to give Oasis. Maybe a present, it may be a gift, but it is not very fun for Oasis at the moment. Again, it's that slow grueling grind. Marky still has that operator, so that's a big plus, but he is all on his lonesome and potentially get caught out on the lurk here. Nexi looking to do some damage on the swing. Does have a lot of utility, Rico. Once again, you just know something's gonna happen soon.
30 seconds
Nicely
left.
done by Dubstep. That is what happened. With 20 seconds on the clock, though, Marky has not left his post. He's still pretty much there. They're going for a B hit, and the rotate has been caught by Kelly S even. Now it's 2 members. The formation is now very disjointed. You're now stopped in your tracks, unable to reach the site, so you're just forced to fight instead and give the round.
I like how Marky still has not looked behind him the entirety of this round.
Discipline.
And it is Operation Keep the Rifles for NAOS at the time. Their economy for the first time in a while too, not looking as impressive. They will have a decent buy going into this round. But they are running out of chances in terms of buying power. They will get max armor. Look at this, Oasis going for a more creative solution here. Getting that Odin on board. And again, not a very good series so far by Wits. Usually it's him having the big games in the playoffs. And again, this is not a knock on him. It's just we kind of expect him to really pop off and turn it up to 11.
Indeed. I think also as well when it comes to defense, when we go to Ascend, we see moments from Wits, we see moments from Dubstep as well. But just as you said, might be a little quiet. So hopefully the second round, we get to see them pop off in one of these moments. And let's see, Paranoia in play, forced to updraft to dodge the molly. Now they're forcing themselves out of there, and now a flash. Now they have an idea who's there. It's Kelly S and Dubstep.
And that they do. Oasis trying to reallocate all the resources here. Now it's maybe being stubborn at this point. Could be walking into the scope of Marky. Do they have a flash in hand? They have one available, a Paranoia as well, and that does look like this is going to be it. Marky still hasn't revealed himself too.
Exactly. They don't know where this is. Dubstep gets a kill onto Emma and Marky as well. But there's trades all over the place, but in favor of Oasis. Gonna get tagged, so they have an idea that Nexi is there. Possibility towards Hell or elsewhere.
They'll have a lot of teammates coming in to help too. So once again, it is a patience game, and it does look like Nexi's going to play the Hunter's Fury, but denied by Wits as both of them cross back.
The lockdown is such an important ultimate there on that round, and the gap is closing indeed. And let's see if this is going to be another familiar story of the OT story for Oasis, or hopefully not when we go to map number 3, or if we go to map number 3.
My.
There's a timeout.
First one on the board now, so they can sense blood in the water, and they would like to get things over with. And like you mentioned, this is still a very realistic 3-map series. At the same time, NAOS experiencing that great stall that we have been so worried about. It has been Mojer keeping them afloat and potentially avoiding still waters here. Bladestorm up and running. So they could realistically give the rifle to Nexi and have Actually, yeah, they are gonna have a decent buy into this Rico. The Blade Storm will definitely be popped. Eman does have null command, so the orbs could be a top priority. Other than that,
You're
yes.
right. Yeah, you're right. I think that, Oasis sees this. I think we've seen a couple of times where they challenge a lot of the orb placements onto A main or B main. But the question is, which orb do they decide to challenge? Because both can pick up, well, two of the sides. Looks like they're gonna challenge the B one instead. Paranoia at the ready. I can see that this could be very chaotic, Raf.
Oh man, it really could be.
Yeah.
But NAOS this time, I find it strange that they're not going for that usual 2-on-2 on their attack. They're playing very compact now, and it looks like they're trying to crawl up mid, split this down the middle. And Oasis, they have an idea of what might happen. Wits already bringing the pain.
Oh, but still! Stinger versus Odin, who's gonna win? Ammon instead wins that one. Dubstep playing very close here. Gets the peek. They line up for him with a triple. And that's a 2v3 situation. So it could go anyone as Mojer gets a double. Equalizing the chances for anybody to win this round. Gets a triple indeed as well. Marky with the operator. Dash about to expire. Gets the peek in. Gonna get smoked out instead. Still gets the knives. But will save the operator instead.
Looks like Marky wants to defend his title as the King of Blades, but no, he has to stick with the operator. He goes for the market take, looking for a bargain bin deal. But no, the door is closed. Has a long way to go. Spike just about to get planted, so this is going to reset the clutch time. One shot is all it takes for Marky. You already see the utility being placed. No updraft for Mojer, so he can't preemptively peek this. Meanwhile, on the side of Mark, he's crawling up. He still has his blades. He still has the cloud. Now scaling.
Let's see here. He said cloudburst, but someone's at Cubby. That's Mojer. He's trying to peek it out. He doesn't know. And the blade doesn't hit up to the shorty. But it is the classic, a reliable gun with a 4K Mojer. I could not believe what just happened, Raph.
In the face, King of Blades himself. Mojer is brandishing weapons that should be his own now.
Oh.
He literally saved that round
He
from
did,
NAOS. And this is looking grim. The operator is still here for Marky. However, it is a gigantic investment. After this, there's nothing. It's only going to be broken buys after this point. As Oasis try to do something desperate. There's a lot of movement across the map. But now they do have the null command too, so a lot of this utility is going to be null and void.
Exactly, no turret, no nanoswarm, no nothing at all. It is going to be plain peek and plain gunfights for them. They get mollied, Emin with first blood here. Huge for them. Try to close the door, instead they're going to pass through. And that is Kelly S. Destroy Mojer from hell. Now it is one apiece for them. It's a 4v4.
4v4. Anything can still happen. Kelly does have a null command close to him too, and Dubstep has everything he might need to clutch this out. These positionings, these are so awkward. They miss the tag, they try to get him, and it's gonna be a desperate rabbit chase.
They don't have the smoke anymore. Exactly. Savvy gets the tree player, and now that's a minus. Wits as well. 2v3 situation. Dubstep with a kill. The only one left. But the time, he's actually trying to set up for a Hunter's Fury. But there it is. They're yellow health bars, by the way. But he's half. It is half. Savvy trying to push him down, and he is down indeed. Dubstep will get the defuse, and Oasis gets that 8th round on their belt.
Oh, we are here yet again. This is looking incredibly fragile for both these teams. They can't let this one go. This was beautifully executed by Oasis. This setup was designed to isolate all these fights and allow them to have a much more difficult retake. But you know what? Sometimes you just have to play them down to, again, the core mechanic of Valorant. Just don't miss, just hit all your shots.
Yep.
And now slowly limping and bleeding.
Yeah, back to a broken buy it is for them. Papi Chula, Mojer, the top two players that have done a lot of hurt to Oasis in this series so far. And very understandable. This is them wanting to reach that 12th mark, which they've been pretty much stuck here on 11 and 10 earlier.
Those 11 and 10 could potentially be the case. But we do have a few Vandals here on the side of Mojer. And Papi Chulo, who have been the big-time players here for NAOS, and rightfully so. To quote Mr. Black and Blue, Papi Chulo and Clutching on B are practically married at this point. Oasis.
Inseparable. Oh. Doesn't hit the flash, but they don't push it. But you're right, Inseparable.
Inseparable. Playing compact yet again, Riku. But this time Oasis again playing as safe as possible. They're not biting on a lot of this empty space that NAOS is presenting to them. And in turn, they're keeping a lot of their rotations very, very easy. 27 seconds left on the clock. Now, if Mojer can once again save this round for NAOS, and there's just no denying this kid.
Oh dear, yeah, 29 HP. It's gonna be a lot of value as Marky finds the shot. 13 seconds on the clock, and that's 3 people onto Boathouse. A lot to clear, but destroys Dubstep, and Nexi gets a kill onto Savvy. Wits gets a kill onto Ja. They're trying to deny the spike plant. They're not planning just yet. They are now committed to it, and they're able to clutch through time. 2v2 situation, broken by an operator onto Marky's side.
1v2.
Triple kill for him, and Papi Chulo! Papi Chulo! He's married to this clutch, and it is another possibility. Will this hurt for Oasis? Kelly S. trying to bide his time, trying his best to take advantage, but he gets the beat down! Papi Chulo! Again and again! This B-side belongs to him!
Till death do they part, and he is unkillable. Papi Chulo refusing to lose control of this side, no matter what side he's on. Yet another heartbreaker for Oasis. Yet another lifeline severed. Now, once again at the cusp of taking this series. And you are kidding me, Papi Chulo. 5 bullets left of that one, Rico.
Yeah!
Oh my gosh.
Crazy
Oasis.
stuff.
Cage triggered.
Oh, quaking their boots right now. You
Yeah.
gotta bring this back down to earth.
Yeah. They gotta be, they gotta stabilize, if you will. Oasis, a bit of a broken by themselves, able to afford an operator still on Marky, but no mistakes allowed now this time for Oasis, and they're even having to perform at the back foot with the gun buy that they have.
Gun by, weak by. At this point in time, they will have to use everything, including spears, including swords and blades, to keep it, or to even give themselves a chance. Ja could present himself on a silver platter, and Marky will feast. NAOS, could this be a sign of them crumbling just a little bit? But once again, they are going to their bread and butter. B is going to be the POI, and they are trying to spell RIP for Oasis.
If they do win that round, well, there is that lower bracket, but NAOS really wants to end it here and now. -1 for them, but the scandal and the collab. Mojer finds the kill. Savvy with a trade with the sheriff at hand. 4v2 situation. Savvy's making it possible. He is blinded. Wits with a kill follow-up. Papi Chulo. Again, do not tell me this is happening again. Decides to leave B, and let's go to A instead. A safer choice for him.
Oh my goodness, tension is rising. Oasis, they have the numbers advantage, they have the weapons advantage, they have null command to stop that smoke, they have everything here. This would be a historic clutch for Papi Chulo. He finds one. That's the first. He doesn't get the kill. They line up, he's running out of bullets. It's Savi, again, is the hero of this round. That double dink with the sheriff.
Oh boy.
Will breathe life into this team, and they avoid certain doom.
Exactly. Savvy the savior here. Boathouse with a sheriff versus the Vandals and the Phantoms. And this collab from Mojer, that was huge. The instantaneous, precise shots was the death of this round for NAOS. And the peeking, they're able to coordinate and reveal where Papi Chulo was. Not gonna be on B this time, towards A. But now it's at the back foot. Again, no knives for Mojer. So Oasis can breathe a little easy, but he still has a Vandal in hand.
Flashbang.
Can't hyperventilate here. Can't really run out of breath. Oasis once again preparing for the hit. Rico, and there they go.
It's a fast execute here for Mojer. 53 HP. He's tagged a little bit. Savvy with a nano swarm kill. Wits with a follow-up. They don't see Mojer going into Boathouse. And it's -2. As they were busy looking at someone from NAOS instead. Let's see this retake though. Do they know Ja is in logs?
Do they? So many questions to ask, so many angles to check. So limited HP.
Exactly. Oh, they know. They have an idea and an inkling. And it's going to be a clean retake as both Mojer and I believe Emin were quite low at that round.
The pendulum swings again, Rico, but this time we have no idea how long this can keep going.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
You know what? I think I like Ascent. Only if
You're
it's
now
these teams
starting
play.
to like Ascent because
Only
of
if
how
NAOS
close
and
this
Oasis
is.
play. I'm sorry, guys, but only if NAOS and Oasis play.
They are truly putting on a show here. And a lot of pressure. We talked about you need that security of getting to the grand finals, skipping the lower bracket, and as well as, top 2 get to represent our region at VCTC. So, LSCA, this is a very, very important, the point of your journey over here at Valorant. But let's take a look at this execute first. Again, no mistakes on the side of Oasis. They cannot afford any mistakes at all.
This is looking like sheer death if they walk into this. There's just too many utility pieces of weapons that Oasis have laid across this side, so they will have to reconsider. They know the operator is mid. They try to scale up somewhere else. So far, keeping it steady, they're keeping it calm. They reassess the amount of time left. They will, again, try to brainstorm something. They're trying to cook something.
What would be their meal, I wonder, because they're very disciplined. They don't want to push A main at all. There is a potential of having to get sandwiched by the Papi Chulo and Mojer crossfire, but they will not budge. They have information, but they decide not to move first.
I know Papi can lurk out and maybe just push out at any given time here. Once again, everybody's looking at that timer tick, and yet nobody knows where any of these players are committing. But once again, it could be a death trap.
Exactly. Dubstep gonna get scanned, and he gets a kill. Immediately trade by Emin, and Emin with a double as well. Papi with another kill, and Emin with a triple. And in an instant, Wits now all up to him for this clutch. They get to plant the spike, but without a recon, he doesn't have any sort of window of information at all. He just needs to peek dryly, and that's not something you want. Information might be revealed soon, his location, once he gets the drop, once he gets this as well. Trying to be stealthy as much as possible. Recon now.
Oh my
up
gosh.
on the ready. But we get caught out of utility, and it is NAOS finishing this series in a 2-0. They can celebrate as they are the first team at stage 2 to reach the grand finals.
Oh my goodness. NAOS. Again, they stumble a little bit in some of those rounds, but they had their sights locked onto the prize. They knew who they had to stop, and they were not letting anybody stand in the way. A lot of heroics here and there. Eman again. There's just so many clashing storylines here, Rico. It could have been Wits against his former team.
Yeah.
It's Eman's potential return to, again, the tier 1 scene. It's the first time for a lot of these players to touch that type of soil. And I gotta say, this is a great way to start the day, and Mojer also carving a path, his own legacy.
Dude.
What a game.
Yeah, what a game. And I think it all falls back to the NAOS' strength, right? If they get the lead, they do it cleanly. They make sure that there are no overtimes. There's nothing of the sort. They know how to end the game immediately. And it really shows their performance. Their victories are just basically kind of that route. That has been their pattern. And I really want to, honestly, Mojer did a lot of damage at the very first half constantly. There you go. There it is again. Well, it's not as it's quite close this time around compared to Bind, but still, the first half was so hard for Oasis.
I mean, you said it. That's been true across Bind, across Ascent. It's been such a rough start, and you know, this was really not how we thought the series would pan out. We thought it'd be a bit more competitive, considering it felt like Oasis did close the gap between them and NAOS. But man, the playoffs is a completely different beast, and it seems like these players are showing a side to them that's only reserved for such stakes.
Yeah. It felt like they didn't reveal too much as well when it comes to Ascent. Again, remember, this is the first time in 5 months for NAOS to play Ascent in a competitive setting in VCT PH. This is a crazy number, not revealing too much, but not being able to, you know, dish out and practice in their works, their practices in an actual VCT tournament. And they're able to pull this off, deny any sort of overtimes, and get a 7-1 lead at the very beginning. And do not forget about the Papi Chulo clutch over at B. And it's just so crazy to me that has been, you know, his signature, basically, over here on Ascent.
It's unbelievable how he's so consistent at that. Again, it's mind-boggling. You know, he's done it time and time again. Maybe they just ban Ascent because maybe they don't want to spoil the world. You know, maybe they want to keep the magic of that clutch. But again, big congratulations to NAOS again. That was still an impressive win over Oasis. But for all you Oasis fans out there, you know, for all the Oasis fans out there, don't worry. There's still a lower bracket. They still have a lot of fight left in them for the rest of the playoffs.
Exactly. Like, it could be a dramatic climb back into the grand finals, as well as, again, it is going to be JustUs and ZOL after this series. But first off, we're gonna send it back to the panel.
Katulad ng number ni Fluffy na 0-2 yung naging scoreline. 0 for Oasis, 2 for NAOS. Ba't gulat na gulat kayo? Totoo naman na.
Wala, gulat ako kasi akala ko magta-3 maps to.
Oo nga, actually, nakakagulat ka.
Well,
0.
NAOS ba naman din kasi, they were just on point since yesterday. Yes, it was 2-1, but then they had convincing wins kasi, especially kina Papi Chulo and Chad na nakakakuha lagi ng palaging clutches, clean clutches laban sa Oasis.
I mean, starting off dito sa Bind, we already see yung explosive start ng NAOS. Such a dominant first half, even before the side swap. And yeah, they lose the second pistol, pero dire-diretso pa rin yung panalo nila on this map.
One enemy. Natin na for the most part, the first half, parang kaya pa eh. Kaya pang gawa ng paraan. Not mistaken. Ito ba yung mapa na nag-90 or was that last player? I'm confused already. But you get my point na may chance pa eh pag mag-switch sides, parang okay pa, naka 2 points pa yung Oasis nung napanalo nga nila yung pistol. Tapos after nun, wala na. Nag-standstill na yung Oasis, tuloy-tuloy na dominate dito ng NAOS. Pero pagdating naman natin sa Ascent dito, Honey Glaze, parang ganun pa rin yung kwento eh. NAOS pa rin yung may hawak ng momentum.
There's just so much into the hands of NAOS. Kumbaga, lalo na itong clutch na ito, highlight na ito for Papi Chulo. He just wins it. Sa lahat ng mga pagkakataon na pwede na sana magkaroon ng comeback potential ng Oasis, lagi siyang nandun to counter things out. At ito pa, super hinayang ng round na to dahil that could have been it para nga kina Marky. But unfortunately, again, it's always Papi Chulo and Mojer na lagi nilang problema for now.
Yeah, I mean, especially Papi Chulo, like you mentioned. Kahit nga from the first game siya yung top frag, second game as well, a lot of impact coming from the Clutch Master himself.
Baka Clutch Master Papi Chulo yan. Pero ang MVP natin for this series, hindi man siya yung top fragger natin for those 2 maps, ay si Nexy, the very sexy Nexy, of course. Sabi mo nga kanina, Fluffy, laging ready bumaril din tong mga players natin sa NAOS. Pero si Nexy, hindi lang basta baril. Lahat ng impact na kayang ibigay ng toolkit niya, ibibigay niya yan para sa teammates niya.
Yeah, I like how he switched roles as well. I mean, right now sa screen kita yung Sova, but he also played Viper in the first map. So just a lot of flexibility coming out of one of the standouts dito sa VCT. Not just in this roster, but in general. Always that solid player of the team.
Definitely one of the best kind of wingman to begin with. Para nga dito kina Mojer or kaya naman kina Papi Chulo to open up the site, to open up a lot of space for them to control. Kaya naman hirap ang players ng Oasis dahil it's either Nexi or Papi Chulo lagi nila nakakatapat in the late game of the round.
And syempre, to give credit din dito nga sa side ng NAOS, marami ring mistakes na nagawa tong Oasis kanina. I mean, they lost one of those very crucial thrifty rounds din na it was very heartbreaking for a lot of the fans, even me, to watch na sayang naman, 'di ba? Thrifty buy lang yun ng NAOS. You had an Odin, you had an op, you had all of the tools that you needed to win that round, pero hindi pa rin naging enough. So there's a lot to check out over there for the side of Oasis, but for NAOS, they're headed straight for the grand finals. But before they get to that point, diretso muna sila dito sa ating panel interview. Let's welcome Sexy Nexi.
Hello.
Hi, Nexi.
Hi.
Hello po. Hello.
Nexi, totoo ba yung balita na ikaw ang pinaka-sexy na player dito sa VALORANT Philippines?
Oo.
Pinag-isipan niyo, pero totoo naman. Ayan, congratulations! We're so happy to finally have you here again sa interview. I think ang tagal na rin since nakasama natin si Nexi dito. So si Fluffy yung unang magtatanong sa'yo sa nangyari kanina.
Yung tanong ko is a map question. So bakit kayo hindi nag-ascend sa buong regular season? Kasi base sa game na to, kayang-kaya nyo naman mag-ascend.
Kasi nawala po kasi yung ano, 'di ba? Yung split tsaka ano. Tsaka ano isa? Kasi isang map. Breeze 'yan. Hindi namin pinapractice yung ascent. Kaya napilitan lang kami.
Napilitan? Kaya naman pala.
Oo nga eh. Ayun, Nexi, one of the questions lang din naman na meron ako is, ano bang pwede nyong maipalit sa Ascent kung sakali man na ito nga rin na ay maibaban out? Kasi nga, ito yung usually na binaban out ng Oasis. But then, yun nga, what could have been the next map moving on forward para sa inyo dito sa series natin?
Siguro kahit anong map naman po. Kasi ready naman kami.
Yun.
Yan yung gusto naming naririnig. Actually, nakakatuwa naman kasi nung nag-pre-show panel kami kanina, nagdedebate pa kami na hindi, feeling ko binaban niya na NAOS kasi baka hindi nila nasiscream nga. Pero sabi nila, hindi, baka binaban lang nila pero kaya naman talaga nila. And true enough, pareho na patunayan nyo na binaban nyo kasi kulang pa kayo sa, parang hindi nyo masyadong scream. Pero kahit pa binan nyo, kayang-kaya nyo pa nga rin dito sa Ascent. So, very commendable on the side of NAOS. Ako naman, Nexi, ito. Medyo saucy yung question natin. Oh. Para sa akin, gusto ko lang naman malaman. Kasi, ang lakas ng NAOS kanina. May mga moments ba na ramdam nyo na basang-basa nyo yung kalaban nyo kanina?
Opo, basang-basa.
Okay!
Meron.
Gusto ko yung parang ano eh. Gusto hindi, actually yung mukha ni Nexi, parang iniisip niya, magpapa-humble ba ako? Hindi, kahit yung intro question natin, di ba? Ikaw ba yung pinaka-sexy na Valo player dito? Nung una parang, oo. Di ba? Basang-basa. So, kwentuhan mo kami, ano yung mga nangyayari kanina habang basang-basa nyo yung mapa na yon?
Hindi naman sa basang-basa, pero nilalaro lang namin yung sariling laro namin. And wala silang magawa eh. Yun na yan.
Okay, wala silang magawa. Wala rin tayong ipapalag, panalo sila eh. Wala na tayong rebat doon. Pero gusto ko yan. Gusto ko yung mga banter na ina-adapt na ngayon ng ating mga players dito. Siyempre, Nexi, minsan ka lang namin makasama dito sa interview natin. Bakit hindi mo i-shoutout yung mga gusto mong i-shoutout sa moment na to?
Siyempre, shoutout sa Oasis, GG's. Maganda yung laban na. Shoutout sa boss namin sa NAOS, yung mga teammates ko, yung mga friends ko, si Georgie naka-live, si Boss Ray, yan. Shoutout kay Deck din, as mag-clutch.
Sige, maraming salamat, Nexi. Ingat kayo dyan na malakas yung ulan. Ingat kayo palagi.
Ingat din po kayo.
Thank you, Nexi.
Thank you.
Ang Kulit ni Lexi interview ha. In fairness, yung mga player interview natin recently, nakakatuwa kasi lahat ng mga nakakasama natin, parang Gina sila sa mga playful banter natin na ganyan. Nakakatawa lang to si Lexi, parang pa-humble pa, pero paninindigan rin pala yung decision niya. Pero dito sa VCTPH, paninindigan din namin ang pagpapasalamat sa aming napakalupit na mga sponsors. So maraming salamat sa Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer of the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
And also, thanks to our official super app partner, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees for as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver Delivery. And thousands of budget-friendly meals for as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver Meals. You can use the promo code GRABFOOD60 and get up to 60 pesos off with your order with a minimum spend of 550 pesos. The promo runs from 11 a.m. onwards.
Last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Maraming salamat po sa suporta at sa mga nanonood, maraming salamat din na nandyan pa rin kayo. Kung ako sa inyo guys, mag-order na kayo sa Grab, mag-settle in na kayo kung ano mang gusto nyong gawin. Kasi wala rin namang basta-basta makakalabas sa atin sa lakas ng ulan sa labas. So ngayon, huwag kayong aalis dahil babalik ang VCTPH after this break.
friends, look, grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah.
Save, or will they still try this? Because their economy is so broken.
I think save might be the right call here.
Oh my.
What? Be happening here. Papichulo has himself on a great spot. Gonna be able to take down 3, and that is gonna be enough for. Wait, another 4K. It's like only one satchel for Full X to play around with, and he still has a lot of things to work with. Young Pork out of the smoke, got to kill Full X. All in his hands, the 1v2. He got one. Wingman clap on the head, and Full X is gonna be clutching it.
Now Party World scrambling to get something going here. 8 seconds left. Astro does get one. Now he gets marked, and I would say that's done and dusted, but he gets one more. Low HP, hello! Don't peek!
Don't even try it.
Oh my god.
Micro and Pathman hand in hand gets kills, and now they are just gonna push through. NAOS loses their footing. They're still not committing on that defuse. Gonna be seeing one, gonna be seeing another. Papichulo gets the 4K.
Get the ball. Full X though. The paranoia is gonna be perfection right now. 2 versus 2. Full X bells them all.
A lot of shots connecting already. 1-1 from far, and here comes the showstopper as well as the fire finally gets it. Oh no, the 4K.
I hope it's not gonna be the same as the last Lotus game. Right now, Dizzy, too confident forward, goes for the kill, denies the showstopper, fights the flash, gets the 3K, make that for his dad and ace. No, it didn't happen, but it was still a win for OSC.
Lurking on the side of OSC is Owen Cutie a little light on the utility to close the gap. Do they check? He still gets it.
He does.
Maybe gets a second.
That's not gonna be it, though. One's gonna come from heaven. The paranoia is not gonna hit anyone at all, actually. And look at that! Jumps towards Jen. Still able to find that shot. 4K, will it be a 5K to take it to 11-10? Now he knows where the last member is. Owen, will he get to clutch this? Yes, and an ace for Owen Cutie. Meow.
It is a very long series, and maybe somebody could get a cheeky kill through the smoke, but they're just not equipped to deal with this. They might have to vacate.
Oh my.
Or...
oh dear, Aeonix is on fire there. Aeonix with a triple as well, and Aeonix kind of wants an ace for himself. If Owen gets one, I want one too. Now trying to find the last member here with a classic.
I like it.
Beautiful.
I like it a lot.
Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah.
But still, Food is chiming in big, and still Subversive are putting up a great fight! But Kakarot is even bigger for this one! He knows where the angle should be. He gets up on top, and he delivers death from above! Kakarot going super!
And now he's down. Lloyd Dream with a kill and make that a second. Ichi solo, literally all alone. 40 HP, body shots! And it's a 13!
Now be all alone. A 1v2. That's the call. Kevzi. The angle's good.
Wow.
Swing from Zin will secure it. 4 for Zin as ZOL get on the board.
Kelly is going crazy at the showstopper, at the fight against 2. The clap is gonna be there. He has to fight them. They're both hiding, and they have to take the angle. They are not planted for that. You're just gonna fall down.
Nagbabalik ang VALORANT Challengers Philippines Split number 2. It is still the playoffs at dito sa panel, kasama niyo si Likeable, ang inyong host, at all-female panel tayo dito dahil kasama natin si Rico at si Terror. Kamusta naman ang ating mga game changer gals? Kamusta yung experience sa casting kanina?
Ay, nako, si Rico. Hindi ko alam kung anong nararamdaman niya. Feeling ko torn between both worlds siya. Pero ako, feeling ko, gusto pa nga namin sana mag-game 3 kanina eh. Para talaga may magandang closing dun sa series na yon, Rico.
Totoo. Sobrang dikit, pero NAOS talaga, no? I feel like sa second half, nagkakaroon ng dikit-dikit. So medyo, my heart. Pero ayun na nga, 2-0 NAOS. So aabangan ko kung sino ang dun sa grand final. Ayun.
Okay, so 2-0 yung kanina. Si Rico nakafocus na kaagad sa grand finals. Hahatakin natin pabalik, Rico, kasi meron pa tayong lower bracket. Ito yung second series natin.
Okay,
pero bago natin pag-usapan yan, pasalamatan muna natin syempre yung sponsors natin. Thank you sa Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer of the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
At syempre, maraming salamat sa ating official super app partner na si Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. Gamitin lang yung promo code na nakalagay dito, GrabFood60, and get up to 60 pesos off of your order with a minimum spend of 550 pesos. Promo runs from 11 a.m. onwards.
Saktong-sakto, pa-dinner na no? Oras na para maghanda. Pero syempre, itong tournament na to ay officially sanctioned din by the Games and Amusement Board. So hello po sa ating Gab na nanonood din ngayon. At araw-araw.
Tama. Saka sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon, sabi ko kanina, alam natin, bumabagyo yung panahon ngayon. Stay safe kayong lahat as much as possible. Stay indoors din tayo. Kaya rin tayo may mga services na pwede tayo mag-order, katulad ng Grab, diba? So, sulitin na rin natin yan.
Tipan nyo yung riders!
Tama. Kasi sila na yung nagsasakripisyo para sa atin. Pero ngayong araw na to, may isasakripisyo rin tayong team. Dahil lower bracket na tong second series natin, which means laglaga na. Pero, yun nga, bago natin kilalanin ng todo yung kada member dito, kung kanina 2-0 yung first series natin between Oasis and NAOS, and unexpected yung results na yon, Rico, sa tingin mo ba between JustUs and ZOL Esports, may emulate din ba yung ganong results or mas hahaba tong araw na to?
Feeling ko mas hahaba pa tong araw na to. Not gonna lie, parang while nakakatakot naman tong si ZOL Esports, parang feeling ko yung performance nila from the very first group stage dito sa stage 2 natin, parang meron pa rin akong question mark. So feeling ko JustUs, meron silang angulo na pwedeng i-take advantage para mapahaba ang laro.
Pwede nga rin naman no? Pero kung paumpisa pa lang tayo, itong kabilang team na to, nasa dulo ng meron akong iniisip kaso di ko pala siya kayang i-put to words. Kung merong A to Z, yun pala yun. Meron ring ZOL. Walang point yun. Burahin nyo na sa alaala nyo. Ipakilala na lang natin. ZOL Esports.
Tapos na ang A to Z, pa Z to OL na tayo mga tropa dahil ZOL Esports ang isa sa mga teams na makikita natin dito. And kung si Rico may question mark pa, para sa akin din, meron pang malaking question mark. Remember, ito yung reigning champions natin coming in from Split 1. And this is actually a matchup na parati rin nating nakikita, Rico. Umaabot pa ng 3 games parati pagkatapat nila yung JustUs dito. But for ZOL, I feel like they've just grown more and more throughout the season, and mas kumbaga, especially having Jet here on the team itself, mas naging proper yung mga executes nila.
Oo nga, yung panimula nilang performances medyo shaky. Sinabi nga natin ng mga question marks kasi this is the champion team from split number 1. Ano ba ang nangyayari? Bakit sila ngayon nahihirapan? Yung mga games na dapat it's going to be a dominating finish pero parang hindi siya malinis. It wasn't the same ZOL that we've seen at split number 1. Pero it feels like yung mga remnants, yung mga consistency nila, unti-unting bumabalik as the tournament progresses. Pero iba na ngayon, walang lower bracket, walang lower bracket. This is it. They have to make sure that it's very, very clean.
That's
It
true.
has
At
to be
saka,
clean.
Laika ha, kung may yung NAOS, meron silang Papi Chulo as the clutch player, merong Patman dito sa team ng ZOL.
Sobrang consistent. Si Mr. Consistency yan eh.
Si
Mr.
Mr.
Clutch
Consistency.
master na din yan pagdating dito sa ating split number 2. And nakakatuwa kasi kahit may role adjustment tong si Patman, kayang-kaya niya talagang mag-adapt at mag-feel dun sa kung anong kailangan ng team niya dito. Pero itong makakalaban nila, nako po, sila kasi yung mga team na tipong kaya laging mag-cause ng upset eh. At lalong-lalo na ngayon, last season, meron silang nilaglag na team na malapit ngayon sa puso ni Rico. This season, baka mamaya, ito namang ZOL, makatikim din. So mag-ingat-ingat na lang sila as they face off with the one and only JustUs.
In VCT's history, among, of every time na meron pang-apat na team, it's always very different halos every split. You've had Game Lab Alpha, SR Nakage, and then, All Stinky Cats into JustUs. Ngayon, potentially dito. But no one was able to take anyone out. The top 3 teams, na wala pang nalalaglag. Could this be the opportunity where JustUs can land that upset and take their rematch against Oasis? We can see the portraits of our players. Pressure is building kasi nga, ito na talaga. They need to win this para mapatuloy pa ang kanilang journey dito sa VCT.
Si Lloyd Dream, tinatawag niya na ang lahat ng pwede niyang tawagin dito sa match na to, sa series na to. Ganon ka-importante itong magiging match-up nilang dalawa. Pero itong JustUs, kung bibigyan ko lang sila ng isang, kumbaga, word to really explain kung anong klaseng team sila, isa silang lason. Yun lang yun. Lason sa lahat ng possible teams na pwede mong maisip dito. And this is a perfect team that could actually surprise us heading into this matchup, I would say. Ang laki din nung growth nila ha. Dati na parang wala kaming practice eh. It is what it is. But this time around, you see them really having good executes. You have Par Schofield na nakakatakot on the Reyna last time. And then, may mga ibang players na kaya mag-step up. Sina Repulsive, sina Psycho, nandyan din sila, Laika.
Sobrang sakto nga rin yung sinabi mo kasi kita naman natin na hindi lang up against the likes of ZOL Esports, every single giant team na meron tayo dito, NAOS, Oasis, medyo sakit din ng ulo talaga tong JustUs. May mga tendencies na kaya nilang ihatakin pabalik sa tutukan, focus sa tutukan etong mga big teams natin. At dyan nagkakaroon ng trouble. Kasi pagdating sa tutukan, pro na pro tong mga ranked demons natin. Lalong-lalo na syempre yung leading the pack dito ay si Par Schofield. On the other hand naman, ang itatapat natin sa kanya dito sa head-to-head natin ay si Kakarot, ang ating mga duelist dito. Although, questionably last time dito, Terror, nung nasa Haven etong si Kakarot, maraming hindi fan nung Euro niya doon.
Ayun nga eh. Ang daming, kumbaga yung performance, no? Hindi up top talaga na sobra. But you have to give it also sa kay Kakarot dito. Hindi lang dun sa mga last games na nilaro niya, but throughout the season, I think he has been a big pillar of this whole team as a support player, even dati-dati. And then now, heading in, nakikita natin siyang mag-raise as well. And ito yung usual Kakarot na alam natin way back nung naos pa nga ata siya nung time na yon eh. So kaya ko rin siguro napilit or naisip na iparehas siya kay Par Schofield dito. And I feel like Par Schofield, Rico, isa siya sa mga pillar din ng JustUs.
Oh, siya pa yung paminsan may mga moments siya nagwa 1v5 and I think yung pinaka-difference dito is that you get to see Kakarot on the Jet depende sa mga mapa, pati na rin Raze. Pero itong si Par Schofield, pag nag-Reyna na to, talagang yung self-sent up, independent yung kanyang mga ginagawang galawan sa mga mapa. It feels like the Flash is very self-sufficient. It feels like he can definitely operate as a one-man army. So kailangan talagang mag-ingat itong ZOL Esports dito kay Par Schofield.
Kumbaga, pag kinumpare mo sa Blue Lock, si Par Schofield yung ultimate egoist kung tatawagin dun sa anime na yun. Yan, mga Blue Lock.
Di pa rin ako nanonood
ng Blue
Sorry
Lock pala
po.
tong...
Pag in the zone na siya. Alam mo yun, parang kahit anong mangyari. I mean, that's the beauty of having a Reyna on your team, di ba? Pwede mo siyang iwan mag-isa kasi kaya niya pa rin tumakas with a dismiss away. Paano na lang kung sabayan mo pa ng Lloyd Dream na parehas ng gugulo? Doon nahihirapan yung ibang mga teams, Riku.
Tama ka
Nagulat
dyan.
lang ako sa panel na to na si Rico pa yung hindi nakakanood ng Blue
Ako
Lock
yung
sa ating
anime
tatlo.
fan.
Diba?
Like yun lang po.
Ako nanood, ikaw hindi.
Ganun, volleyball lang po.
Surprisingly. Okay lang yan, Tay.
Haikyuu
Lamang
yung
naman siya sa
pinapanood
atin.
Oh, Haikyuu sa
Haikyuu. Lamang naman siya sa atin
Nice receive.
pagdating sa Japanese, sa Nihongo, 'di ba? Mas alam ni Rico 'yan kesa sa atin. Tingnan natin kung mas alam rin ba ni Rico yung mga lalabas na mapa pagdating natin dito sa map Vito. Rico, your thoughts?
Bind. Okay I feel like Bind is really tricky kasi dalawa yung teams na magagaling dito sa mapang to. Pero pwede rin itong si ZOL Esports na mag-perform. I do think these three teams really have a mastery when it comes to this map. Pero it is also our possible Reyna map. I feel like actually JustUs doesn't necessarily really care what map it is. I feel like they can really release yung double duelist composition usually alongside Lloyd Dream most of the time sa mga mapang to. And it really plays to their strengths of chaoticness. So I really want to see the Bind come up here kasi Patman, ang galing ng bath control niya. Tapos pwede siyang mag-operate as a duelist din.
Totoo yan. I do like their bind as well. Pero gusto ko lang sabihin, isa lang ang consistent sa 3 beses nag-match up ang ZOL at JustUs. Parating may ascent.
Oh, may ascent.
Diba? Parating may ascent. So baka lumabas din siya. But this is a sunset map being picked by ZOL here. And I'm very excited to see Ascent being picked second.
Ito yung Ascent talaga, ang dami kong memories dyan kasi parang natatimingan ko JustUs versus Oasis or JustUs versus one of the top tier teams. And it's always usually very close. They even got a map nung last split off of Oasis. On this particular map. And they really, really, really love this map with the Reyna and the Jet as well. So, very understandable they want to pick this. I think they're able to get big upsets here. And ZOL Esports, remember, they kind of get overheat dito sa mapang to. Mayroon mga times na nagpo-push sila on defense, tapos natatalo. So, parang, I feel like JustUs really calculated this and the odds of them winning is like much higher pagdating dito sa matchup na to.
Decider map is gonna be bind. Lumabas pa rin naman. So, yung mga nahulaan nyo kanina na bind and then yung ascent na parating nasa map pool nilang dalawa. Sunset though, the last time they've met here, it was ZOL Esports actually winning it against JustUs with a 13-6. So, I'm not surprised na ito rin yung unang map pick na ilalabas nila dito. But I do feel like that's also a long time. Way back pa. Isang buwan na rin yun eh. Ang dami mong pwedeng i-prepare pagdating sa ganun, Laika.
Hindi, huwag kang mag-alala, Terror. Kasi ang kalaban naman ng ZOL ay JustUs. So, hindi tayo sure kung gaano ka-prepared sila today. Alam kong kayang-kayang magbugan itong JustUs. Pero in terms of preparation, minsan yung ugali nila is focus lang kami sa mismong game kung ano nasa harapan namin. Hindi kami masyadong mag-focus sa kung anong nangyari in the past. Parang may ganong mindset talaga tong team na to. Kasi nga, in the moment sila lagi bilang ranked demons nga eh, no? Pero tayo dito in the moment, ang topic na natin dito ay predictions. Sasabihin ko sana ladies first ka sa tatlo tayong ladies. So,
sure ka ba?
Sure ka ba?
Hindi pala kami sure.
Ladies first, Laika. Ikaw muna to.
Mabalik na rin ka sana eh. Sayang. Alam mo, ano talaga ako, JustUs believer ako. Dinagdagan pa ni Lloyd Dream kanina ng mga manifestations. So, I'm gonna go with JustUs for my prediction dito sa second series na to. Yung map veto natin, leaning towards ZOL Esports. But again, I feel like JustUs is the best team na kayang i-force yung mga teams natin dito, even the ones na mas experienced, into scenarios na tutukan lang ang labanan, wala masyadong hard set strats na gagawin, hard set plays. So, tingnan natin kung saan ito pupunta. What about you, Riku?
Well, for me, lalong-lalo na nakita na natin yung mga map veto. Imagine, I feel like this will go to a map number 3. Pero yung mastery kasi, when we look at the first map, Sunset, the mastery of ZOL when it comes to this map, although I feel like this was more towards JustUs, where medyo nahihirapan sila sa utility plays. I think they're not finding the right comp that fits Sunset just yet. Kasi kung nakikita natin, paminsan nagfe-Phoenix sila, paminsan nagre-raise sila. So hindi pa nila alam yung totoong formula na gumagana. Meanwhile, ZOL Esports, I think they're more well-practiced din dito sa mapa na to. And I think their utility game, their layering of utility is like really good. So, ang dami kong sinabi, ZOL Esports. Ayan, 2-1, ZOL Esports.
Diyos ko. Pero you said it yourself, like, dun sa maps pa lang or map veto natin, medyo lumalamang at pumapabor para sa side ng ZOL. Especially they take the first map here. Kung makuha nila yan. Second map, kaya nilang kuhanin yung momentum as well. Just as believer din ako, guys. Don't get me wrong. But I have to go with the fundamentals, the scrims, the practice, and everything else. So I would go with ZOL Esports 2-1.
Okay, kung si Honey Glaze yung naiba kanina at siya pa yung tumama sa prediction. Ako yung naiiba ngayon. So, tingnan natin kung ano nga ba ang mangyayari sa series na to. But there you have it, folks. Kung kayo, supported kayo dito sa JustUs, sabihan nyo na kami dyan sa chat natin. O kaya kung sa ZOL naman, pwede rin yan. I-cheer on nyo na sila. Pero in the meantime, dito sa panel, magpapahinga muna kami dahil papunta na tayo sa casters at sabay-sabay tayong manonood ng JustUs versus ZOL.
You know what? I'm glad that we spent a few extra seconds to really take in our wonderful panel there. A lot of valid points, a lot of fun points. But, you know, now we are here. Of course, I am joined by Mr. Handsome over there. I like your shirt today, sir.
Thanks.
Got distracted a little bit.
Wala kasama ito. Tas grabe kasi yung mga outfit mo, so kailangan ko din mag-freshen up, you know?
I see. Well, you know, we're bringing in a little bit of Philippine flavor here also, as Fluffy is having a hard time describing his nice fit. Also, we are a big fan of the layered and the textured polos and whatnot. We are looking for a lot of that, especially from JustUs, you know. This is a team that had immense potential coming in from Split 1, but I feel like there's just a few steps they're missing, especially coming into the playoffs with this intensity that is surrounding every one of us.
I mean, JustUs has always been that type of team that lacked in structure, but they made it up really well with a lot of individual skill. There are just some rounds that are unpredictable because they can suddenly just decide to remove like 3 opposing players. As we move on to Agent Select, we will lock it in here on Sunset, bringing both Sovas on both teams, but only one Neon. ZOL Esports, they ran this the other day, and it's been working out for them with this double initiator to really shut down a lot of these Cypher trips and allow this Neon and Kakarot to really do the damage as he enters site more freely.
Well, that is definitely the value of the Neon. A lot of quick rotating as well. And we are going to be starting the game with, I believe this is going to be a very heavy B hit. Cypher has yet to lay traps, which I find interesting. Second Love could be in a world of hurt here. Preemptive cam, of course, but taking a bit of damage here on his peek out. Like I said, a lot of utility being invested, still haven't found him. And Patman will eventually put a bullet between his eyes as ZOL is going to set foot onto the site.
First blood already drawn. The spike gonna go down very soon. There it goes. And finally, they're gonna be able to get some points on the board. Good recon utility to flush people out, but no one really gonna budge here. The firing range, though, is gonna claim the soul of Lloyd Dream.
Last player standing.
And it seems like this retake, they are just not prepared to handle the intensity, like I mentioned, that ZOL is gonna bring in. This is the defending champion, of course.
I mean,
Kevzi has.
Yeah, Kevzi really good on that, and especially the fact that ZOL's able to get that ball rolling early. They're rewarded with the Guardian instantly on Kevs, and the rest of the team still gonna fall back to not an as aggressive buy as I thought they would be. Maybe they're just a little scared because we know that JustUs is that type of team that can really bring the hurt even on these Sheriffs.
That is true. And like I said, I really wanted to see more of JustUs. You know, I'm not necessarily counting them out now, but to start off their playoff journey against ZOL is a daunting task. Again, they've had their highest of highs, but right now, every other team is raising the bar and once again pushing the standards as JustUs. They're gonna try and settle on this A hit as ZOL prepare with weapons in hand to break through and barge their way in.
Trying to knock on Death's door here. Smoke's gonna dissipate. Dark cover a ways away. Still trying to get space, but they back off on the aggression and just huddle up for a bit. They don't want to lose any of these rifles to some unnecessary play. And JustUs, they're stacked up here on this A site, ready to shoot out whoever comes first as Kakarot tries to go for it again, but they just go for the re-smoke. Damage gonna be done. It forces Repulsive back, but nothing really gained from either team.
We'll get a little bit of info with that recon getting denied, but at the same time, does JustUs have enough to stop this push? Again, you said they could do the damage with the Sheriff, but right now it is completely null and void as they pass in the utility. But the trades are going to come in, and once again, the superior weapons on ZOL will prevail. Second Love has a lot on his plate. 1v3, that's the first to fall. Needs to land 2 more swirls here. Go a little wild. Zin and Kevzi, though, they are very, very careful.
Aiming for skulls, though, has to get the headshot. He can't take a body shot himself, and Kevzi, just one left click of them, just a double up. It's going to work out for ZOL. They're able to scoop up second love on the second round, and it's going to turn into their second victory.
ZOL converting, no surprise, but I have to admit, Fluff, that was very expensive. Incredibly expensive, in fact, considering they were against classics of all things.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think that they bought up that heavily. It was like 1 Guardian and 1 Bulldog, which they still get to keep. So they will have a bit more economy, but still not as much as JustUs, who do have that 4 rifles on the board. And if we're talking about firepower on the firepower team, JustUs is really the name of the game for this one.
Really need that extra dimension, that extra layer to keep it consistent, as ZOL is not the type of team that will brute force their way into anything if they can help it. Again, not necessarily the most intricate team, but they will find ways around anybody's weakness, really. Look at JustUs. Look how far back they are now.
Actually, it's just a real patient play coming in from this after drawing some attention. They want to get a 1v1, someone looking in the wrong direction, and find the timing, a chink in the armor of the defense here. But they're not going to give it up for free. Good Owl Drone used to scout the majority of the players right now. At least they have info on 2. They can creep up onto mid, but so much like extreme control coming in from Just as they're able to hold down the 8 side and the elbow, ready for anyone to wait. And Kev's going to clear out and cause some noise towards B, but that's not going to draw enough rotations.
Still trying to find a way they can pull the aggression away. And, you know, considering what ZOL has, they're gonna have a lot of long movers. As I was about to bring him up, he gets domed. Batman with the Guardian doing a little bit of work here as they try to hold down the fort. JustUs have ways to go, and in fact, they're a little worried about the middler, and it's enough to slow it down. A few seconds being burnt away on this post plant, and an even deadlier crossfire set in place.
Slow and steady is this retake. There comes 0 points. Gonna sniff out Lloyd Dream. Still has to push through the dark cover. There goes for the wide swing here. Gets punished. Zin lands a shot. Psycho evades onto sight. Park Scoville for the reply, but Psycho is still ongoing. He can find the angle here against Batman. 4 bullets, and he finds it. The 4K coming in for Psycho to score JustUs. Another round here. The first foothold into this game, but considering it's their bye, it's so painful long term.
They got their foot in the door, but I think they fractured a few bones doing it. ZOL looking to bring the pain yet again. Will be pretty happy about the outcome. As you mentioned, this was supposedly a bonus round that should have kept a lot of their forces intact, but maybe if they took a few more 1v1s here, it would have been a different story. Again, it's so easy to just kind of put it that way, right? Oh, yeah, taking a lot of 1v1s. But at the same time, they have the weapons to do it. Why not? Well, ZOL shows you why not.
Yeah, ZOL does, and they're gonna try to enter very quickly here, burning one of those dashes immediately. Kakarot gets some space Patmen. They really are committed to taking this early fight for elbow. A lot of control for the past couple rounds being made. Schofield thinking of something cute here, but it's gonna back away instead. No smiles as the bullets do go down range. They use a lot of util for this though, so it might not be worth it as they do push them back, but they just retake the space.
That's a lot of space being tried to wrestle away. Kakarot again with that precision, dancing away his jet. Our Schofield just getting lost in the sauce here, and Psycho still trying to cook. There is just way too many players invading the opposite side of A.
Man, what was that?
Now, once again,
they just like invested the Hunter's Fury randomly just to try to do a bit more damage to support their players. Just wasn't enough.
Which is unfortunate. Again, there has to be a reasoning behind that Hunter's Fury. Perhaps they wanted to slow the pace down here. Perhaps they wanted to catch like a rhythm timing. It's completely valid, but at the same time, like maybe they could have waited for info just a little bit.
To be fair, I don't think that they have a good use for the Hunter's Fury. So maybe it's just to maybe snatch around. Yeah, like just use this. We already blew the paranoia and we're trying to push out A. Let's just take as much space as we can and support our Schofield. But the punish was just too strong. Good use of util coming in from ZOL as this early A aggression has been working out for them to take a lot of early space and is left unpunished. B, not something that they're kind of attracted to anytime soon. And honestly, ZOL can keep doing this because the adjustments are not coming in for JustUs.
Well, in that vein, B has been relegated to be the second option here as ZOL still trying to make a case on map control. And once again, despite succeeding in the mid fight, the weaker weapons just cannot do enough damage to ZOL. But Lloyd Dream has found a crack in the defense, but has found his other foot in yet another ditch. Love trying to line it up. He with himself will get knocked down. And you know, I realized, I think coming into this matchup, Fluff, a lot of us would have thought that JustUs is the strong starter, is the complete antithesis of ZOL, which historically, right, they're really bad in the first 5 rounds. Like, it's not even like a joke. They're really bad in the first 5 rounds. But with the addition of Jet, that early presence is so much more felt.
It's a lot more worrying as well for JustUs now that you bring that up, because you're right, ZOL is the type of team that heats up slowly, but their heat retention is very strong. And if they can keep the ball rolling this way, it could steamroll onto an avalanche on the scoreboard. 4-1 at the moment, and even on the eco, they're very prepared for the aggression that JustUs has, because frankly, that's like 99% of their solutions for a lot of problems. They just go for the aggressive move, and if you are aware of that, you can play against it.
Sounds like Asterai, honestly, in most games you play, I know you're gonna do some interesting things, you know, that's most likely related to unwarranted aggression. But JustUs, they really want to make some rhyme and reason for this, and Batman gets the trade, but Psycho's just way too aware of the situation. So, in a numbers disadvantage, not too much though. Psycho's really low.
Psycho's been doing so well though in the past couple games. Lloyd Dream able to snatch 2 away from ZOL. That's gonna leave Zind alone, but he creeps through the timing. Second Glove might not expect him to creep through, but that's gonna signal that he's in. They know where the last player is. They can just wait up and go for a full surround. Checkmate position here for Zind. Not gonna make it out of here as Psycho claims another triple. And on the scoreboard, once we do see it, I'm pretty sure that Psycho just has so many impact frags. This, he got a 4K on the second round. And you take a look at the scoreboard, he's 11 already. And the next guy from him on his team is 3.
3 is the magic number. And Psycho, well, he would like more than 3. You know what I mean?
Right here.
JustUs, uncharacteristic slow start. At the same time, it also proves a point that you made earlier, and to reinforce what the panel said, I don't think JustUs is a team that you can mechanically bully. It's just so difficult to do that. You walk in, they're ready to shoot, they're ready to fight. This is a team that's always looking for contact at any given moment. And now ZOL try to punch through mid again. Maybe a market take towards B.
Speedy entry here for Kakarot. Stops for a second. The second love does find Kevzi. Eventually, they do eliminate the threat on the B side, but still, a new threat arises as he spams through the smoke, and there he goes off the board. Lloyd Dream finds one without even seeing a player.
See no evil, hear no evil. Spray through smokes, and oh no!
No!
The secondaries are getting a lot of value here, but where is Zind? They have no idea, but he can't finish the kill, and now everybody's gonna be looking at him. And JustUs, they regain confidence, they regain strength, and a bit of a mishap here on the side of ZOL.
I mean, ZOL, it looked like they had a lot of control. They took the site well, but a couple spams. One died through the smoke, and the other one on market died because he TP'd in an unsafe location. So giving up these 2 kills for free when you don't need to is the type of over-aggression that gives JustUs a bigger chance in winning this game. Because, you know, like you mentioned earlier, you can't mechanically just out-mechanics them. Even in, I think, an interview when Oasis won against JustUs previously, they did mention that the games were so close because there are some rounds where ZOL Esports will just randomly decide to 1v5 you and they can win, and it's so punishing when that happens.
Oh boy. Here we go again, a quick take by Kakarot, looking to get his power level up, and Jack caught out again. Not even a chance to fight as JustUs flex their muscles and brawn their way through this round. ZOL looking helpless at this point. Trying to get whatever they can find towards mid. Now second love. Whatever he can, he do here is to finish it off. Oh way indeed. He done crab peeked that man.
Yes, sir. The little stutter step towards the end. An unexpected crouch, and suddenly you look up on the scoreboard and it's 4-4 with JustUs. Honestly, in the driver's seat, they have the weaponry, they have the operator. They only used the showstopper in the previous round, but the rest of the team has everything in their pockets and more to just use this round. Look at ZOL, though. They have nothing.
Hate to say it, but they don't. Null Command is up and available. Now I'm curious, what can they do with their Hunter's Fury? What does Hunter's Fury exactly do on Sunset? There's not a lot of corridors that it can really flush out. Obviously, post-plan, it's always going to be good. Preemptive hits with that. I'm curious.
I mean, a lot of options for them to still do with this. ZOL Esports are no slouch themselves on that pistol round, but JustUs, knowing their aggressive habits, if they overstep, they might get punished for it. But if they play the patient game, I think the value of all the utility, all the combinations of things just adding up for JustUs is enough to stop the momentum of ZOL. So far, it's been working out, just destroying their executes with a couple good punishes. A lot of their members, Psycho and Lord Dream, stepping up in the past couple rounds, but when Sparscofield finally heats up as well, ZOL is in for a challenge to get out of this one.
I'm not really entirely hopeful for ZOL in this round. Again, call me the cynic, but I don't think we've had too many thrifties today, at least by sheer volume. It felt in the last series, but our Schofield again. Just reinforcing the fact that if you don't have a weapon advantage over JustUs, then that is a tough kill to climb.
I mean, to be fair, they really need to start taking a lot of these 1v1s, so I don't blame him for trying to take that fight, but you really can see that first shot accuracy difference just working the way of ZOL here, or JustUs rather, as ZOL is struggling to get out of a lot of these shows. They finally funnel some util. Oh! A missed shot here gives in the opportunity to get one. Lloyd Dream is just waiting in the wings. Schofield finds one. Do they spot out this jet though? He's playing so close. Surely you can see that.
Surely you see it, right? But again, there's a lot of mysterious forces here, and did I speak too soon again? Did I count out the clutch factor of ZOL trying to steal away this round? Hunter's Fury still in the belt. Has a drone, but won't be a factor. Number one is to make that round expensive, and boy, was that expensive.
JustUs really putting in the hurt here on ZOL to get the round, but they're bleeding out some economy. Thankfully for them though, they feel like one of those teams that don't really need it. Obviously you'd love to have all the rifles and everything, but they somehow just make it work even on the pistols.
One enemy remaining.
I gotta say, you know, we had a conversation about Sunset, Ascent, and why we have our gripes with these maps. I feel like I'm starting to strongly feel about Sunset more than I am with Ascent.
That's very true. Speedy entry here. Kakarot takes an angle very early. This time around, they try to go.
Stop it. Batman is not gonna have any of this nonsense, as he doesn't even need to use his flash to get in here. And Schofield trying to get as much value out of that elevated position. Do his best 10's impression. Right now, he is just being him. And Jet will feel the effects of it, having a bit of a slow start to his game. Repulsive gets Lurk out of mid. Numbers advantage definitely going in the way of our younger squad here, as the neural theft is going to provide a lot of value if they choose to invest. But again, Second Love going the more prudish approach, and they will strong arm their way onto B site.
Honestly, great retake there. I mean, ZOL, it looked like they forced the issue at times as they try to take the site, and just having the good coordination to take both Boba as well as Market. They have the paranoia to help them out as well, breaking a lot of the set crossfires. I feel like when you're down a player, ZOL need to, that's when they really need to push that aggression meter up to the next level and take a fight instead of waiting for the opponent to rally and just try to swing you from all these angles. Or honestly, just hide and be made and like spam, you know?
Spam. No, that's exactly why I strongly feel about Sunset, because normally when you smoke out a main, it's bad for the post plant. This one is like, just don't smoke out main. It's even worse when you do it. Is this the worst site in the game?
I'm out of here.
I don't know about that one, but it's the most, I think it's one of the more difficult ones to take, that's for sure, just because of the amount of space that they can retake from.
Yeah, because it's fun to fight. Honestly, in B, it's fun to fight within B, but most of the time, nobody's gonna be in the site itself. So, it is an interesting problem to have. ZOL trying to get control of this game yet again, but Schofield will be the first to play Spoil Sport. Zin with everything to him. And I can't believe Schofield doesn't even check. Here's the gunshots, a little confusion, a little bit of miscommunication. But it is clear as day as ZOL will not take this round for granted. Another one on the board for them.
Great flank on the flankers there towards the end to secure another round for them. You can go even Steven, but JustUs gonna hope to go 7-5. They have the operator yet again for Lloyd Dream, a bit more mid-control in that part. He's gonna position himself toward B though, and A seems to be the posture for the attacking squad. Maybe take a bit more aggression, which is what they did for their earlier successes, but the ping's looking like they're gonna pop out of the left side. Schofield gonna be the first one to defend that.
Go, go, go!
I like Schofield now finally waking up. You were saying that Psycho is keeping it afloat for JustUs, but now it looks like ZOL is trying to drown them out. But Schofield yet again is an excellent sailor wading through these waters. And you can call him Submariner here, but obviously Jet is pretty fed up of getting fragged out. Now ZOL looking to even the score. Second Love still has that neural theft. He hasn't popped it at all. Do they even check the score? This could be doomed. It is awkward, but again, they really have to follow up on this. Zind will get the most out of his life. Zind again is a terror, no matter what, but Repulsive is disgusting in this situation. 7-5.
Just repelling the attack here from ZOL. They stumble onto Schofield. They get punished from it, and it's so difficult to deal with that much threat on the opposing team when you're so worried about all these angles to cover. A good spot for ZOL to try to make a move there, but JustUs just very ready for that A hit.
I do think JustUs has a much more impressive attacking side, and the inverse is also true for ZOL. They're so much better on defense. But once again, stylistically, this is such a fun match.
It is.
And you know how it is. Styles make fights.
True. I mean, to be fair, ZOL yesterday was also pretty good on the attack, so it's kind of surprising to me that it was so difficult for them to make their attack have, be at like a deficit at the moment, 7-5. With the round swapping though, or side swapping rather, Schofield gonna enter the first part of this elbow corner. Gonna run into Kevsey maybe, but just chooses to back away. It's gonna pull rotations from the rest of ZOL as they are clearing down Market and slowly closing onto this position. Oh.
Dodges a bullet, but not the splash damage of the arrow. Sometimes you just need to bring your bow in a gunfight. JustUs. A lot of utility still. Cheeky Cage here just to make this cross a bit safer. And A has been the name of the game. They have been trying tooth and nail to really secure the side, whether they be defending or attacking. Around second love, still overstaying his welcome. And now Zind will flex his ability to defend the site. And again, this is no surprise. ZOL will really turn it up to 11.
I mean,
once they start defending.
It's a great collapse coming in from ZOL after that to recover the round, and a way that they retake it with sending 3 players to go for the flanks, able to really secure the site after that, and using the stuns as well from Neon to displace a lot of members. I mean, it's easy, quote-unquote, to dodge the Neon stun, but the fact that you have to move gives them still an opportunity to shoot first, which is always good. And it looks like it's been working out for ZOL, at least on this opening pistol. They buy pretty heavy-handedly here with 2 Guardians, so that's going to be something that JustUs is going to have to deal with the lack of armors.
I'm surprised ZOL is not an outlaw team. You know, I think realistically, it's only NAOS that's an outlaw team, right? Where they consistently buy up an outlaw on round 2, round 3. I feel like that's really where the outlaw shines. It's great, but scalability, I don't know how to feel about it. As Jack goes for a cheeky play here. And wow, indeed. Second love. I like this setup. Look at this. Look at this little corner.
I'm looking at it, and it's looking like a disaster at the moment. The utility gonna push Zin back. His teammate peeking off the wrong time, even though they have a contact camera. It's not gonna work out for them. They take the site pretty well, and off those 2 kills, they don't have the initiator. They don't have their controller as well. They're gonna be forced to swing out of this, but the gun from ZOL still managed to ring through. Schofield can find one, has to go for reload. They're so low though, he could win this, but that's not enough. Kakarot seals the deal, and ZOL come up, but not unscathed.
Oh boy. Why is it so expensive? Like, these second rounds have been insanely expensive for both sides, and it's no surprise why nobody can really build up proper momentum here. ZOL still trying to get their data right. They're still trying to get the positions correct. JustUs punishing some of these more unwieldy plays for, again, our defending champions.
I mean, ZOL Esports doing a great way of minimizing the damage. I was surprised that they were able to do this much. I know there is a weapon difference there, but Schofield not landing a couple good shots at that range, as well as the rest of his team kind of whiffing the moment that they swung out of market. Felt like a round that could have been a thrifty for them if it just slipped away just a little more, but we still end up even Steven here right now, but not in terms of economy. JustUs clearly in the lead with this one, with the firepower to really back things up here. Only the mid-trip to control a lot of the pressure. They don't want them to waterfall and collapse onto one side, so it's going to be the job of this Neon to be the rotator. But Schofield again, jail off the board. That's no more controller for them.
Man, Schofield is bringing the heat. Oh my god, what are they feeding their players though? Look at that. They're in perfect unison. You saw the barrel stick out. But anyway, going back to JustUs, getting yet again an unnecessary peek away from ZOL. And I was just championing Jet that, you know, when Jet first came into the league, he was one of the wilder controller players. It did work out in his favor at the time. Right now, we're still seeing shades of the past, albeit it's not as good as we want it to be. Paranoia being invested here to take the fight, and now ZOL try to collapse with the guns. Are just a little too much to handle here. Now they lose a lot of space, but Patman with a submachine gun will try to hold it down. JustUs yet again. Take round number 8.
Honestly, pretty good because they still managed to plant that spike. They come away with 2 rifles. They should be able to buy up a little bit here, but maybe they're going to choose the half and save that because they do know that ZOL Esports have a full buy of their own. The overdrive available for Kakarot could prove to be the pivotal difference here with that speed in addition to all their other problems, but still a very close game here on map number 1 for Sunset, considering that this is the map of JustUs.
That's true.
Or ZOL, rather.
ZOL maybe scratching their heads just a little bit. There are a few rifles here on JustUs. Now, I think their number 1 assignment is to just don't let Schofield bust you up on those early fights. He's just been so sharp, and these 1v1s are so, I feel like, uncalled for, considering they have a lot of flashes, they have a Paranoia, they have a relay bolt, so they have a lot of utility to help. But again, they're dry peeking this. Batman terminates 2 players. And JustUs is going to hobble along with their bonus weapons.
Gonna try to flush another player out. They know Psycho could be close. Maybe another player towards mid. They get the info. They back off as well. They keep the man advantage 5-3. It's gonna be a bit more difficult from JustUs. All up the repulsive here. Then maybe find the pick. He dodges the recon. Gonna be great. He could actually TP onto market. He gets scanned. Oh no! There comes the surprise factor out of the picture. There, spots out one, but it's dropped low. Kevzi, great double to take out JustUs, reducing them to ashes with Batman sealing the last nail on this coffin for this round.
8-all. I still can't call this game. Like, there's no real advantage here for anybody. Our Schofield will have a stinger, but that rocket is going to help his efforts quite a bit. Does have the double blast pack in as an option. Again, number one ZOL. I feel like they figured it out. Just don't give Par Schofield the opening here, and I think they're fine and dandy.
They are, if they just keep this going. But right now, Steven, they have one stinger. Aggressive start here. Lloydry might get punished, and more explosions coming their way. Kakarot's gonna be taken out with a close range ultimate here, and G manages to find one as well. Psycho has to back off from this, and he's taken out.
Oh man. Yeah, again, overstaying is welcome, but this time will not get punished. That's a huge 4K for him now. Lloyd Dream 1v3. We've seen it happen in the past, but Jez feeling it. He is scoped in, locked in, taps away, but can't get the ace. Lloyd Dream still has a lot to work with. 19 HP to work against. Too many bodies, too many bullets. Can't dance around it. And ZOL wrestle it away. That's the 2-round swing for them, I believe, if you look at the round counter. But what really stands out to me is that look at how many ults they have for a retake. They can essentially let Par Schofield and gang walk in and just overpower them.
That's true, but look at this hold here from Jet. Really stopping the push here. That could have been so disasterful for their team. And now it's ZOL with an advantage, as well as the ultimates that you mentioned. A lot of tools for them to take this round, but instead they're going to take a fight, and Kevzi finds the first one. They're giving it though to JustUs, an opportunity to shoot back, and Repulsive's going to take 2 for free, gets the even 3, and what a shot there. Good game sense, and suddenly the advantage from ZOL just going away. Zin trying to recover something, but still 2v3, and they get the free weapon upgrades.
Oh, they have to make a choice here. Either don't let them pick up the weapons, or again, try to control what they can, and they chose the latter. They try to go for mid, maybe giving them an easier time if any of these sites fall. At the same time, you just don't want that to happen. Yes, they get the neural theft. Yes, they'll know where they are. They try to brute force this. And this is not a good way to manage their ult economy. Table has been set. Jay again left, or leaving his teammate Zin to do a lot of the heavy lifting here in this clutch. Unfortunately, I'm not too sure how this is gonna pan out. That tripwire either way is gonna alarm the rest of JustUs to where Zin could be playing. The cap is just insult to injury at this point. And ZOL looking like they're a step slow today.
Slowly tripping on their own momentum here. Cut short by JustUs, able to equalize the score yet again. I was surprised that they went for this early aggression, considering that they know their opponents are on an eco. They have every weapon available, and they have all the ultimates on their team. Now they had to blow the neural theft in a round that wasn't that great for them, and they put themselves at a disadvantage because they take the risk of fighting those duels. And this is the problem that we were talking about for a lot of times this game. JustUs on these duels, getting that initiative. The mechanical skill will always be there, and it's one of the reasons why they're still here.
Just waiting for them to really play a bit more mature Valorant, you know? Again, gotta build around that. And JustUs, they definitely have the capacity to do so. Right now, they're trying to play the rhythm game, maybe play for the slower timing. Which, again, in a very aggressive position. Kakarot surely can follow up from this. But Lloydry may be in an angle that they don't expect, but still, that's a free one. Kakarot, he's gonna be happy with that. Well, succumbing to temptation as he gets punished, and that's the man advantage gone in an instant. Look at this, JustUs. I think they're trapped here. Oh wait, no, they're not. The mid is now open.
Mid is open, but the rotation is going to be a hard collapse with both of the halves of the ZOL team remaining, just splitting 2-2 on both sides. Double backing right now, JustUs trying to recover at least one of the sites. I think they have to really stick the man advantage together to even have a chance of taking this. I mean, there's no paranoia available
30
for
seconds
Jet,
left.
but still, the firepower. We've seen him 1v4 and hold up a corner. So can he hold the rest of the site? Because he has to find a way to support Patman without the paranoia.
Without that, it is a big piece, and they just walk in, annihilate you again. They are giving this ZOL team a run for their money. Like you mentioned, this is their map pick supposedly, but right now there is no dominance being asserted. Kevzi has to throw out that Hunter's Fear with nothing to show for. Zin will try and scale his way towards the site. Can't find any contact, can't find any stray kills. He'll be walking into a crossfire here. Recon Dart is available, but the trades are not quick enough. ZOL now on the back foot yet again, and they don't have enough to buy up for the next round.
Great positioning as well from Just to really hold down the fort there. They have one player going for the jiggle. The rest of them tucked very deep that they have to be able to go for a wide swing. I like this position from JustUs as well in the start. I'm not sure if he updrafts before the round so they don't know that he's there. So if they one way, might get a cheeky kill. He gets rewarded by Kakarot overextending a bit. But another timeout coming in, which I assume is ZOL Esports, as they need to take a breather with this one. They're on the eco yet again. They have the overdrive, but they still have a long road to drive through.
It's gonna be some rough pathing. Hopefully they brought the right tires, otherwise they could be riding, or rather driving on wet roads with slicks. Not ideal, by the way, guys. PSA, check on your tires. You know, I've seen too many people just let their tires go like that.
Well,
but hey, if it runs, okay.
It's true, but they could just run off, and that seems to be the story that ZOL Esports is kind of telling us, because they had a good start, but they're wearing out, and right now the momentum just going JustUs' way. It is literally just them. They have no real coaching staff to back them up, so it's all player skill right now, and they've built up an economy for themselves that could win a couple rounds. They're at the double-digit mark, and they could clearly close out map number 1.
Hey, you know what? Maybe we're seeing the next generation for PH, because if this is just raw talent alone without the supporting staff, then my goodness, that ceiling is insane.
Very true. But time will tell, because the veterans of ZOL Esports have a different story in mind. The reigning champions defending their title, if they can get out of this series unscathed. That's going to be the big question for the day. Right now, a slow start from both of these teams as we are creeping closer to match point. More risk for less reward here, as they're trying to make any sort of movement without getting so punished.
I think JustUs might have a stamina issue later on too. They might be playing really well now, but for the rest of the series, it's a big question mark. Again, that's why we have a system in place. So if trying to brute force your way in fails, then there's obviously that other safety net. Like you said, we are slowly crawling to the end of this map. And might we remind the audience, whoever loses this is done. This is for tournament life. And even if they win, I don't think the road gets any easier. Oasis is waiting in the Shark Tank.
Have to be very careful with this one. They're going to go for some more shots. JustUs trading up pretty well. G manages to find one with the pistol, but that's not going to stop the momentum and leave Zind alone. Has to find some early picks. But this is going to be a deadly swing if he goes in for it. The discipline now kicking in for JustUs. Never mind. Goes for the wide swing. Lines up, but it's not going to be enough. Massive spray coming in to close the round. Lloyd Dream seals the deal 11-9.
We know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush.
I'm worried. I'm a little worried. You know, we talk about ZOL being a diesel engine, but right now it is stalling. They've had no semblance of control in the last few rounds, and JustUs, they're looking to run away with this. We do have the operator finally on Kakarot, and I still think it's because they keep taking a lot of these duels without using utility prior. It is dry as all hell here. It has been a battle in the desert.
Exactly. I mean, they have so much ways as well to scout out a lot of this early information, but they're waiting for a lot of early contacts and relying on a lot of the util that is getting suppressed out. Honestly, it's a good job from Batman to really do that, but also it kind of they just have to wait it out, right? Like, you get suppressed, and then what? There's no real punish for it to get the info, but it's not going to do enough. But maybe Batman can just shoot them instead. Lloyd Dream out of the picture makes things a bit easier here for ZOL.
ZOL will find the opening pick here, and still, they haven't really gotten all that much map control. A second love finds Jay again. Jay has been the first frag for many of these rounds, and it is hurting the performance of ZOL. Preparing for the side hit here. But look at this, most of the members are still towards A. Now they're leaning towards a different hit. I have a feeling this is going to be some awkward positioning by JustUs if there's a stray pickoff at, at a moment's notice.
Very true. Will that moment come, though? That's going to be the big question. With Jay out of the picture, controller gone, it's going to be so much more difficult for them to deal with the later half of this round. 30 seconds remain. Scouting out a bit more information. They know that they go for the fake instead. Psycho very ready. Good combination. They get the scan. They get the paranoia, but Zid lives through. It's not going to do the damage. Finally gets the connection, the conversion, but they have to find a way to plant the spike. One enemy remaining. Misses the shot as well. They can't go for the plant here.
He can deny it. Remaining.
Oh, the stun gun is here. He has to run away. He has all the speed. He has all the time. And Second Love just can't find that opening despite getting that 4K. And now ZOL back in the race. But man, was that an expensive round. Again, both these teams are trying to enforce a death by 1,000 cuts. It's insane how grueling this map has been for both sides.
It's so difficult for this, and they kind of just give a round away for free. As ZOL's able to steal one back, go to the double digits themselves. Patman has to judge to stop the aggression here from overflowing from JustUs, to get the early camera info. Second Love knows to back off from this, might spot up the stack, but not much other information given.
Now that silence could be deafening yet again. 2-1-2 as ZOL would prefer. This time they're going to invest Kevzi to really man this center portion of the map here. While JustUs scaling up yet again, looking for some clean fights to be had. And again, if I'm not crazy, I still have not felt the presence of a flash here from really either side. It has been duel after duel. Jet could have a perfect paranoia here though, if that may come to fruition. But this could be the corridor of death, and JustUs get that looming feeling of, again, impending doom. They bounce out. Second Love avoids the scan, though.
Avoids the scan, but still. Gonna get a bit of info heard right now. Jumping from Patman, not gonna find anyone. Second Love just waiting
30
in the wings for the moment. Back to back with his KO. But one of them has to make the first move. His teammate just goes away. Comes back, finally baits out the shot, and gets deleted.
I hate the judge, but here we go. The flash is there. He's still not permanently down. He is going to be temporarily concussed. And we have a fight here by Kevzi trying to dance around. Par Schofield manning the flank. 1v, or actually 2v3 realistically. Par Schofield still has the rocket in the pocket, but he is going to keep on trucking his Kakarot with the Guardian. Could pull off a Super Saiyan move here. It does look like this is gonna fall onto a more dire situation. Wall is still up, can sprint out. Lloyd Dream has maybe given Kakarot an opening. Sees the head, goes for it, slides away. The accuracy is in play. Where's the last person though? Rocket is here, and that should be it. Par Schofield beautifully managing everything. Now JustUs one away from stealing a map.
My man, they need this, they want this, and they can totally get this. If they can just get this last round, ZOL, they have such a bad buy into this last round. So all the cards leaning into the favor. What a judge play there. I mean, I wish he got more for ZOL, but still only one false.
Yeah, it's really funny or frustrating, because the judge is just a menace, no matter how you put it. And now Lloyd Dream with the blades. trying to slice down the rest of this defense, and Kakarot again getting caught in transition. Kevzi is going to be left alone in his little corner in the A side again. Where's the resistance? Where are the players? Jay has something to say about it, but unfortunately for him, he can't get the Vandal, as well as Kevzi not being able to land the shot. And it looks like we are on life support for the sunset of ZOL. Patman, Mr. Clutch, will not be allowed entry. Zind, what can he really do here? No shot present for him. That's one. Again with the clean trade. ZOL fall on the first map.
Surprising. Whoa. It's their map pick, and oh, what is that victory? Exciting finish for JustUs as they're able to get map number 1. But it's going to be a real interesting story now that we still have 2 maps to go, and that was ZOL's. So it's going to be quite the story to tell if they can 2-0 ZOL Esports, because like you mentioned a bit earlier, they are fighting for their tournament lives right now. There's no lower bracket. This is it.
Did you tie your hair? I just noticed that.
No, it's just my thing.
Oh, I see. Anyway, like you mentioned, there. I thought it looked kind of cool. Anyway, yeah, I mean, whoever wins now will have to eventually face Oasis. At the same time, this is really interesting because I feel like JustUs had a lot of gaps in the regular season performance, but now suddenly it's playoffs. It's a different setting, and it's a different air to them. Par Schofield, I believe, should be, you know, close to the top, if not on top in terms of volume. But we are going to have Psycho, who was really the early impact that JustUs needed.
I mean, it's a lot of them to really do right now. And JustUs, they really need to keep this momentum going. Heat retention was one of their early problems. But ZOL Esports, they also need to find a way to take the opponent's map. Look at the differences right now. It's not that much in terms of kills, but the rounds just going a lot of ways in JustUs because they're capitalizing on a lot of the mistakes of ZOL.
That too. I mean, that's really what you want to do. You know, if you can't formulate a very strong attack, might as well defend well. And, you know, fundamentally punishing all this really does take you so far. First kills by JustUs, 1 for every round that they won. And that's just it too. ZOL, I feel like there was a lot, and I mean a lot, of unwarranted swings. We are going to be jumping right into the highlights, and we might see a few of those shots land. Like, once again, the man of the hour here, doing so much for his team.
Actually, Psycho, just especially during those opening rounds, got a lot of the early victories here for Just in rounds that seemed like they should have gone the way of ZOL Esports. There are small mistakes, just like that one and this one, has really been punishing for them long term, and they really need to clean these things up if they want to get this game back on track for them and push for a map 3.
Well, that would not be unrealistic at all, but some of these plays again does leave a lot left on the table. I did have a shining moment here, but I don't know. It's Ascent next. What's our last map? I forget. Let me check. Let me go through my little notes right here. It is Bind. So I feel like it's actually still leaning towards ZOL. ZOL Bind is a big problem, and JustUs, I don't think they can get away with that type of play on that map if we go to a 3-map series. But so far, with this trajectory, Ascent could be very much in the balance right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like either of those maps could go more ZOL than JustUs' way, because JustUs, they had that explosive start, but the heat retention has always been a big question.
Well, as we nerd out a little bit more, guys, we are going to toss you right into a break, so stay tuned.
Yeah, oh yeah. Rapid Saver is the one to choose. Yeah.
Saber, will they still try this? Because their economy is so broken.
I think save might be the right call here.
Oh my.
What? Be happening here, Papichulo has himself on a great spot. Gonna be able to take down Tree. And that is gonna be enough for... Wait, another 4K? Only one satchel for Folex to play around with. And he still has a lot of things to work with. Youngport out of the smoke, got to kill Folex. All in his hands, the 1v2. He got one. Man, clap on the head, and Folex is gonna be clutching it.
Now Party World scrambling to get something going here. 8 seconds left. Astro does get one. Now he gets marked, and I would say that's done and dusted, but he gets one more. Low HP, hello!
Don't even try it.
Oh my god.
Micro and Pathman hand in hand gets kills, and now they are just gonna push through. NAOS loses their footing. They're still not committing on that defuse. Gonna be seeing one, gonna be seeing another. Papichulo gets the 4K.
Like the ball, Folex though, the paranoia is gonna be perfection right now. 2 versus 2, Folex bounce them all.
A lot of value, a lot of shots connecting already. What the one from far, and here comes the showstopper as well as the fire finally gets it. Oh no, the 4K.
I hope it's not gonna be the same as the last Lotus game. Right now, Dizzy, too confident forward, goes for it, goes for the kill, denies the showstopper, fights the flash, gets the 3K, make that for his dad and ace. No, it didn't happen, but it was still a win for OSC.
Lurking on the side of OSC is Owen Cutie a little light on the utility to close the gap. Do they check? He still gets it.
He does.
Maybe gets a second.
That's not gonna be it, though. One's gonna come from heaven. The paranoia is not gonna hit anyone at all, actually. And look at that! Jumps towards Jen. Still able to find that shot. 4K. Will it be a 5K to take it to 11 to 10? Now he knows where the last member is. Owen, will he get to clutch this? Yes, and an ace for Owen Cutie. Meow.
It is a very long series, and maybe somebody could get a cheeky kill through the smoke, but they're just not equipped to deal with this. They might have to vacate.
Oh my.
Or...
Oh dear, Aeonix is on fire there. Aeonix with a triple as well, and Aeonix kind of wants an ace for himself. If Owen gets one, I want one too. Now trying to find the last member here with a classic.
I like it.
Beautiful.
I like it a lot.
Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Grab food, savor, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you go, yeah.
But still, Food is chiming in big, and still Subversive are putting up a great fight! But Kakarot is even bigger for this one! He knows where the angle should be. He gets up on top, and he delivers death from above! Kakarot going super!
And now he's down. Lloyd Dream with a kill and make that a second. Itchy solo, literally all alone. 40 HP, body shots! And it's a 13-0!
All alone, a 1v2, that's the call. Kevzi, the angle's good.
Wow.
Swing from Zin will secure it. 4 for Zin as ZOL get on the board.
Shot from York. Kelly is going crazy. Has to showstopper, has to fight against 2. The clap is gonna be there. He has to fight them. They're both hiding, and they have to take the angle. They are not planted for them. York is gonna fall down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue the onslaught of Just Us versus ZOL. And once again, it is me, Raph, joined by Mr. Textured Polo himself, Fluffy. How are you doing and how are you feeling this stormy afternoon?
It's a stormy afternoon. Things are pretty cold here, but the heat retention of Just Us is going to be the big question as we move on to map number 2. It's an interesting sight that they're able to take away map 1, which was ZOL's pick. So now that we're fighting on their own home turf, it could be an interesting story because we've seen a couple of their players, Psycho in particular, but Par Schofield has been heating up towards the latter half, and if he can bring that earlier online in this map number 2, it could be very difficult for ZOL to really push through to get map 3.
Oh man, map 3 again is probably the most interesting piece of the puzzle here. It is where ZOL has definitely made their bank for the entirety of the season, for the entirety of the split. And JustUs, they have a lot on their plate to close this out because that is a looming threat around the corner. You know, Scent, I mean, we talked about it a lot. I think JustUs plays Reyna here every now and then. I wouldn't mind seeing that if they really want to snowball with momentum, considering how much of a hot start Par Schofield did have in that latter half, as you mentioned. And right now, I think on the side of ZOL Fluff, it's just, can we not give away so many unnecessary peaks, please? Especially on our, I don't know, utility-heavy agents.
Yeah, I'd have to agree there. I feel like there was a couple missteps and little mishaps that led to the downfall, because when we look at the scoreboard, it's not that far off. They're both double digit. It's like 3 rounds, and those 3 rounds could have been all those little mistakes just adding up. There were a couple times on map 1 where ZOL had literally all the ultimates, all the weaponry, all the armors, but they push out against an eco and get punished. There are other times where they just make weird choices at weird times, and it allows a small gap that JustUs is just always willing to take that risk, willing to take a fight. They are not afraid to just bulldoze their way into victory, and it's been working out for them. The question is, in a veteran map with a veteran team like ZOL Esports, can they do and replicate the same thing here on Ascent?
That is a big ask, but again, JustUs have proven time and time again that no matter how much we count them out, they will storm the front and they will eventually break down their opponents. Once again, ZOL, they just can't fall into this trap, you know? JustUs is relatively the less experienced team, but by far one of the more composed aimers in our region. So with that being said, I think we'll be jumping into the agent select very, very soon. As we've already theory crafted, I feel like the Neon is, I don't know if it matches the style of ZOL, right? Because ZOL has this very steady pace for the rest of their team, that having somebody that far ahead just doesn't mesh well with the rest of the squad.
I mean, on one hand, if they have the supportive capabilities and of maybe like a longer range initiator or breach or something, it could be great. But with Ascent being Ascent, there's a lot of very good picks that are very standard here that are hard to swap off because you lose so much. It's a very all-in strategy if they choose to go that route. Not sure if it actually gains you more than just playing a Jet. It might be surprising, but I feel like that small overextension could be a route for JustUs to get another punish for free, and that is what's really scary, because you start giving up members and slowly that ball turns bigger and bigger as it landslides, and suddenly you realize you're in a losing position. So I think you want to remove as much variance as you can and keep it up to that steady pace like you mentioned about how ZOL plays, because that's where they really shine.
Well, you talked about, you know, a lot of disasters that could come in the way of our defending champions, but they have pretty much the heart of a lion. You know, we've seen them actually just go through much this split. I was trying to remember their start. They had an absolutely slow start at the start of the split, and then coming into playoffs, the momentum was pretty high. At the moment, though, JustUs don't seem to care about it too much. I feel like we've tackled about almost everything that we could in regards to both these teams, and as we jump into the agent select, we are just going to remind everybody that whoever drops out of the series is done for the splits.
No surprises here coming in for ZOL, and as much as normally it's a surprise to see the Reyna, it is a very standard pick here for JustUs on Ascent. Par Schofield can go ballistic on this agent at times, and it could be one of their winning factors if they can get that ball rolling. We've seen him not only be the entry, but at times be a bit of that lurking Reyna, just overhealing and making himself and his presence known, pulling a lot of rotations from these defenders, which is how it's going to be with ZOL starting out on defense.
Well, at least they start on their strong side. They do forgo the Cypher now, as they go for that Killjoy and Batman, interestingly. Don't go for... I think that this isn't their usual lineup, but once again, they have a lot of things to iron out. We know how this composition can go. JustUs obviously leaning towards the heavier, more brutish approach. But hey, if it works, it works.
True. I mean, if it works, if it ain't broke, you know,
Don't fix
it's
it.
fine. So ZOL Esports, you're gonna go for this tried and tested composition, similar to what we kind of predicted from both of these teams. Bigger question is if ZOL Esports can really stop the bleeding early and win a lot of these early fights. Because to be fair, there's a lot of ways for them to deal with this. They have a lot of the killjoy utility, a lot of stall as well, and a lot of chip damage, which adds up over time. The only person that they probably can't chip down is Par Schofield with all this overheals. So you have to be wary of his position when it comes to the later half of that round.
Mid to late game seems like a big issue for some of our players here, like you said. And I don't know if it's a treat that we're getting 2 Ascent games on the same day. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, depends. For you, probably not, since it's not a fun map to
The first one was
repetitively
good, honestly.
see.
Yeah, the first Ascent game we had today was great. I'm hoping that that type of expectation and that type of momentum is going to carry out on this game, especially considering JustUs is an explosive team that will try to break through the brick wall that is ZOL.
That's very true, and that is going to be their challenge, but it seems like JustUs has no problem doing it in map 1. I don't see a reason why they can't do it in map number 2, unless ZOL really plays for that retake. They play to not lose those members early. I think that small trap that JustUs sets up is because you know that they're aggressive, you try to fight them, and when you try to fight them, you're already disadvantaged because there are 5 players that can stack up, and you have to spread your resources thin on the defense. So you're max 2 to 3 players, right? Unless you go for a super big gamble, which is so risky. So JustUs presents themselves as a threat already before anything even happens. It changes the way that ZOL needs to manage their site holds, if you even want to call them site holds, because more often than not, I feel like with this paranoia available, as well as all the other tools for the retake, with the KO flashes if they have any lineups, which I'm sure they do, it's going to be really, really good for them to give up maybe the front or back part of site and just go for a clean retake instead of trying to fight them off when all this utility is being bombarded at you.
Yeah, because there's a lot of open space on both sides, like truth be told. But if you can time it properly with whatever utility you have, in tandem with maybe like a Silva dart or anything really, it's gonna do serious damage. It's gonna help out the swings and whatnot. We are just slowly getting ready to get into Ascent. Just us, ZOL again, fighting for tournament life. Reyna pick, this is pretty much a feast or famine pick. And well, I don't know what else to say here. I'm a little nervous for both these teams.
I mean, it's going to be very difficult to tell who will strike out on this one, because a map like Ascent doesn't really lean for either of them. It's really about player skill at that point.
Yep, that's exactly the case of Ascent. I mean, what else do we really think of Ascent, right? Go back in history. Was Ascent fun during the Viper meta? No.
I liked it during the Viper meta. It was at least interesting.
It's because we were Viper players, Fluffy. That's why we like it, in our pubs.
Yeah.
But I think by far the most or the slowest Ascent meta we had was when Astra was dominating, because you just know that Star is gonna show up and you're gonna get hit by the vacuum and all her utility. I do kind of miss seeing Astra being a bit more prominent. Chamber meta is chamber meta. You already know, no matter what map, there's gonna be a peak somewhere. There's gonna be a TP out.
Very true. Hard to punish, but that's a different story of what we have today. Seems like a lot of these agents just open for the free fire, and with Reyna on the opposing team, it could be very difficult to deal with. The longer she lives, the more threatening she can become. And if that Empress is online, there are certainly times that a player such as Par Schofield can go for a 1vx situation, maybe even 1v5. It's going to be very difficult for him to get shut down unless he maybe gets suppressed or dinks out early. It's really going to be up onto the setup of how ZOL Esports is going to make their defense. If they take a good control of site, it might force them somewhere else. A site, for me, seems to be a bit easier to take with a team with this Reyna, without the KO. But it depends. Whoever wins that first pistol, actually not even the first pistol, like more like the first buy, I feel like sets the tone for the rest of the game.
Why do I get the feeling that JustUs is gonna fight mid early on? Just try to contest catwalk in. But that's just a suspicion. And again, while we are waiting for this, folks, we would like to apologize. You know, it has been a very interesting day, a very action-packed day. But here we go. Finally jumping into Ascent. And I am wrong. It's actually JustUs going for let's hit A.
They are posturing towards that A hit. But look at the aggression here from ZOL Esports, posturing for maybe some early contact. Recon Dart gonna come out. Not sure what it's gonna spot though. They don't break it in time, so it's a lot of info gonna be gained for them. The one way gonna come out a bit too late there. They already take control of this area. They need to start readjusting that smoke. It doesn't really cover much, and Lloyd Dream gonna be toyed with to move back, but the early space on mid spotted out with Patman landing a couple warning shots here.
But it's gonna be barely anything. Azin is gonna open up for Second Love. And now ZOL going for a more tried and tested composition. Jez finally gonna have a strong start. Another 4K for him. Now ZOL try to ramp it up. They don't want to go away at least from tournament life. And again, wow, I actually had to double back on that.
I mean, great shots coming in. The defender of A side, not just on this map, but the previous one. These pistol rounds really helping out Jess positioning. And this is the downside of not having that KO, right? You don't have a molly to clear that position out. You don't have a suppress to stop any of the resmokes or utility. You're really relying on the fact that you can win those early fights. But when they give up front sight like that and they just hang back, it's a lot of damage for them to do. Lloyd Dream now taking advanced positioning. They're going to waterfall in. Jet rewarded from the last round with this Bulldog. Has to fire some shots here, but clearly they're baiting him out of this.
They're trying to play on his tendency, but that's going to be a beautiful paranoia. Only finds one, but it's still enough to halt. Kakarot will, again, blind the opposition. Gets a second for him. Even on that exchange, he will come out barely alive, barely breathing. A few circuits being shorted here and there. JustUs, they don't have anything to pick up, at least safely. Now Second Love gets scanned out, so no utility on him. Will get shot in the arm. And now ZOL getting that conversion to nobody's surprise.
Great round for them already. They keep the economy up as well. They save the Vandal as well as that Bulldog in their pocket. Jet good positioning to draw up a lot. And great paranoia combination with this flashpoint. Really sealing the deal for that round. Problem with the lack of info here is you kind of really do have to brute force things, and that's just a roll of the dice. And if it doesn't work out for you, then go next.
We are going next. One thing that we have to pay attention to is that these bonuses, these lesser buys have been expensive for both sides. And it looks like it's gonna continue. Lloyd Dream will try to updraft into safety. Avoids a lot of the spam. Push forward, Dash is gonna run out, so he's not gonna have a dash out. He will take a lot of damage from the Nano, but it's Psycho getting removed from play, and now they're getting slowly sandwiched. There's a lot of presence towards mid. Spammed out here. Do they check for Pathman? Second Love still gets that frag. And now it's an even 3v3. Second Love and Par Schofield are so close to just getting found here. Par Schofield does have a heal, so he might just have a lot more staying power, but do they check for Jet?
That's going to be the question. Creeping in close. Second Love not expecting the push from Zin. Takes him out immediately. Great round 3 so far for ZOL. Par Schofield, if he isolates a 1v1 and gets the overheal that you mentioned, it could prove to be the pivoting decision point for this team. Still one flash in his pocket, and they still have a controller, so they can wait out for another dark cover. As Par Schofield is just doing such a risky play. They're both trying to find a 1v1. They're desperate to get some sort of engagement because they know this 2v3 is not ideal.
They fake it once. 24 seconds left on the clock. FZ carrying Repulsive away, but it's actually Jet providing enough assistance and a distraction to get the rest of JustUs off the board. Isn't this just classic ZOL? They have a shaky game 1, just so they played to perfection on the second map.
I mean, heat retention was the big question early, and JustUs struggling to heat up right now on Ascent. It seems like their own map pick not working against them because these early fights just going the way of ZOL Esports. Able to secure a lot of these important frags, and that even the chip damage onto the A side was just enough to push them off it.
3 upgrades abound. JustUs looking to pull out yet another magic trick with these weaker weapons. Empress is available on the board, but this time around it's Repulsive and Psycho not having the greatest of starts. I must say I absolutely adore the skin line. A little sad that I didn't get it, but hey, we'll get it some other time. JustUs maybe thinking the same thing here as Second Love, maybe second guessing the one way. Zen providing a lot of unfortunate certainty for JustUs. They're just getting picked apart.
JustUs doing so well in trying to get these early picks, but ZOL Esports is punished. It's just too strong. 4-0 right now, looking like a completely different team from what happened in map number 1. Sin's aggression not being punished, they drop the spike as well. So it's just a checkmate position as they enter round number 5.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Is this the time where we bring out what's new? You know, for ZOL? We have an even gun round though. I'm curious to see if they had enough to pool for an operator. They could have, but it would severely hamper their utility for clearing. And look at that. Our Schofield swinging across mid, trying to get some control over tree. Second Love, I think he spotted out Zind, but not quickly enough. Nowhere near the urgency needed to take that fight. And ZOL, they sink back into their safety yet again.
Safety not gonna last very long here. Bar Schofield finds one. JustUs pushing in to find another. That's good opening here. This is the JustUs that they need to keep showing us. The aggression not stopping, turning into a wrecking ball. But here comes the Owl Drone, spots out one player. Lloyd Jim gonna avoid the spam in the air, jumps away. Bar Schofield finds the punish somehow.
I can't believe he landed that shot. Now we have Bar Schofield with the Empress. Doesn't even need it. Like you mentioned, they need to be aggressive. They need to all in. Kevzy looking for a potential clutch here, trying to spam it out. Can't spot the Hell player. That smoke is going to provide a little bit of cover and a little bit of confusion. JustUs now answer back. ZOL for the first time on this map, drop around.
Will this be the start of their demise? We saw that they had an early advantage on the previous map, and JustUs, they get momentum once, they keep that ball rolling to be over for them over time. But here we go, taking a look at this replay, and if they can repeat the same amount of aggression that they have, it could be that defining factor, as it looks like they're also positioned in a similar way. Spike still gonna be in kind of no man's land safety, as well as on Repulsive. Early pick here, gonna be a dry peek, and to the operator though, has to be careful, but actually he looks the wrong way. They spot up the long barrel, lands a shot still.
Quick on the draw is Zind, propping up the rest of his team. Look how close Second Love is to that lockdown though. So one more stray kill or an orb could help out the cause for JustUs. Right now they are in no man's land. They are waiting for some sort of aggression by ZOL, but again, ZOL playing this perfectly. They know they have the advantage. They know they have all the utility up. They have no need whatsoever to give away those free picks that were just a problem on Sunset. JustUs in the worst position possible. Try to crab walk their way to safety. Look at Kakarot. I think he has a ready flash available for Patman. As time winds down into this mess.
Waiting on the contact of the alarm bot. There it comes out. Flash comes through. It's gonna flash out one. Funnels. Great paranoia as well. The triple utility to flush them out. The KO frag as well. So much good teamwork here, and Kevzy denying the rotates recovery from JustUs. Repulsive left alone, hanging around B main. They spot out the info. They know where he is, and Kevzy doesn't miss a mark. No damage done to him, and another clean round going to ZOL.
Once again, ZOL making us curious why this wasn't present on map 1. Zin landing an impressive shot, of course. And like you mentioned, the teamwork towards mid
Enemy
and
remaining.
just the speed of it all was just too much for JustUs to handle. Now, going into this round, they will have lockdown. I'm not sure if they're going to use this as a band-aid solution, but if Par Schofield gets an early kill, maybe this is how they're going to fight their way through this. Null command in the pocket of Kakarot. I doubt that they'll insta-pop. Shock Dart is going to do very minor damage here. And I like the fact that the 0 point will actually stop Jet dead in her tracks.
Good use of it as well. Null command active. It's going to delay this push even more. No heal here for Par Schofield available yet. Member still alive for the side of JustUs. He takes a bit of chip damage. Might get a good spam, but not gonna give any targets for free here for ZOL.
Not at all, but Par Schofield making the most out of his kit. Getting Kevzi. Kakarot is still lying in wait in this switch corner. He's one away from falling, but he will find a frag immediately. And that Molly's not enough to stop the lockdown. No detain though, but that's enough space and time. Bot perhaps. Vandals on both Psycho and Par Schofield. Just trying to get away with some spam here. Zind looking for a mark, looking for a target. And now they've cleared everything. They've set their sights towards B. Batman first to swing, maybe first to find a kill. No, it's actually still Par Schofield continuing his terror. A big whiff here, and an even bigger round for JustUs.
What a win there for JustUs, and the Empress coming into play. Par Schofield really ringing in the reins for his team. Able to really stabilize. Good opening pick as well. Sharp and easy dismiss. Not going for the overkill, taking the space instead. That's what you want from your Reina. I'm surprised that Kakarot lived that long, but still unfortunate that he wasn't able to destroy that lockdown. Forces his whole team back because of that. And now they lose another round. And JustUs slowly making the stack a bit more workable. But ZOL Esports might have something to say, as they have the Hunter's Fury, they have that Odin, and the stopping power of that operator to control a lot of it, especially since it's all invested on the B side.
That is a hard read and a half for both these sides, actually. Do we have a fast rotate available on ZOL to maybe ease that heavy hit? But like you said, JustUs, when they just pulled the W key, works out really well. Empress is no more for Par Schofield. However, I don't think that's going to dampen his fragging power. Lloyd Dream does have blades too if the economy does go down the drain, which is looking to be the case here. Kebzy with the classic. He's going to sit in the corner. We do a bit of damage here. And I wonder if they'll ever change that about Ascent. That segment is so annoying to deal with as an attacker.
I mean, quite possibly. But I doubt that at this point they're going to do something like that. Small pause here. Just waiting for the game to start. And still, it's not as bad for JustUs, because even if they do lose this round, they get the Hunter's Fury on Psycho. They still have the Blade Storm to work with and a couple rifles that they can buy. So ZOL Esports really need to double down and secure this, make sure that they can get their way with this round.
You're waiting for the timer to continue, but it does look like we are going to be chilling for a little bit. Operator on the hands of Zind, and sometimes I wonder why we don't get to see Zind more often on the duelist role. Yes, they're all flexible, but I think this was a topic we've had a few months ago, where it's good to have a bunch of flexible players. At the same time, there's a value out of specialists that you can't get, you know, elsewhere.
Small technical pause here. Take a breather from all the action that's been happening so far here in VCT. If you guys are watching or have watched since game number 1, or series number 1 rather, it was Oasis versus NAOS. That was going to secure their slot into that upper final. And now, for the grand finals, we might be able to see which team is possibly going to enter that after this game whoever I think faces this plays against NAOS tomorrow, and then whoever wins that moves on to grand finals. So no more room for error right now. It's possibly a scenario where JustUs sends ZOL Esports, who was the defending champion of the previous split, out of this tournament. So this ragtag group of just blazing guns might be able to take away one of the veteran teams here if it doesn't go their way. So far though, stability for ZOL has been very strong, and JustUs is trying to cause a bit more commotion because in that chaos they do thrive, and it seems like with this Reyna pick it's just even more pressed.
Rest is a good word. Again, urgency of the series, you know? Don't want to drop out, don't want to bum out. And just to clarify, winner of this matchup will face Oasis tomorrow in lower bracket. So that's a lot to look forward for. Now the technical pause is going to go away.
And away we go as we go on to this round. The blazing start here. Not stopping the action anytime soon. Gets away with his life. Kakarot gets the punish instead in the air. They still can find this jet. Eventually, Lloyd Dream manages to swat out Zin from the air. 4v3 right now. A bit more, I think, bite that they were going to go for here for ZOL. Not able to chew through this attack. And Lloyd Dream finds another. That's a clear sight for them. They can waterfall out of this. They're just worried about this market player. But look at the positioning from Psycho. Just creeping in. The Psycho that he is. Through fire and flames, making sure he can get closer to a more advantageous position. Jay might not be able to expect this. No dark cover yet. Should have it shortly though.
Does look like they're gonna relegate their effort into saving this, or gonna posture up for a double B main. But yeah, it does look like they're gonna concede and give this a save. Like you mentioned, JustUs, guns blazing, bullets raining. That seems to be the most successful way to take the sites, especially. You know, ZOL is a team that likes a 2-on-2 a whole lot.
I mean, they get that man advantage on, they get the early frags. Even if they trade each other, honestly, they just need to get onto site, and it seems like that's where JustUs really thrives. Now it's just an even Steven in terms of saving, where they're able to keep a lot of rifles on the board. But ZOL slowly losing the advantage that they worked so hard to gain after a couple good rounds.
I can't believe this is still the first half.
Same.
This is a scent for you guys. One more operator, one more try with a long-range artillery for ZOL. As JustUs have built an economy for themselves now. Does look like they're gonna go for yet another heavy-handed push towards B.
Ooh, good damage though with the shock guard. Painful as they exit this. They spotted one player already, but Parscofield stuck in a corner. To get some info off of Lloyd Dream, the Hunter's Fury gonna rain down some more damage, but the gun might not be out in time. Yes, it is. Able to find two, but not enough to secure it. They do reduce this into a 2v2, so they can convert after this. They have to get the spike, and it's so far away. Kakarot secures it out for them. They break up the market door. And Psycho, he has the info of both players, but it's so difficult. He has to wait for them to make a mistake. They spot him out as well. Last info already gained. They have the Owl drone still if they want to use it, but he has no time. He has no breathing room, but he can just go for the shot. Finally, air attack, but there it goes. There's the drone. Not worth it at the end, and Jay goes up on top, but so expensive here for ZOL.
Goodness, yet again they rescued the operator, but I feel like the impact has not been felt.
Spike down.
JustUs doing a good job of avoiding that and making ZOL invest so much utility onto this B hold. Again, that was too much of a close call though for ZOL, but they retained their lead fluff, which is important. Our Schofield looked like he was about to buy up, but he is gonna have a Vandal in hand, and away they go. Looks like they're gonna eat even more chip damage. That's huge. Our Schofield knows where the players are. We have Psycho trying to land a Hunter's Fury, potentially displacing some of these players, maybe softening up this side for the rest of his team to walk in. Kenzie still very much alive in the boathouse. The shock dart gets another, and this lone Sova has found all his prey, but Repulsive surrounds him and corrals him. 2v2 yet again. Different offenders. This time as Psycho is in a different position. Avoiding the spam, but will get called out by the molly. 2v1. Has a lockdown to really secure this, but it is a long plant. Repulsive has to find an early fight just so he avoids the numbers game. That he does, but this time the dice roll just not in his favor. ZOL convincingly retaking this round.
Recalling my boss.
What a great way that they played as well. I mean, yeah, they lose 3 players, but they mitigate a lot of that early damage that JustUs was able to do. And Kevzy really being the hero of backside there, holding off so much. First shock dart dealing like 70 damage to this Jet. Second shock dart just deleting him off the board through the smoke. Very aware of where they could possibly be. He buys so much time that the operator shot from CT is able to connect just because he stayed alive for that long. The 2v1 at the end just to seal the deal, but honestly a great read from Batman to go for the door play instead of trying to take up heaven.
Maybe they're running out of room up there as JustUs looking to drag ZOL down to hell. And ZOL keep it together. Once again, they hear the op shots. Now they can confirm where it is, but a quick rotation, quick displacement could win them the round. Falling into place for ZOL. They're going to operate on the round again with a huge advantage.
They are already in sight pretty much for free. They lose Lloyd Dream on the entry though, so that might be a problem. Defender Killjoy lockdown gonna come in very early, call in the reinforcements for this. Perfect timing to hold up and gather together. Zin just making sure that no one's gonna push through or do anything a bit nasty. They have to play so far away, but the spike not going down means that they could just double back and fake this.
They could. There's no more Killjoy lockdown to really reinforce this, but Par Schofield walking into yet another death trap. And JustUs floundering for this round. Psycho will try to make the most out of the situation, but with what little he can find, is going to push ZOL to an 8-3 lead. One more to even run it up. Surprisingly, JustUs has maintained, I'd say, a pretty decent economy. They can actually give this judge to somebody else, as Lloyd Dream does have blades to pop.
Does have blades to pop, and it could be the defining factor here. 2 operators right now on the board for ZOL. They really want to get this out. They have the money to just buy a rifle afterwards, and Lloyd Dream, he's stuck on the judge. Yeah, he has the blades, but against the KO, it's sometimes unreliable. Oh!
Huh?
No way.
Oh no, but would it really matter? Nearly Zin gets out despite a potential collateral, and Jeff finding the rest of the team. JustUs.
What was that?
Critical fail. That is a natural one. And oh, you cannot let that get to you for the rest of the game.
That's heartbreaking to see though. If you're a JustUs fan, your Jet gives away the position, loses the knives as well, doesn't have the gun out, and on the gun out, when he's trying to pull up the animation, gets shot by the operator, isn't traded. Now Second Love trying to look for a second chance here for his team. He's able to find the first, but oh man, 73 HP against 3. Oh.
Oh, you hate to see it. I mean, he did have a
switching sides.
Judge. Maybe that was the bait. Oh, he used up all his knives. And then you walk into the sheriff, right? But, you know, judging from the body language, it was a misclick and a half.
For sure. There's no way that you pop knives and just randomly right-click looking at an angle with no player. Small errors, but at the end of the day, it's part of the game, and these players are professional. They have to keep that mental up because they have a lot of rounds to go before any of these teams goes down. ZOL Esports, they can win this pistol, could be one of the final nails in the coffin for map number 2.
Here.
JustUs struggling to get that heat up.
Let's fly.
That heat up would be very useful, especially in our more stormy seasons here. We anticipate the push here, which is a good call, but the other half of it is knowing where the players are pushing from. Wow, Psycho actually getting that shot. They will lose their sentinel, so that flank is incredibly vulnerable. And yeah, look at this. They are going to go for one hell of a clear here towards B main. ZOL? Do they anticipate that many members though?
That's going to be the big question. Good smoke onto CT. Isolate the players on site. They have to be wary of Jet. Great paranoia as well. Not going to be able to save anyone. Zin manages to find one through peeking into the dark cover. Might not be enough space that they're looking for them. They're trading shock darts, but they have so much to clear. Lloyd Dream finds one. Might be able to find another, but the timing not going to work out. But still manages to find the head of his adversary. And Lloyd Dream, as well as his team, gets the round.
Was that important?
Man. JustUs find a lifeline here off the back of a strong pistol round. Now they're gonna go for the anti-eco here. ZOL picking up only a singular sheriff. And it's on their sentinel here. Oh man, Lloyd Dream actually turning it up too. Like, strategically, it wasn't that deep. But the shots they're hitting, A+.
Very true. I mean, clutch potential always high for JustUs, and you can see in the promotion that's where they really shine. But ZOL want to play this cleanly. They're not going to give them that opportunity for free. They have to work for it here. This time, though, on the back foot, ZOL's going to try to get some more advantages. But look at Bar Schofield already on the hunt. Finds one player. Not the one he was looking for, but he at least knows that there's two. He can dismiss out of this. Not going to get punished. They're going to rain more bullets downrange. That's going to be enough to shut down a potential push. Only one player hiding into wine. No spike available. Has to just play for time and wait it out. Tried to find that perfect moment, but they can surely smell him. They know that he's close, and Zin gets deleted as Lloyd Dream picks up another.
See JustUs finding a little bit more confidence here. They could very well take this bonus with a few well-placed shots. And my, what do we have here, Fluff? That is a very interesting bonus round buy here. Straight up.
What is that? It is an investment of huge proportions as we move on to round 3. And it seems like they're just going to take it in stride and try to go for a bigger play here. Maybe they won't expect the operator. Maybe ZOL gets punished off of this.
Hey, third round up always works. I've heard that somewhere. JustUs. And this is, I would say, a make or break buy. If they can't find value off this operator, then I think their economy is in actual shambles.
Yeah,
yes, they're still gonna have
to retake. It's so bad.
Yeah, if they're gonna get like an early picture, why not? But ZOL, if they can drone this out somehow, if they can find this operator, then they're going to reconsider their options here. The operator finds them first, and this is already a good round for them.
They found it at the end of the day, but still, a little early peek there. Not expecting that to be clear. Thinking the Owl drone already spotted it. Good value. Good reposition onto the B side as well. They can focus their efforts now onto A. 3 players stacked up already for just have to wait for Psycho's early contact. I think he's going to see him first, but he's actually going to wait out, play a bit more passive here. As it's a trap setup. They're just waiting for them to push out.
That's the value of the Molly again, securing some of those awkward one and dones. There's still one more that they have to worry about here. If they don't check, I think that might be enough to actually seal this round away. Backyard will still get it, and Kevzy just can't find his targets. JustUs crawl all the way to 6 now. And operator still in the hands of JustUs. Very, very huge. Now look at this. ZOL on the pistol. Unlucky.
Unlucky indeed. Unfortunate rather, but still. Fortune favors the bold, and JustUs reaping the rewards off of it. They keep the operator like you mentioned, but they build towards the ult economy as well. They can just hold on to this. It could spell disaster here for ZOL, who's been trying so hard to get back through the series. The operator shot not going to connect, so at least he gets out with his life. The damage should be done though, but at least he has some fight in him. Flash not going to be avoided. ZOL manages to find 2 off the eco. They get the free upgrades as well with the operator down.
This is what they wanted to avoid in the previous round, and Repulsive will get a little seared on the sides here, but Zin Ferrari peaks second love with no hesitation whatsoever. And that eco round was turned into a the bonus that they wanted. They keep most of everything. They even take the operator away. And JustUs, I don't think they have... Yes, they do. They have enough to buy up another one. But this is going to leave one of their players with not the best amount of armor at the very least. In fact, it's actually Second Love opting to go with the Sheriffs. Psycho will join that band. And I must say, this is a lot of faith being put into this op.
Yeah, it's a lot of investment. You're basically two players right now. Lloyd Dream needs to make the most of it. Find the counter-op battle. Shots already gonna go through. They spot out his position, but a great smoke just neutralizes his threat early on.
Well, they don't want to walk into this. Psycho has the Sheriff, and it lands straight into the dome of Pathman. No more Sentinel again. These rounds where the flanks have been open tend to lend themselves to JustUs aggression. But look at this, Fluff. Operator is in the best spot possible. Kevzy will spot it out. No. Probably gonna play for timing. Doesn't get anything out of it. But retakes with the operators, not the best. Not ideal.
Oh, they're just gonna run into each other. Zin takes up far. Schofield goes ZOL, manages to do the damage here. Have to run away here. Maybe this is the time that you can't even save the operator.
I don't think so. They have the spike down. Second Love could find a frag, but no. Jack gets him instead. Impulsive with the op. Yep, he runs away.
At least they keep the operator, to be fair. But double digits now for ZOL. Great way for them to segment the map, dodging the early operator presence. Not once, but twice. With two good dark covers and an owl drone. Investment not going to be paid up right now. Maybe on to the later rounds.
It does look like they want to fight for the exits here. And it does look like Repulsive has a good idea.
Ooh.
An even better shot against the dome of Jet. It's gonna push him to one more orb from the shadows, but once again, not really the most valuable ult to have in defense. JustUs. What's the buy gonna look like?
Oh wow, what's that? That's what the shot looked like. Just spamming through the wall there. Great crosshair placement coming in from Psycho. Really doing the damage there, but damage not dealt enough as ZOL. Very close to match point. If they're able to take this one away, they are forced onto one Stinger, but they have the Blade Storm as a backup.
Get out of my way!
Surprisingly, JustUs have a very intact buy here. I thought they would have forced it out, but again, Zin maybe not anticipating that either. He will take a lot of damage from these nano swarms, and he's not even checking the right angle. Not for the moment. Oh my goodness. Give us a heart attack. Prop us up, will you? He will find Second Love, and ZOL, they're so close to taking this map. Even with this huge advantage, though, they can't be complacent. That operator has done its fair share of work. Our Schofield as well on this Reyna can pop off, go nuclear at any given time.
Any given time, indeed. And any time of day right now. The retake coming in very strong, but JustUs finds 3.
One enemy remaining.
Kakarot, he responds in kind. 1v2. Psycho is so low. Kevzy gets found. Tries to set up, but no. Well read by the low HP player, and JustUs hang on. Yet by another thread, and still they get the operator. ZOL, they will have enough to buy up, but they can't let this go on any longer.
And how did they even get those 3 kills? Great positioning as well. His teammate can go for the tap there for the defuse. Actually stick it because they just have to have no time. It's not planted for anyone. Great use of positioning at the end, but those 3 kills really turning the tide when they needed it most, stopping ZOL from going to match point. Now it's up to them to hold this defense even longer. You already mentioned they have the operator, but the ultimate's in hand as well. Could be great tools for this defense.
So thinking how they can now approach this, right? Both these teams are now at the edge of a broken economy. We do have Null Command on the side of Kakarot. They could use to fight their way in, and it's looking like it's a very likely possibility here, Fluff. They're trying to scale up towards B now. I don't think that drone, or rather that bot, is going to spot out anything for a while. JustUs. Very patiently, not overextending. It does look like They are willing to sacrifice Par Schofield onto stairs. That ultimate's not going to be enough, but this time it's not going to have, or it's not going to allow Par Schofield to have that E out. Then again, then he can get the frag. Time is winding down. Doors closed. How can JustUs retake with the operator?
On this Fury activated to go for them. They're gonna blast up onto two. KFC manages to find one. Lloyd Dream through the commotions, able to look for one, but only one left. Lloyd Dream, what can you do with this? You're in a weird position here, trying to take the backside, but KFC, so good. Holding down the side defender or attacker, was able to secure another round into match point for ZOL.
Oh my goodness gracious. Both teams refusing to bow down. JustUs, few more swings away from equalizing, maybe into overtime. But this is the problem when you have Arena. Sometimes you're kind of boxed in to a really aggressive playstyle to really utilize your second rifler.
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
There's just not enough utility on the side of JustUs to bleed out ZOL in that type of play. Now A, mighty interesting here. Zind comes down the Cloudburst.
You should run.
This repulsive shotgun to shotgun will fall. Lockdown already invested. JustUs making a mad dash to support each other, making sure that there are no traps in place. But JustUs keeping composure. No, they can still bounce back, but Sin gets a huge kill here. Our Schofield escapes. Kakarot playing switch now. Hatman whittling down yet another player. He runs away. Par Schofield and Second Love has a lot ahead of them. He gets the first. You know what the Reyna can do in a 1vx situation. Gets another. This could be the lifeline they need. He sprays away. He gets the dink. He jumps around. Time is of the essence. And he goes around the box. This could be his career play. Fluff. Par Schofield. So close. The last bag. The last bullet. The ace clutch to keep it alive for JustUs. And ZOL are stunned.
I'm stunned. I have no idea what that was. The quick thinking, the repositioning, finding the perfect angle, the play, dancing around the boxes, and Par Schofield go nuclear.
Oh, we are so awake. Oh my goodness, JustUs. What was that? You doubt the Reyna. This is what happens. The crown belongs to Par Schofield here. And JustUs 4 rounds away from overtime, and we are gonna take a look at how that clutch transpired. Oh my goodness. The ZOL are sweating bullets. This is the momentum JustUs need to power through the slump. ZOL on the attacking end, not necessarily their greatest strength.
Here. Calm before the storm right now. G's looking for the jump spot. Spots out a player, but no punish. They can survive more rounds here, but the damage already being done to Par Schofield. Maybe that's not going to stick if he gets another one. He's surely heated up after that, and he finds one already. Not being able to overheal, though. At least he gets to run away with his life.
He does run away with his life. Kakarot, so important, so pivotal in some of these hits. Again, the flashes, the silence, everything. Zind will try to clear away for his team, but Lloyd Dream will meet him at the top. Gets the Jet on Jet win. And now Second Love with the Guardian will be as precise as ever. They still try to break towards Boathouse. They are now stuck in such an awkward spot. Par Schofield again getting one more to his name and to his team. JustUs getting closer and closer to breaking ZOL.
They're starting to believe. And they're going the distance if they can keep this momentum up. JustUs looking very strong, but they're on the knife's edge. They can't afford to make any mistakes, and the risk-reward play might not come into fruition with the less room for error. They need to make every round count, and this time at least they do have the lockdown for some added security, and they are facing an eco on ZOL. Zind, the raid boss of the round right now, only one with the Vandal, has to find some value with it.
Hey, this isn't going to be the first time that ZOL has thrifted their way into the JustUs defense. Again, JustUs can be complacent. Yes, they have a full head of steam right now. Yes, they've been landing shots and they are awake. But this is still ZOL. They're dealing with the defending champs. Chet being very careful. He knows he only has a sheriff here. Par Schofield knows that he is very much online, but like I said, these sheriffs can devastate the opposition. Psycho, who was the MVP for the first half of Sunset, tries to chime in, but this is looking bleak. This is looking dire. JustUs. All that for a drop of blood. Psycho could have 2 potential kills, but it's up to Second Love. A monumental task for him. ZOL, the bounce back looking imminent.
Oh no, it's gonna be so difficult like this. ZOL could clearly get this. They break the lockdown as well off the spam, and all those heroics are not gonna come into fruition as ZOL Esports take map number 2 and push to map number 3.
Uh-oh, and we are going into deep ZOL territory as we move on to Bind. Again, that was a clip. Our Schofield and the rest of the gang trying to hold on as much as they can, but you know how ZOL is. Once ZOL gets the data, once they get ahead, it is tough. It is difficult. And very soon we're going to be jumping right into the advanced stats here, Fluff. And as we live and breathe, we are going to jump into it now. I don't think it's a surprise Zind is the MVP for ZOL.
Clearly, because he's had so much impact, especially with a lot of those operator picks really being the stopping force against the weight that JustUs is trying to just push down on them. And of course, for JustUs, Par Schofield, so good on that Reyna. At times, it felt like a questionable pick, but when it worked, you really felt it.
Oh man, that's just how it is with the Reyna. It is feast or famine. JustUs just couldn't maintain that middle ground they needed for this. And ZOL with an outstanding 14 first kills just to really bust up JustUs. Again, Bind. I'm worried for JustUs.
Very worried indeed. They lose that early steam. We move on to a map number 3. We can take a look at the map highlights to check out what exactly went on, because what a crazy game. It started like it was in ZOL's control with his opening sprays and impact coming in from Jit, but still not enough to really close it out early. There were a lot of moments of hope here coming in for JustUs, but ZOL, the consistency, eventually winning out.
Again, it just feels like somewhere down the road, it was clicking for JustUs, and maybe, just maybe, the round lead was just insurmountable. And we had a lot of impressive clutches here. Krebsy obviously with that solo hold and that critical flub from JustUs. I'm gonna hunt them a little bit. Again, there were a lot of moments where it could have gone this way, it could have gone that way. But sometimes when you're leaning towards mechanical supremacy, you are leaning on a knife's edge.
I mean, that's the name of the game here, risk versus reward, and the risk has been very high, but the reward for this match even higher, securing the fact that you can get to that maybe that finals and then maybe go even further to get all the way into Ascension. That's what all these teams are fighting for, and right now this elimination match is going down to the wire on map number 3, a complete reset when we come back from a later break, and it seems like it's just nail and tooth right now for both of these teams trying to survive.
And they'd probably pick up anything to fight at this point. Tooth, nail, literally anything. The kitchen sink is going to be thrown their way. But you know what? We are going to be throwing you to a break, guys. So stay tuned.
It's a lot cheaper. Grab food, savor won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food, savor is the one to choose. Yeah.
Try this because their economy is so broken.
I think save might be the right call here.
Oh my.
What?
Be happening here. Papichulo has himself on a great spot. Gonna be able to take down Tree. And that is gonna be enough for it. Wait, another 4K? Only one satchel for Full X to play around with. he still has a lot of things to work with. Youngport out of the smoke, got the kill. Folex all in his hands. The 1v2. He got one. Man, clap on the head, and Folex is gonna be clutching it.
Now Party World scrambling to get something going here. 8 seconds left. Astro does get one. Now he gets marked, and I would say that's done and dusted, but he gets one more. Low HP, hello! Don't peek!
Don't even try it.
Oh my god.
Micro and Pathman hand in hand gets kills, and now they are just gonna push through. NAOS loses their footing. They're still not committing on that defuse. Gonna be seeing one, gonna be seeing another. Pumping Chulo gets the 4K.
Like the Folex though, the paranoia is gonna be perfection right now. 2 versus 2. Folex! Bounce them all!
A lot of value, a lot of shots connecting already. What the one from far, and here comes the showstopper as well as the fire finally gets it. Oh no, the 4K.
I hope it's not gonna be the same as the last Lotus game. Right now, Dizzy, too confident forward, goes for it, goes for the kill, denies the showstopper, fights the flash, gets the 3K, make that for his dad and Ace. No, it didn't happen, but it was still a win for OSC.
Lurking on the side of OSC is Owen Cutie a little light on the utility to close the gap. Do they check? He still gets it.
He does.
Maybe gets a second.
That's not gonna be it, though. One's gonna come from heaven. The paranoia is not gonna hit anyone at all, actually. And look at that! Jumps towards Jen. Still able to find that shot. 4K, will it be a 5K to take it to 11 to 10? Now he knows where the last member is. Owen, will he get to clutch this? Yes, and an ace for Owen Cutie. Meow.
It is a very long series, and maybe somebody could get a cheeky kill through the smoke, but they're just not equipped to deal with this. They might have to vacate.
Oh my.
Or
oh dear, Aeonix is on fire there. Aeonix with a triple as well, and Aeonix kind of wants an ace for himself. If Owen gets one, I want one too. Now trying to find the last member here with a classic.
I like it.
Beautiful.
I like it a lot.
Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you go, yeah.
But still, Food is chiming in big, and still Subversive are putting up a great fight! But Kakarot is even bigger for this one! He knows where the angle should be. He gets up on top, and he delivers death from above! Kakarot going super!
And now he's down. Lloyd Dream with a kill and make that a second. Ichi solo, literally all alone. 40 HP, body shots! And it's a 13! Oh my
Now be all alone. A 1v2. That's the call. Kevzy. The angle's good.
Wow.
Swing from Zin will secure it. 4 for Zin as ZOL get on the board.
Shot from York. Killias is going crazy. At the showstopper, at the fight against 2. The clap is gonna be there. He has to fight them. They're both hiding, and they have to take the angle. They are not planted for them.
Welcome back, everybody, as we now hit record-breaking numbers for the amount of maps that me and Fluffy have casted together for the entire split. And we are at the final map of the day, potentially the final map of one of these teams for their tournament run. We are going to bind very soon. Just a quick reminder, like I said, one more drop and you are out for the season.
out for the season, and that's going to be bye-bye for your dreams to get all the way to get that lion's share of the prize once you do eventually qualify for Ascension. Maybe get another match in after we go into our finals. But right now, the focus is, like Raph mentioned, making sure that one of these teams gets out fairly unscathed, because they've been trading blow for blow here, maps for maps. Each of their map picks just not working out for each other. So hopefully this time around, with this decider being kind of neutral ground, it's going to be a lot more interesting for them to really turn up the pace here on Bind.
I do feel like we are seeing, you know, the last few shots of adrenaline for JustUs. I mean, you know, Bind, we've obviously sang praise for ZOL in the previous map. At the same time, you see those moments of brilliance. You saw that impossible clutch by Pars Schofield. Hopefully it doesn't come down to, again, the team trying to clutch out every round. Hey, we'll just see. I mean, I feel like we've laid all our expectations quite bare in the last two maps. Bind, I feel like, could be a true toss-up.
Yeah, they could really be one of the more important maps. As obviously, it's a complete reset from both of these teams. I do think, though, that with how Bind is laid out, there's a lot more opportunity for a team like JustUs to really shine, since with the quick rotates and the access to really go for some fights, and honestly, you kind of have to fight on Bind. You can't just like hide on the side. You get flooded pretty fast. It fits kind of the motif that JustUs is bringing in comparison to ZOL. Not that being said, though, ZOL is very strong on Bind as well. There are a lot of times where Kev's is been that clutch master, really closing out a lot of the positions here on Bind.
Now we are going to actually jump into the agent select very, very soon. I did say this could be neutral ground for both these teams, but I feel like this is where we see the truest form of Patman. You know, when he is on that sky, when he is ready to just shred into everybody. And I gotta say, Jay had such a wonderful performance on their last outing on this map as well. Zind was everywhere, and the rest of ZOL were firing on all cylinders. But look at this. JustUs going for a very, very information-lacking type of comp again. Yes, they can confirm with the sky, but only having 2 flashes, that's gonna hurt a lot in some of these slow rounds.
I mean, on the flip side, ZOL Esports, a lot of recurring utility there with the Gecko, just spamming out that Dizzy. As also, to be fair, because they can just plant and do any of the objectives with the Wingman, it just keeps more guns on the round ready for a lot of the plays that can happen when you're facing a team like JustUs. Because in the middle of planting, JustUs has that tendency to really go for the flash, to really go for a play. You want that extra man advantage to really break the leer, do something amazing, and just trade up your teammates as we move on to the game itself to figure out which of these teams will be sent above and which one will be sent home.
And what a way to go would it be to have a last map banger here. ZOL, defending champions, obviously have a lot of pressure on their shoulders as Kevzy is going to be the first target here. And Pars Schofield looking to kickstart the party. Lloyd Dream with the paint shells will splat the sands with blood. As ZOL missing 2 members now on this attacking side. Does kind of feel like they're forcing the issue here. Repulsive has no problems gunning down the rest of these pushers, these would-be attackers. JustUs starting strong on that pistol round.
I mean, it's a 4-stack on the A side for the defense here, and JustUs ready for that hit coming in from ZOL. I'm surprised that Pars Schofield was so confident going in that early, but also the fact that he was not punished. Instead, the team of ZOL takes the first casualty, and JustUs are rewarded with a better buy.
Still no Outlaw on the side of JustUs. We are going to be settling with a bunch of Bulldogs, and Psycho still saving up with the Ghost here. Maybe JustUs want that Operator online maybe a bit sooner. ZOL, they have done their damage on thrifty rounds, and so far they've been incredibly successful with them. ZOL trying to cherry pick whatever angle that they are given, but JustUs, greedy, stingy.
A lot of things can go wrong with this one. I'm surprised that they're not trading a bunch of this utility a bit earlier. They're forcing out the plant here. JustUs gonna give away the space for free. Gonna take a retake instead. Smart move from them with that gun advantage. But there goes the wingman out of the picture. They have to manually plant this one. The smoke's gonna fade in a bit as well. Awkward position. Trying to go for something more aggressive here, but JustUs ready for the reply. Already finding 3G. Manages to find 2-3.
Oh my goodness. 2v2 now. 2v1. He reloads and at the most inopportune time as well. They clean up after a potentially disastrous round. JustUs now keep the majority of their weapons with them. Jay again showing why he had such a great outing with Brimstone in their previous matchup.
One enemy remaining.
Again, you cannot discount some of these buys, no matter who's packing it.
Exactly. I mean, it's going to be one of those big opportunities for either team. JustUs starting so strong here. I wouldn't be surprised if they can take this map away, but it's sad to see a team like ZOL go. So they're going to fight for it with all they've got. They need to start using their composition a bit more. Get a bit more of that recurring information to play the slow game. Because right now they're just diving in head first into the hands of JustUs. And JustUs always ready to fight.
Well, you know, as one of our greatest poets have said, jump head first. They're doing it right now. They're headbutting the competition. Recurring information is not needed when the bullets are landing, and even an unfortunate judge shot is going to be the cherry on top for ZOL to take this round. And I would say that was a perfect bonus. They barely lost anything. They got the ults, or rather the orbs they needed to the right people. Kevzy and Jet obviously topping the scoreboard right now. But again, I also agree with that sentiment. You have so much info gathered. Why not just use it?
That's true. I mean, they could play the slow game, but they're just trying to force the issue here. Fighting onto lamps. Yeah, they do win it out, but at what cost right now? Flawless round for them, but JustUs finally with rivals on the board might have something to say. Bar Schofield playing such a far angle up onto Heaven on A. No one really trying to aggress on Hookah side as well, so Kakarot can clear this out for free. Double check with all the utility coming from his team. They do spot out one player, but that's the jump peak of Psycho. They might not be sure if that's close or far from Hookah, so they're just going to back away out of safety instead. But that's going to funnel them into the 3-stack of A.
Oh boy. Into the teeth of danger, as they say. Kakarot. Double satchel is tempting. Find nobody here. And once again, how do we gather our info? We're clearing it by fire. Still have not confirmed any of these positions. And Kevzy would be the one to crawl up. Like you said, this could be a genius play, Fluff, but maybe this judge could be the wrench in their plans.
Oh, it could possibly be a quick trade. Thank God. Stop the bleeding. Making sure nothing can come out. They spot out one player. Repulsive has to break the Gecko Blast, but he breaks Kakarot as well.
Whoa! Jet will answer back with a shot of his own after burning his orbital strike. But look at the amount of space they bought with Thrash. But where the hell did Catman come from? Flash to confirm. Hits him with a sidestep. And Second Love, the last person to fall for JustUs. This is still pretty even. But once again, I am worried. They are hard scaling A short.
Man, they're really trying to fight for this with all they've got, and a great play there towards the end just for some more security. They equalize the score. Noy Dream, low on economy but high on firepower. The showstopper in his back pocket to really do the damage if need be, as ZOL Esports maintains a bit more control in the latter half of what happened recently.
Control is the name of the game here for ZOL, and JustUs, as defiant as they are, did come close to coming back, but once again, we are now in incredibly unforgiving territory. Batman with the bot to help him clear Octagon and Garden, as well as the Trailblazer to seek out whatever bit of information they can be that can be taken. Kakarot with the paint shell. They now engage onto the site. Elbow should be a little bit free, but Second Love is coming to collect his first frag. Kevzy with a trade, mid-air as well. Sheriff still doing a lot of damage. Patman can barely confirm. Jet is solo, and he can't really front this anymore. Molly to buy them some space. I like this play here. And they top them back up. Zin is gonna buy a lot of time with him jumping down. They're still not fighting on the bait, but Zin from the heavens above, on top of the box, is going to whittle away Par Schofield. 1 HP. Jet might want to tempt fate here. Changes who wants to plant. It's definitely going to go down here. Repulsive still very healthy. Has a few weapons in front of him, but ultimately will be turned into a tree.
That's true. And it's going to grow into a big problem right now if they're not able to stop the power of ZOL entering sites like this. The utility bombardment at the start really to secure a lot of angles. I mean, yes, they were on the eco, but you can really see that JustUs are also not afraid to fight for a lot of the space, regardless of what weapons that they do have.
Oh boy. Nerves are adding up for both sides here. A lot of value, and I mean a lot of value with the Jet. You know, the Molly kept the separation, the smoke obviously doing its job. JustUs leaning a little bit more onto that B-side defense. I think Patman did see the tripwire there, but obviously can't really do much about it just yet. They are going to shoot this down. At the same time, Second Love is ready to punish.
Ready to punish indeed. Primed and positioned well. Time though, ticking down on the clock. They have the option to go for a TP onto A, but with no player marking it yet, only have the camera to check. They do clear it out, so they can wait for an interesting pick here. They're trying to flush out a lot of the defenses, but the positioning from JustUs is still stalwart at.
They're trying to hold this down as well as they can and maybe man all their towers, get all their troops into a bunch of bunkers, but Lil Bro is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting here, crossing into no man's land. Par Schofield is going to cancel it out, and now they try to force the issue. Jer will get one for himself. Zin trying to hold the cross, avoids the rocket, and now there's going to be a brawl. Patman is very good at this, but he runs out of bullets. Psycho confirms the kill. Orbital strike here by Repulsive. Very, very low on HP, though. Psycho is gonna give him a second chance at a life bar, but Zin is gonna pop Neural Theft. You see in the shoulder, the spam is definitely not in the favor of Repulsive.
Great play.
Really good use of the Orbital Strike. Again, they're dancing. He has the classic out. No, it's the Sheriff, and he will find the mark yet again. ZOL are now building up this lead slowly but surely. Weapons are going to be quite lacking, I believe, on the side of JustUs now, Fluff.
Man, ZOL just really putting in the hurt with this one. I'm surprised he won that out, considering that they also invested the Orbital Strike just to make sure that they can flush out that position. Play for a time, it's a heads-up play, but just not working out, tempting the fates there a bit with that positioning. 2-4 right now, ZOL doubling the score, and it looks like an aggressive start, this time towards Showers, which we haven't seen so far. Kakarot engages quickly inside, as well as taking the ultimate for himself, getting that online. They're going to use it immediately to flush this out. Pain Shell's going to draw them back, stopping a lot of the Seeker's value, but that's going to bait out a push here, and Psycho gets punished.
Oh dear, Batman doesn't have a gun now, but still gets the frag. I don't know how that happens, and look, there's going to be a long-range duel here that'll benefit Second Love. They will have that Neural Theft. I think he's not going to risk it for the biscuit. Repulsive again, finding a shot onto Kakarot. Clean 3v3, but where are the weapons? Par Schofield has been discovered. No flashes whatsoever. They want to take this fight, and he even gets baited into another Sheriff shot. Jet, the hero, the man with a beret, the one that's looking to be a commando. But alas, it's Repulsive again with a shot to the dome. Straight into ZOL's economy.
Man, what a round there. It should have gone ZOL's way. They have all the advantages already. They get the early flank pick. They even get the great timing. Maybe you lose a player on the extremities, but that doesn't matter. It's really just killed by Par Schofield, as well as Repulsive, that really held back this A hit. The fact that he's able to dismiss out was just an extra, just a cherry on top from what happened. 3-4, one round separating both teams. A lot of ultimates now for JustUs, and ZOL Esports They're gonna stick with the judge on Kakarot. He's trying to explode on the site, but 2 players already marking this from the defense.
And that maybe 2
Oh,
eyes
no!
too many. Kakarot, he will get leashed just for a moment. He'll escape. Repulsive, up close and personal. Knows where the rocket is. He's tempted to push, but he doesn't know that there's going to be another menace right around the corner. The smokes are going to provide a little bit of safety for both these teams. The time's winding down, and JustUs has to move. The flash is still very much ready, and that's going to be the first casualty of Funk's war. Molly is going to be invested. Mark Schofield with the Empress will be decrowned. Again, the bodies are dropping like flies here, but definitely in the favor of ZOL. Repulsive still has a lot of health and a lot of bullets to work with, but Pathman sharp even beyond the wall bag. And ZOL is looking to regain that 2-round cushion yet again.
Interesting take there. Real security coming out here on Lamps, making sure that no one can take the U-Haul control for free. The flash as well on Par Schofield, really blinding out any opportunities for him to get a repeat there. Perfect timing just coming in from ZOL. But speaking of timings, we're going to go for a timeout right now. It's JustUs take a moment to reflect on what happened, because that could have been their round. They're forced now on a weird buy, and all the advantages that we had previously for JustUs goes back to ZOL.
Oh boy. What is JustUs trying to cook up now? You look at how things are going. Stat-wise, not so great. Credit-wise, not so great. Econ-wise, it's kind of okay. I think they have enough for one more Vandal here. But if they really want to force that out, I'm not entirely sure. ZOL, they do have everything. And I mean everything ready for yet another hit. You cannot underestimate these weapons on the side of JustUs, especially Repulsive Sheriff.
Repulsive Sheriff might be what they need to really do the deal, but he's gonna stick with a Stinger. So that's out of the picture. Oh, never mind. He's going to the Sheriff. He's heard Raf's cries, and he's gonna be here to answer. Hopefully save the game. He's been doing well on the previous eco rounds, but now it's all up to the Psycho to make first contacts. Gonna hold the cheeky angle here. He does have the Bucky. Might be able to be good for one. He will touch. I believe he dodges the Boombot with this one. He's gonna back
but he
up.
fell.
And he's hiding from the line of sight of the Boombot.
I didn't think the bot would actually find that. Kakarot doesn't expect the second person. That's gonna bonk him. Ah, that is just unfortunate. Lloyd Dream still getting one more. But Pathman, like I said, this is his playground, and he is pushing everybody off the jungle gym. ZOL will get pretty much an uncontested plant here. Repulsive and Second Love have a lot of work cut out for them. And Second Love already catching a straight even before seeing even a smidge of his opponents. That's that neural theft. Wouldn't be too much to invest here. In fact, if they can get one more, especially out of this, it is still very much doable. That's one more Vandal within reach. But a whip.
Gotcha. My ult's
Is just enough. Repulsive again tries to line it up. Can't knock it down. ZOL secure round number 6 for them. We are slowly coming to a close, at least for the first half. Lloyd Dream 1 away from the showstopper. Could potentially use this to aggress somewhere else later.
Very true. I think security is the operative word there, because the secure factor from ZOL Esports really not wasting any resource there. They use the neural theft later on in the round just so that they can convert it. They can just want to guarantee that the worst case scenario we go 6-6. But even on the TP play, they burn that orbital strike just to make sure that they can defend themselves. Now, good use of the ultimate from Kevs, clearing out Hookah. Able to recover that as well and use it later on into the round.
Like you said, a lot of reusable information. I feel like using the comp is something that ZOL haven't necessarily done too much of. But it's not really hurting their success. Batman is 2 more away from Seekers. They will reuse Thrash here and force out the orbital strike. I do feel like that's quite impulsive of them. So now they're going to be forced back. And I don't think this was meaningful on both sides, but wait a minute. Kakarot clocking in, ready for the job. Will have to ignore his target in U-Haul. Reassess where he can find another fight. Kevzi still has a lot in his belt. He used it to delay, but they have not found Zind, and that's the exact consequence of letting the man in the white trench coat do his work. Opposite side.
2v1.
Just
It's gonna
us
be a lot
with the
more
left.
difficult.
Oh, second love, 24 health. Oh, they go around him.
Oh, they have to have this.
Yeah, there's just no way.
Good read from them to return that up. Kakarot getting a 3K rewarded from that. 3-7 right now. And ZOL Esports, they take advantage already towards half, locked and loaded. They can try to extend their lead, but it's just the cherry on top at this point. JustUs, when they're not on the attack, they look so kind of disjointed here on the defense. There are times where it runs out, but when you think about it, like 2 of these I think were ecos, so these buy rounds not just working out for them. They are forced on eco yet again, so maybe we can see some shining moments from them, but clearly the advantage towards ZOL is hard to miss.
I'm very worried yet again for JustUs, because yes, these ecos are impressive, but like you said, these gun rounds have just been so messy. It feels like they're not adhering to a central call at times, or at least outside looking in, right? And it's been awkward fight after awkward fight, and it's led to this ZOL lead on the first half, which is never a good sign for any team that's playing against ZOL.
Very true. Momentum not swinging their way yet. They have to find a way to get that pendulum to swing, but still.
Launching smoke.
ZOL Esports gonna take a bit more control. The patient play working out for them, hiding behind the smoke. Just maybe secure the orb here for Kakarot, makes him one closer to his ultimate. They will do just that. KFZ trying to protect his teammate. Hopefully they don't get spammed through. They're ready to flash out of this. Looks like to be the hit here onto the B side.
Are they going to commit is the question. Maybe they pulled enough aggression here. They go for the TP play, and look at this. JustUs, they've been bamboozled. They've been fooled. Kevzi is going to let little bro do his work again. And that is such a ballsy move by Repulsive, and he knows the rest of his team is still trying to move in.
A lot of space going to be gained. They have to waterfall out of something. Schofield finds one, but a trail going to expose him onto heaven. Great flash from Batman to try to get one more, but there comes the showstopper to stop the show. Momentum being gone. They start dropping like fries, and it's now up to 3v1. Can Schofield do it yet again? He's so far away. They know his position's onto heaven. He does drop down, but Batman drops him down further, and it's 3-8 right now with ZOL in the driver's seat.
Last round before the
Yet
switch.
again, do they command this bind map? And it's hard to say, you know, if this Reyna pick is working out so far, but the scoreboard is really leading us to believe that it's not getting any value at the moment. It has to be in a fight. It has to be in a burst, but where is it, Fluff? What is going on the side of JustUs?
They're just discombobulated because they can't find an easy pick. The thing on buy is they can easily run up. Right now, they're trying to go for a punish here. Kakarot just walks away.
That's right. That's my favorite disengage. Just walk away. Maybe not walk back in. Psycho is going to be happy to punish. Oh, what are you doing, man? Oh, that is stranger danger there. Second love, you can't do that. Jay will happily take one for the team as well.
Down A.
And now it is a 2v3, and surprisingly, it is going in the favor of JustUs.
Last player
JustUs
standing.
manages to recover in the chaos. Schofield finds one to confirm Batman off the board. It's all up to Jay. Has 2 smokes. Might be able to get an ultimate here, but he has to still retrieve the spike, and that's the problem. They have no current info onto him, and that is a weird flash.
There's been a lot of occurrences, peculiar occurrences within this matchup, but so far JustUs have their numbers or their positions, I guess, marked in some of those hits. Repulsive and Psycho, they're really trying to get the last member out of the way, and 4-8 on the half. I don't know if that's good
Switching
or bad on
sides.
Bind,
Out of charge.
because Bind, I think, traditionally is
The
more...
enemy only looks composed.
It's pretty even.
It hurts out of charges.
but
I would say it's a little attacker-sided, just because the attackers generally have the option to go for the quicker rotate. All they have to do is maybe it's harder to rotate from A to B, but they just smoke out the TP and then you can just jump through, and then the defense has to walk around. But that being said, though, it's still a lot of teams have the practice with that in mind to know how their setup is going to be. So JustUs really needs to make the most of the stacking half, or else ZOL can run away with this. Because right now, again, elimination match, they're already doubling the score, and they're very close to double digits with scoring at 8-4.
I think with the introduction of Gecko, it also just helps the cause of they have a Phantom 6-man. The plan is going to be that much easier. You know, shooing people away. Using Lil Bro if you're not going to go for the plant is also an option. But Par Schofield looking to get things started, Fluff. Again, looking to rectify that slow first half.
Slow and steady is the way, and they take a creepy crawl up onto the site, but there comes the engage already. Zin takes out one member off the board, taking control of Showers, and quickly they TP onto B. But look who's already waiting there. It's all up to G. Has a molly in hand. No, he just has the ghost. Gets one, gets two, gets three. The value coming in for Jet to defend the side now. It's all up to Repulsive alone. He could go for another TP play, but surely that's over for the round.
Oh my gosh, he made me look like a Van Gogh painting there. You know, standing, staring into the distance.
Wow.
Wow, you know what I mean? Like, wow. You can't see my camera, but you know what I'm trying to do.
Yes,
This is
sir.
all. It looks so
30
good.
seconds left.
It looks so good for JustUs. Up until it didn't.
That's right. I'm out.
Yeah, that seems to be the story of their lives right now in this game. It looks so good for a while, and then suddenly something happens. And normally it's something you'd expect their team to do against ZOL, but really Jet stepping up in a lot of these rounds. He did this a couple of times already. I think every series he's gone down 3 or 4 members in a single round on the pistol.
That is... Again, this is not the way you wanna... You know... frame yourself for the LB, for the potential last map of the season. But again, ZOL, they are so far from being the pushovers of the region. They are the defending champions. Of course, they're going to bring this type of metal, and Kakarot is gonna crack the skull of Par Schofield, who dares to peek him.
Fortune favors the bold, but right now the risk's not just worth taking here, but JustUs are forced in a position where they have to try at least to find the pick of their own shots being brought down range, but the dance just not working out for Repulsive because Patman too quick on his feet. They drop the spike as well, gets a forward position, manages to not anti-flash, but still he just drops down for free and gives it away. The game going the way of ZOL, and it's like JustUs froze.
Oh my goodness, this is not looking like a starry night for JustUs, and in that vein, I meant the munch painting for me. Screaming man, or the scream. Anyway,
Painter.
On more important things. JustUs, I think this is why you need like an overarching plan for the map, right? I'm not saying that they don't, it's just a little bit more help from, you know, a supporting cast, like a coach, an analyst. I feel like there's a lot of things that they could have fixed, but there are also some moments that are really strange. Like, for example, that pop flash into nothing.
The classic util and move. Not really appreciated at their time of need. But Par Schofield getting one, and at the controller as well, really stopped a lot of the plans here for ZOL. It's all up to the rest of the Octagon players. Kevzi has to find space for himself, as well as Patman, to maybe secure a bit more of this B site, because the attack is coming in pretty quickly.
Ooh, Par Schofield finally getting something going for him. And Patman, despite dwindling the numbers, can't really get too much here. Zind with a Spectre and a Sheriff. Avoids the boombot, so maybe he can find a timing on Lloyd Dream here. He doesn't. He's revealed his position. Still goes for the straight up fight. Yeah, we know how that ends.
It's one of those things where You see, this is the aggression coming in from JustUs, right? They get the early picks and it's great, but even towards the end there, it's 3v1, but he takes a fight. And if that went the wrong way, it could mean a gun upgrade, and it could mean that Zint has a fighting chance. You want to eliminate these variables as often as you can, and it's one of the reasons why ZOL has been doing a lot better in this match, because they try to play the percentage game. JustUs taking risks left and right has worked out for them at times, but when it's this much and not much room for error, it's so difficult to make that type of judgment call.
Yeah, sometimes it does boil down to that. You know, they're not gonna have perfect info all the time, and they'll have to do with what they can. Now it does look like it's gonna be a very aggressive defensive play on the side of ZOL. They really want to take back that momentum. As JustUs try to wait it out. Schofield looks like he's gonna stay just for a little bit, avoids the Trailblazer. So how is this gonna pan out?
I guess so. Just walk out of there. Let everyone back away. They save their teammate, but they give up the site. Not sure which is more important there. As we move on later on to the round, the Lamps control gonna go the way of JustUs. They take front side as well. It's only Zin, but not anymore, to take any of those initial risks. Seeker is gonna flush out their positions. Lloyd Dream already finding one, but he holds the angle. The rest of them have to play behind the smokes. Psycho, what an insane play here. Just to double check. He finds one though, is rewarded, and they reap the rewards from this.
One enemy remaining.
There's no way. There's no way ZOL can recover this round, but Kakarot with a blind shot can't find Repulsive despite all that effort. I think this is getting a little bit more competitive, Fluff. Maybe ZOL is feeling the recoil of those last few rounds. And JustUs capitalizing at a very crucial moment for them.
Crucial indeed. Right now, they're slowly closing that gap. Only 4 rounds separating both of these teams, but ZOL with the double digits means that the room for error even smaller than previously. Only with the sheriffs in hand, though, JustUs have a chance to make their mark, push this maybe 7 to 10. Looking like it based on their positioning towards A. No Sentinel on the site. They can bulldoze this as their classic play, and if that looks like it's going to work out based on the positioning right now of these defenders from ZOL.
They do have that orbital strike if they really want to secure this round, if they really want to brute force. But again, they know ZOL doesn't have the greatest of weaponry. At the same time, they gotta respect the fact that they've lost 2 crucial rounds to Thrifties in their previous map. But now, yet again, slow down to a crawl.
Goes down to a crawl indeed. We're gonna try to crawl regardless. There goes one player out. Safety net for Par Schofield. ZOL manages to find 2 though. It's not bad for them. They can go for an upgrade if they leave this. Spike gonna get taken away though in the open. It's just gonna wait to go for the recovery because Kakarot is just 1 HP, but it doesn't matter when you can shoot the rocket from your pocket. And Second Love finds the trade, but now in a 2v2, they're scattered, looking for each other. He's back to back. Spots him out, lands the shot. Zid could recover this.
Oh, it's falling apart. It's falling apart. It's giving me, once again, a lot of nerves for a team that have so much potential. Lloyd Dream again stuck in no man's land. Look at Kevzy. He has a perfect line of sight for this.
What?
And Lloyd Dream at the very last second just couldn't believe who was ready to welcome him. And yet another Thrifty. A very important Thrifty, by the way. Well, this is not the first time this has happened to JustUs.
How does this even happen? Kakarot survives, manages to find 2. Zind as well doing the damage. The rotations just working out for ZOL, and even on a Thrifty with a complete buy of JustUs. JustUs is not able to go to a site with the least amount of members here for ZOL. So difficult and so sad to watch, but at least they have the tools to maybe recover this round. Neural Theft in the hands of Second Love, and Lloyd Dream still has the rocket in case he wants to pop it.
To dig deep for this one, does find the can angle here. Look at that. Like you mentioned, there's still a showstopper here. They do use that in combo, but they've already lost so much. Oh no! It's falling apart. Second Love can't bear to watch this. He has an attempt at a 2v1, but the spike is so far, yet so close, yet so far. Eliminates the Trailblazer. He knows all his enemies are coming from one angle, and like you mentioned, the timing is just gonna be in his favor, Fluff. ZOL, they have a chance at this. They have a chance to actually drop it. But look at the patience from both sides. Second Love actually manages to dodge it too. Dear, he's revealed himself. 21 HP. They scale up. They walk up. Fakes the jump. Goes back on top. No. No, 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 no. ZOL will not allow it.
What an insane recovery so far. One small misstep turns into another, and now JustUs is just tumbling down as they're getting climbed upon, with ZOL Esports rising above. Great play from them. The ultimate's on hand, and Lloyd Dream, he has still the showstopper, but he's stuck with that stinger.
Oh man, again, just these small decisions that are adding up. It is looking dangerously close to an exit for JustUs. They have a showstopper. They can still do this. They have a chance at life. But Lloyd Dream could get caught out even before using his ult. And Psycho will have to try and bail him out. At the very least, they're still gonna keep that showstopper. And we'll have another chance at a hit.
Damn, I haven't seen this camera since season 1.
I know.
How veteran Zin is playing since the original VCT. Spots up the end of one. Will this old trick pay off? It looks like they don't see him. He managed to get the spike out. Come up for his life as well. They can't chase him. Doesn't even land the showstopper. Lloyd Dream stuck alone. Low HP. The orbital gonna do the damage. The rest of them water falling in. And Second Love, he manages to get one, but he gets spotted out. This has to be it. The closing for the Second Love. It's all up to you. Jump peaks instead. And Zin closes us out. Then that's gonna be ZOL moving on, and JustUs ends their run here on VCTPH.
Oh my goodness, I thought for sure he had a chance at that. The Vandal in hand, the low HP targets. It could have been a clutch in the making, but once again, it's just these small mistakes constantly adding up for JustUs. And it's just so unlucky for it to happen in crunch time, down the stretch too.
I mean, it's unfortunate to see, because I feel like JustUs, out of all the teams here, have really proven that the individual skill can somewhat meet the expectations of fighting a very veteran team. But ZOL Esports, they pull through, the consistency manages, and I feel like our top 3 right now with NAOS, Oasis, and ZOL Esports to complete it is something that we kind of predicted very early on, since these are our standout teams. But you can really tell that these are not clean sweeps. Even Oasis Gaming loses games, NAOS can drop a map, and even ZOL Esports, they tumble down, but they recover. It really shows the growth that we've had so far here on VCTPH.
Again, I'm just really excited for JustUs to grow even more. Like you mentioned, that ceiling is just so high. ZOL, once again, they are the defending champions. Congratulations to them for surviving yet another day. And now they are set off to face, I believe, Oasis Gaming in our next matchup. Not tonight, but in our next matchup. Oh boy. And it's actually JustUs getting more first kills.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's really those mid-round calls, I think, where ZOL Esports has really risen above the occasion, because these early fights go the way of JustUs at most of the time, to be honest. But just the standout players and heroics coming out from both of these teams, especially on ZOL, has really been the ones to stabilize a lot of rounds.
Yeah, it's that stability, you know. JustUs, incredibly flashy, can explode right out of the gate. But once they are in the middle portion of the round, as we mentioned, it just becomes much more cluttered. It becomes less streamlined. And I think in time, they will obviously get to that. Right now, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to them.
Unfortunate to see great talent go out, but what a run that they had. And honestly, they went almost the distance here for one of their early, I guess, appearances in VCT compared to other teams. They are ones that made their mark. But again, we do end up with a win from ZOL Esports. Somewhat expected. I think it's clear that JustUs was the underdogs here. But that's going to be it for me and Raph for VCTPH. We will see you on the panel for their thoughts.
games per series tayo ngayong araw, pero ito lang palang second series ang aabot dun sa distance na yon. Dito sa panel, muling nagbabalik ang inyong host na si Likeable at kasama ko pa rin syempre ang all-female analysts natin na si Rico at si Terror. Tapos nakita natin kanina, no, game 1 pa lang ang init na ng ZOL, pero may mga glimmer of hope dito, Terror, na parang makakahabol na rin tong JustUs at certain moments eh.
Yun nga eh, di ba? Parang history repeats itself pagdating sa series na to. Yung mga last time na nagkita sila 2 times ago, eh, ganun din yung scoreline. 2-1 din yung nagiging scoreline nila dito. I think when it comes to the aim duel, kaya nilang sabayan talaga yung isa't isa, Riku. But it's a matter of test pagdating dun sa magiging execution kasi marami ring mga loopholes o kaya yung mga napapabayaan nilang angle.
I think yun nga yung pinaka-differential nitong dalawang teams, no? I think the experience is truly showing. Pagdating sa tutukan, I feel like JustUs can really fight at par. Sometimes may mga moments na parang mas magaling pa nga sa kay ZOL. Lalong-lalo na nakita natin from Sunset. The micro decisions, the way that they use their own mechanics. Pero dito sa map pick naman ng JustUs, ZOL Esports, I think Je really did a number on JustUs. Ang dami niyang highlights. Siya yung parang magiting na mandirigma paminsan pag siya na lang yung mag-isa, tapos nafa-flood siya sa mga sites. Ang galing niya mag-hold at magkaroon ng mga multifrags.
True. Totoo yan.
Oh. Sorry. Pero ito kasi kaya gusto ko i-highlight yung moment na to. Ang init nung Ace ni Mars Schofield dun eh.
Legit! Lahat tayo nabigla nung time na yon. Na-mention mo nga, Laika, di ba? Pag naka-empress na talaga tong si Par Schofield, kahit dun sa mga ibang matches niya, talagang go-kill yung ginagawa niya.
Go-kill kung go-kill, pero pagdating dito sa bind, todo shutdown talaga sila. Although expected naman natin na ito ay domain talaga ng ZOL Esports. Kaya yung best case scenario doon talaga sa JustUs is kung nakuha nila yung Sunset, yun yung secure talaga, di ba? Makayang-kaya nila i-2-0. Kaso medyo nabitin nga lang. And it's one of the reasons kung bakit nabibitin yung kahit anong effort ng JustUs ay syempre sa ating MVP dito, Rico, si Zin, na kahit anong role mo pa siya ilagay, duelist, sentinel, kayang-kaya niya yung sarili niyang i-hold yung mga gusto niyang gawin.
Kaya nga eh, talagang nababantayan, lalong-lalo na very important ang isang cipher pagdating sa isang bind. And honestly, again, having that hold, having to put that utility and taking advantage of the tripwire, such a very important, parang expectation dito as a Cypher player and having to extend your life as well. Sobrang consistent and just pretty much taking care of his life all the time. I don't know, 10 deaths lang. Ayan.
You see the role swapping din mula dun sa lahat actually ng teams natin ngayon. It's either you're a duelist or you're going to a sentinel role, ika nga. Nagsaswap-swap lang yan. And again, if you have that fragging potential and ikaw yung last line of defense, napakalaking bagay nun para sa side ng ZOL Esports dito. And Zend, aside from this Cypher, he also performed with the Jet a while ago.
Sobrang ganda nga ng performance niya. Pero alam mo, nung Jet siya kanina, nabiktima rin siya mismo ng Cypher. Naaalala ko, nilagay yung camera, binaril niya, tas dalawa agad yung nag-swing out, katrade nung camera. So, gumanti siya by game number 3 natin dyan. Pero syempre, para tuluyan nating malaman kung ano nga ba yung mga nangyari dun sa series na to, i-welcome na natin dito sa panel ang walang iba kundi si Zind. Hello, Zind! Rinig mo ba kami? Kaway-kaway ka nga kung rinig mo kami.
Zin, sabihin mo, hiha! Kapag rinig mo kami.
Yeah.
Narinig nga niya. Okay, tama na.
Ayan, Zind, syempre, tuwang-tuwa kami kanina. Congratulations una sa lahat. Nice one. Kasi pinatunayan nyo talaga na part pa rin ang ZOL Esports sa Big 3 pagdating dito sa VCT PH, no? So, may mga katanungan kami dito sa panel. Ako ang mauuna. Kanina kasi kapansin-pansin by map 2, map 3, ang galing yung i-shutdown etong JustUs. Kung kailan yung ibang mga big teams dito natin, nagkakaroon rin ng struggle kahit papano sa team na to. So, para sa'yo ba, na-figure out mo na ba yung technique para padaliin yung buhay nyo pagdating sa mga rank demons katulad nila?
Feel ko po kasi kailangan lang tapakan lang din eh. Kumbaga, kung may magre-react lang din sa ginagawa nila, tapos tapakan lang talaga. Kaysa yung hinihintay lang yung ginagawa nila. Parang ganun. Kumbaga, pag gusto namin... Kumbaga, pag kunyari, gusto namin pushin yung aim, sige, pushin na lang yan. Hindi na yung nag-hesitate. tapakan lang talaga, parang ganun. Pag duel lang.
Oh, tama. Unahan mo na sila kaysa maunahan kayo.
Parang ganun.
Grabe to si Zinda. Parang kasama ko lang to sa kanto dati talaga nag-aabang sa labas ng computer shop. Alam mo yun? Pagalingan, patapangan. Pero eto Zinda, speaking of, syempre, yung tapang na yon, lumalabas din kasi yung experience, 'di ba? And gusto ko lang din tanungin na obviously, yung ibang mga teams natin na mga bago, yung mga rank demons, yung mga rank LQTs, yung JustUs, and yun yung iba pa nating mga teams na nandyan na natanggal na. And ZOL Esports, napakatagal nyo na rin kahit paano nabuo. And even the teammates na meron ka, mga tito na rin yan ng esports. Lahat na ata, nasalihan nyo na. Ano ba sa tingin mo yung malaking difference talaga na nadala nung experience nyo coming in compared dun sa iba na kaya nga kayong sabayan sa duel, pero hindi nila ma-close off yung series ninyo?
Siguro yung lalo na yung may experience sa amin kasi marunong silang makontento. Kumbaga pag nakapatay ng isa, okay na yun. Pwede na may paglaro sa ka-teammate para mas lumaki yung chance na mananalo yung round. Parang ganun. Hindi katulad ng iba, kunyari nakapatay na, gusto pa ulit pumatay. Siyempre pag napatay kayo, hindi magiging equal ulit yun. Magiging 4v4 o kaya 3v3. Parang ganun.
Disiplina.
Disiplina, yun yung word.
I love that. I love that very much. And kitang-kita nga yung disiplina throughout the entire series, no? Pero Zind, bukas, isang importanteng high-stakes match up against Oasis. Isang slot na lang natitira, diba? Grand Finals. Ano yung message nyo sa Oasis para bukas?
Good luck lang. Wala na pong iba.
Good luck lang.
Good luck lang.
Excited ka na?
Excited na?
Opo, excited ako. Excited ako sila palaban. Kasi di pa kami nananalo sa kanila eh.
Ano yan?
Sa tagal eh. Di pa ako nananalo sa kanila kahit kailan eh. Nananalo kami map, pero series hindi pa kami nanalo sa kanila.
Napa.
So, ayun.
Okay.
Revenge arc is
Okay.
in play.
Ngayon na
Good luck,
sinabi
good luck.
mo yan, Zin. How confident ka na ang grand finals natin ay magiging replay ng Split 1 Grand Finals? O magiging El Clasico ba to na NAOS versus Oasis? Gaano ka confident ka na replay to ng Split 1?
Siguro mga 80 to 70 po.
80 to 70.
Nakaya namin.
Humble pa siya niyan.
Humble pa. Baka bukas, kapag nakasabak na ulit sa gera, mag-iba yung pakiramdam niya, biglang 100%. Abangan natin yan. Pero ito na, Zin, minsan ka lang namin makasama dito. So bakit hindi mo i-shoutout yung mga gusto mong i-shoutout sa mundo?
Okay, shoutout dun sa girlfriend ko kay Andre Provido. Mahal na mahal kita. Huwag ka na mag-isip kung ano man. Tapos shoutout po sa parents na sumusuporta sa akin. Tapos mga investor po namin, sa boss namin. And sa mga sumusuporta po sa amin, thank you po sobra. Yun lang po.
Thank you din, Zin. Salamat sa oras at congratulations. Kita-kita ulit bukas, ha? Aabangan namin yung 80 to 70% mo.
Bye,
Thank you po.
Zin.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Boss!
Bossing!
Bossing!
Ayos talaga dito eh, no? Kasi ang gaganda na ng mga interview natin recently. Talagang G yung mga players na i-express. Kaya na nilang i-vocalize din yung mga nangyayari in between the series. Kasi sanay na tayo na parang sobrang hyper-focus sila dito sa mga laban. Na pag tinanong mo sila, ano nangyari kanina? Hindi nila maalala. May mga ganong instances eh, no? Pero ngayon, ngayon tayo, maaalala natin yung mga mangyayari. Dahil pagtingin pa lang natin sa brackets natin, matamis na alaala na lang yung mga nalaglag na. Tingnan natin tong updated brackets natin, guys.
Pin. Ito nga no, kagaya ng sinabi mo, like, it is JustUs eliminated. At syempre, ang natitira, ang ating big three. Syempre, NAOS already winning that upper finals doon. And therefore, ayun na nga, nag-aantay na lang sila sa grand final. Sino kaya between Oasis and ZOL?
Si Rico talaga pinakakabado sa lahat dito eh. Tsaka ikaw din pala, like, ano,
Hindi, mas kinakabahan si Rico.
Mas kabado si Rico. Iba yung dating sa kanya. Pero again, I think dito sa Split 2, I would say na lahat ng expectations natin, na-meet naman kahit papano. Parang mas matindi yung upset ng mga season 1.
O, sobra. Kasi yun yung panahon na yung OSC, yung JustUs, parang hindi mo maintindihan kung anong klaseng wildcard yung dadalhin dito sa mesa natin. Maraming butas pa eh. And then, syempre yung mga rosters natin back then, hindi pa siya yung kasing solid ng mga pinapakita nila this time around. Kaya solidified talaga tong big 3 natin. Pero syempre, lahat ng action na yan, lahat ng mga kwento na napag-uusapan natin dito sa VCT ay hindi magiging posible kung wala ang Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer of the VALORANT Challengers Philippines 2024. Split number 2 din yan. Tapos, presented pa to by PPGL kung saan nyo to pinapanood, guys, which is the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
At syempre naman, maraming salamat sa ating official super app partner na si Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. Gamitin lang ang promo code na nandito sa inyong mga screen, GrabFood60 po, and get up to 60 pesos off your order with a minimum spend of 550 pesos. Promo runs from 11 a.m. onwards.
Huwag niyo kalimutan, tipan yung mga rider ninyo, lalo na sa maulan na panahon ngayon. But last but not the least, syempre, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusements Board. Yun na, tapos na. Malapit na tayo sa finals.
Gusto
Oh my
ko
God,
lang rin
bukas?
sabihin na literal na tapos na din. Kasi ito yung huling araw ko sa online broadcast natin.
Oh no!
Oo, tapos
Saan ka punta?
Any shoutouts, Laika?
Oo nga, any last words before you leave the stream, Laika?
Hindi, wala namang ganon. Gusto ko lang mag-thank you ulit sa mga sumusuporta sa VCT. Lalo na dito sa PH kasi next year mag-change na yung VCT landscape natin. Wala nang ganitong challengers, di ba? Medyo... Kaya ito na, take ko na tong opportunity na magpasalamat talaga sa inyo kasi bukod sa sponsors, kung wala kayo, wala rin kami dito. So, thank you so much, guys, mula sa bottom ng aking heart. Wow.
Wow, bongga!
Bongga! Kayo ba, wala pang magla-last day sa online broadcast?
Wala pa, may
Bukas
bukas
ako
pa.
last day. Tapos yung
Okay.
pa, lower bracket finals pa tayo.
Kabado
O, diba?
20 ka talaga.
Woo! Wala lang. Gusto ko lang mag-react.
Ayan, so ako lang pala ang magpapaalam para sa broadcast na to. Tomorrow, makakasama nyo pa si Rico at si Terror. So, antayin nyo na lang yung speech nila by then. But, again guys, maraming salamat. At kami ay magpapahinga na. Sana kayo rin ay safe, dry, and secure. Good night!
Good night!
Night.